So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
welcome everybody back to the CBLOL English. It is playoffs time, it is day one, it is round one. My name is Trajan, I'm joined by Hawk, and we've got Loud versus Furia to kick us off, man. This season kept us guessing right till the very end. And I think going into today's match, honestly, we still have a lot of unanswered questions about at least one of these teams.
Well, I would maybe say both. I feel like in general, a lot of unanswered questions sort of surrounding the entire playoffs air, if I had to say, but definitely Loud, Furia, both teams that maybe stumbling their way in different ways, though, having, you know, each their own moments to peak and valley at times this season.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Honestly, just everyone that's involved here, we've not arrived at playoffs Loud yet. They're still MIA. And teams like Pain that were crushing the regular season, they managed to lose just a little bit of the shine by the end, just to bring that question back in. And then VKS, maybe they're the most consistent, maybe they're the most, no, these guys are for sure definitely good, I swear, kind of team. And then there's Red as well, that has looked too good for too long at this point, so now I'm questioning it. I'm like, this can't be possible forever, right? Surely there's the other shoe is going to drop before long.
I mean, surely. I feel like, you know, you can never believe too much in the Red team, but yeah, they have been incredible. Pain and Vivocade consistently good. It's really the other three teams in the playoffs that it feels like many unanswered questions, to go back to what you said earlier, and that's what makes this matchup so interesting, because we get to see it from both Loud, from Furia, two teams that have a lot to prove moving forward in this split. I'm sure Loud in particular. I mean, the weight of the 5-peat sitting on their shoulders.
Yeah, for sure. Last CBLOL season, as we know it coming through here, Loud has had a stranglehold on Brazil for the last 4 straight splits, and they've got one chance to finally match the INTZ record at the last point you could do it. Before we move on to the next era of competitive play in this region on that continent, there's a chance to finally equal the most championships of all time for Loud. And that would obviously just mean, you know, so much of these players, the Tinones, Robo, have been around for years and years, you know, over a decade at this point. And to be able to put your final ultimate Stamper's signature on the region would just be, you know, an unmatched experience, I imagine.
Oh, absolutely. Already considered amongst the pantheon of the greatest of all time to play in this region. And I mean, it would be quite a send-off for them. Of course, I would expect to still see at least a good chunk of these players still playing next year. I mean, no indications have led to Tinones and Robo this being their last ride or anything of that nature. I'm sure they'll still be in the league, but definitely life as we know it, at the very least, for the last decade plus, it's definitely been carried by two guys just like this. Their legacies seemingly only becoming more legendary as time has progressed.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just take a look at that Loud roster. Let's remind ourselves of what we're working with here. Robo, Croc, Tinones, Root, and Redbird. Now, we have had a lot of good things to say about Root over the years. Robo and Tinones in playoffs step up like no one else. Croc has MVP'd his fair share of finals. And then Redbird as well coming in. Everyone was wondering if that was going to be the change, if that's where Loud's dynasty would end. But we were not correct, and they kept that winning going. And Redbird was able to be there for that 4th title. So the questions that we have, right, that we've been teeing up here, mostly for me, questions on Croc, questions on a little bit on Tinones as of the last couple of weeks, and this kind of mid-jungle core that has been some of the most reliably successful pieces of Loud as of the years have gone by. We're waiting for them to slot back into position to prop up Root, who's been doing a great job as usual, and Robo, who has even been having a less volatile situation as usual as well.
Exactly. And Trajan, for the people at home that may be wondering, oh, it's Loud, why are we concerned? You know, they do this every split, right? Where they're not as dominant as we expect in the regular season, and then they always turn it on in the end. And you'd definitely be right, but the last time that Loud won only 10 games in a regular season was actually the last time that this team missed playoffs.
Yeah.
They went 10-8 in 2022 split 1 over 2 years ago, and ever since then they've always won 12, 13 games. They've always been in that contention for first place. And not only that, this split they started pretty strongly. They were towards the top of the standings. In the back half of the split though, in the final 9 games, they only won 3. And all of them were against non-playoff teams. And sure, maybe you could argue that Kaboom probably should have been a playoff team. Absolute choke job at the end of the split. It doesn't matter. They didn't make it. And the other wins came over Liberty and Los Grandes. So it has been a really rocky road for a team that, while they admittedly like to limit test, how long is it until the limits push back? And I love how you bring up, I think Robo and Croc have looked absolutely terrible over the second half of the regular split. Tinones was spectacular for me in the mid-split, but faltered a little bit towards the end, and the bot lane has not been enough to pick up the slack.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we remember, I guess in the first half as well, I remember so many games where Root was just playing on another level from that bot side, just completely immaculate down there. When we had the Titan Curry lane still getting their hands on things, Io and Jojo still baiting in. A lot of these premier bot laners that have now risen up were still developing and settling into each other, whereas Root and Redbird were very comfortable down there. However, it feels like they've just been sort of outstripped as these other premier bot lanes have found what works for them, and we've not really seen any movement forward from Root or really from any facet of Loud, while the rest of the league continues to have built themselves up beneath their rule for the last few splits.
Yeah, and you know, I wonder why we've seen this phenomenon as well. You know, you could point to the meta, AP junglers. Croc has not really been an enjoyer of anything except for the Nidalee, which granted he's been quite the connoisseur of the Nidalee, despite any sort of nerfs, but he's not played things like the Karthus, like the Zyra. Some of those champions starting to get nerfed maybe is going to be good for Loud. You know, I would like to see Croc on things like the Sejuanis, the Malakais, just go back to basics, facilitators, play for the lanes, Viego Nocturne if we're really feeling spicy. But whatever it may be, it has definitely just been, this team has looked out of sorts. However, it needs to be stressed that, you know, whatever our expectations may be, whatever the tape may say, it is still Loud. It is still the team that seems to always turn things around when it matters most. And maybe before we flip over to the Furia roster, if we can pull up the playoff bracket, Trajan, there is everyone's favorite date with Destiny on the line in this matchup.
Yeah, we could potentially get our grand finals matchup a little earlier this year. The Loud and Pain saga has been ongoing, and it has been a non-stop pain factory for the Painzettes, right? It has been disappointment after disappointment over the last few years. Last year, they came agonizingly close, 3-2 down in that final. Loud still made it work. And whoever wins this match gets to step forward and take them on. And Pain have made an argument that they are the strongest team in the region right now. VKS finished 1 win ahead of them, securing first in the regular standings. But nobody is expected nobody's expected to beat Pain. No one's expected to look better than them really on the day. And on that side of the bracket, it would have to be a reminiscence, a resurgence of the Loud curse, I think, to really stop Pain in their tracks. Whereas Furia, it's much harder to say. It's much harder to really predict how this roster will fare now that it is only playoff quality teams left.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. However, let's zoom in a little bit on Furia themselves, though, because this Furia team has looked better over the course of the split, which I think is not something that we can oftentimes say for these Furia teams that have scraped into playoffs in 6th place in the past, Trajan. This squad has really been able to keep their form. They turned up the Jets in the end. They beat Loud just 8 days ago in incredibly dominant fashion, and so much of it, similarly to their opposite number, has come from this bottom lane of IU and JoJo. One of the most lane-dominant 2v2s, one of the most mechanically electrifying 2v2s, and they went 22 of 24 kill participation the last time these two teams met. I am incredibly excited to see what IU and JoJo are able to do against Root and Redbird once again.
100%. The story of Furia has been the most fascinating part of this split for me, and it's not close. Just coming into this with the questions that we had with how is Wiz going to be coming back after military service? How is ZZK going to be after taking a split off and just not really being you know, we just didn't see him in competitive for a little while. I think it was in the Arabian League, so back down to the ERL system over in EMEA. And then IU, we didn't see the potential realized. We were wondering if he was ever going to get there, if he was ever going to reach the heights that we thought he could. And slotting Jojo in, stepping away from a red roster that he seemed to fit into very, very well. There's so much up in the air with this Furia team. And at the start, it looked like we did not have the confidence in them, and they didn't quite have the confidence in themselves, but it's been steady, it's been gradual, but it's been growth all the way through the split, and they've arrived at the point where, as you said, they can sweep the 4-time champions out in a best of 1 without it looking that difficult, and now they're back up against them again to really see if they can, you know, put some, confirm that outcome, as it's not just best of 1s, we're just the better team now.
Yeah, exactly. And a convincing win here today would mean so much for this team. I mean, being in the upper bracket, having the chance up against a Pain Gaming where if they're able to have a strong victory on the day, who knows? Maybe they could actually take it to Pain, which would be unprecedented, but incredibly fun to watch. You can see the atmosphere in the CBLOL arena. I mean, it is high energy as per usual. Nothing to be unexpected coming from this incredible region. All the Loud fans seemingly really feeling like Loud should be able to step up today. I do think expectations are that Robo, that Croc, they can't play like this forever. They always seem to course correct whenever their form may be poor. But I do want to zoom in on this jungle matchup because I think Croc has been the most struggling piece of Loud throughout the back half of the regular season. And while, of course, I give a lot of credit to Furia's bottom lane for their wins, I think IU and JoJo have been incredibly good. To me, this split, specifically towards the back half, Wiz has been the facilitator jungler here in the CBLOL that we oftentimes have expected from Croc. The early game aggression, the playmaking, getting leads for the team and converting upon them. That is what has come out of the jungle for Furia.
Yeah, it's so great to see Wiz back to his old form that we saw back from the previous Kaboom days, is looking like one of our most proficient junglers, has a wide pool, can play fast, can play slow, can play exactly what the team needs him to play, and it seems like exactly what Furia needed. You know, you saw the Furia fans jumping, going crazy before the series even started. It's been so long since they had anything to be really excited about. Not since the Ranger Super Furia days, and even that was a historic disaster in playoffs, from first in the regular season to straight out in the bin before you could even take a breath. You know, Furia has been struggling over the past few splits, and now it feels like this is a roster that, if it's on their day, if they come at their peak and they roll 6s, you know, they come as good as they can be, they feel like they could take anybody. Even in a best of 5, you've just got to keep that performance high and consistent, as the draft is upon us, and a Taliyah first pick is the answer. Not a common first pick, but we see the Nidalee, the Lee Sin, both removed. Those jungle carries targeted. Corki Azir, both sides of that mid-lane matchup removed. It does leave the Tristana open, no longer permabanned right now, but Furia seem happy locking in some consistent standard winning formulas for them. The IU Ashe, and it is enabler, you know, number 1, maybe behind Sejuani, the Maokai for them.
Yeah, I mean, Furia answering the Taliyah first pick with some of the strongest power picks on the current patch. But I'm going to be honest, Trajan, I really like this Taliyah pick here from Tinones. I know it's not the most optimal first pick, but one, it's a pick that we know Tuts is incredibly good on, and it's a pick that is a Tinones classic. I think back to last split when Loud managed to win their 4th straight. Taliyah was the pick in the grand finals in that 5 games that they went against Pain Gaming. So getting back to basics a little bit, I asked for Sejuani Maokai for Croc. They give over the Mao, which I do believe to be the stronger champion. Good pick from Wiz, but Croc still getting onto it. It's a Jax for Robo. It's a champion that we know we can have impact on, be strong in a side lane, and beat a Cassante pick that I don't really like here from ZZK.
No.
So while it's not the most spectacular draft so far from Loud, it is something that I appreciate from them.
Yeah, if we need to see them return to what worked for them in the past, this is how you do it, I think. You get Tinones on an active roaming mid, you get Robo on Jax, such a consistent historic pick for him, and Croc back on just dang good jungle picks in the Sejuani. I too do not like the Cassante very much. We say this every time he picks it. I don't love ZZK on tanks.
Yeah.
Cassante can operate as something of a carry in the fights, and it's not as bad as picking yourself into the Rumble, but like, it's the Robo Jax is so good, man. I'm wary for ZZK up there for sure.
The issue that I have with it is you're just agreeing to give Robo side lane pressure, which I think is a mistake. Like, ZZK is also such a great side laner, and yes, while throughout his CBLOL career, he sort of lived in the shadow of Robo, as so many top laners have. You know, Robo's not on form. Sure, I mean, admittedly, ZZK has not exactly been on form this split either, but this just does not feel like a winning formula to give Robo the side lane. But regardless, Furia, they're going to have a strong team fight composition. They've got a beefy front line. I want to see a big-time carry for Tuts locked in. The Ahri, not exactly that. It creates an incredible pick composition, but damage concerns potentially for Furia.
Yeah, and you know, with them already denying the Azir from themselves, I was thinking maybe is there a Hui angle to bring that back for Tuts? Is there something else AP that we can get for him? But ultimately, and they banned the Jace away loud, so they couldn't go for just full AD, but Tuts strong matchup in there. So the Ahri is going to need to do work. We need to see value out of this pick to really be happy with it. There's no real scaling damage on the side of Furia right now. If this game goes late, I'm giving it to the Jax team, I think.
I definitely am as well. I mean, I'm, expecting like a... whoa!
Support Maokai? Pivot?
Yeah, okay, Maokai support is the pick from JoJo. I was gonna say, I don't really know what you picked here. Rakan would have been mine, but it was banned by Furia themselves. Again, another pick that they're kind of removing away. So they flex the Maokai to support. Maokai Ashe is going to be the 2v2, an incredibly dangerous 2v2 with a substantial amount of CC and all-in pressure. However, Redbird going to be playing goalkeeper on this Alistar. I think the read here from Furia is pick champions that can attack this misfortune from Root. You've got the Vi that can lay down the cease and desist, the Cassante that can do Cassante things, and Ahri as well. All these champions going to be preventing the bullet time from coming out safely. And we talk about scaling damage. I mean, sure, Furia, not really much to speak of for themselves, but on Loud side, a lot of it is actually coming from Robo, and if his struggles continue, you have all the means to shut down Root. I don't think Tinon's Talia is going to be enough to carry this game.
Yeah, it's a comp from Furia that I think really seeks to press on the weak spot of Loud in the first 20 minutes where they don't really do anything, the things they do don't really work, and they're comeback artists generally throughout the season, and they've been getting worse as the comebacks have become less consistent. The rest of the team is getting better at stopping them from doing so, Furia being a prime example. Now they've got Vi Ahri mid lane, and an Ashe Arrow, and a Maokai ult. They've got tools out the wazoo to really force and pinpoint and pick fights that they want to pick. And if they're coming out of the lanes ahead, which they usually do, this could be a 25-minute Furia Storm.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I love how you bring up the point, too, about the comeback artists for Loud. It feels like so many of their games, when they win, are the kind of games that are the, it was close until it wasn't, which is something we actually see from a lot of top teams in global regions. And it felt like Loud for a little bit was perfecting that style. Sort of falling by the wayside, though, in recent weeks, and against a Furia team that has been one of the most spectacular early game teams in the CBLOL. They have been incredibly efficient at generating leads, and they need to do it with this composition, because if their damage is not able to get going, if IU on this Ashe is not able to get going, the front line of Loud might just become too great to deal with. The side lane threat of Robo can take over.
Yeah, we're going to need space gliding Ashe in this game, I think. We've seen it from IU a fair few times over the last few games. He's really been loving this pick as of late, and we're going to need premium IU to get Furia started in this series right. Let's quickly take a look at the predictions that we made, myself, Hawk, and Rose, our producer, coming into this series. There it is. We have, okay, Rose chickened out, just to completely throw them under the bus in front of chat. They had TSM before, and they chose not to take TSM.
Oh, understandable prediction.
Very understandable. We won't count them out just yet, but I just wanted to make sure everyone knows that there could have been a TSM vote here. But, mitigating factor, they've come over to my side, onto the Furia prediction. And Hawk, you have taken Loud, so we do have somewhat of a split desk here today.
Yeah, and you know what? My heart, or rather, I should say my mind says Furia. I think this team has looked so much better in recent weeks, especially when compared with Loud. But I'm being completely honest with you. I just feel like I'm going to go with the taboo. I'm going to go with the weird magic that Loud always seems to have, especially when potential matchup against Pain Gaming is on the line. So I really would like to see Furia step it up and win this match. But until I actually see Loud lose a playoff best of 5, I don't find that I can bet against them.
Yeah, I mean, we've been coming up with fascinating, robust, statistically driven arguments about why Loud should lose every year for the last 2 years, and they never work, they never come to fruition, it just doesn't happen. So, you know, it's perfectly fair to just be like, at some point, there's a factor in here that I can't see, but it certainly seems to be taking effect, and Loud could just step into playoffs, become playoffs Loud, and absolutely cream Furia as a low playoffs team. So we'll see if they can do it. We saw that the crowd still undecided really as to whether Wiz or Croc is going to take the lead in the jungle right here. You flagged that up as a key matchup, and they both have very strong enablers, the Vi and the Sejuani.
Something really interesting that we want to be able to keep track of is I'm not actually sure how this bottom lane 2v2 is meant to go. Both the Ashe and the Misfortune are exceptionally strong, and they both have great facilitator tanks. So we'll see. I'm honestly eager to learn how this one plays out, and I think this is where so much of the game is going to be decided. And while, you know, we mentioned the side lane threat that Loud is going to have later with this Jax Cassante matchup, something that Furia does have in their favor with this composition is the stronger mid-jungle 2v2. We mentioned the efficiency of Tuts and Wiz with the fights that they have been taking so far in this split. They're able to continue in that direction. Can be difficult for Loud. Of course, Talia should get the push into the Ahri, as we have seen from Tinones, but when the Vi comes over, if Furia is able to play mid to side, bring multiple members to influence this bottom lane, things could get dangerous.
Furia getting aggressed on the cleanse coming out from IE to get rid of the ignite, and a flash in from Jojo to keep it going, countered by Redbert. Wiz and Croc breaking apart. I think Furia knew they did not have control over mid. Tinones would have had the first move, and they'll choose to back away.
And that's the thing, Furia, they really want to play mid to sides, right? They want to try to attack Tinones first to get the push for this Ahri and then move down. Great hover there from Tinones, forcing Furia to respect the threat, but I'm expecting to see more scuffles for river control like that. If you can control the highway on the bottom side of Summoner's Rift, it can make it that much easier to box out the enemy team's playmaking.
Well, ZZK and Robo trading aggressively early on, of course. The Cassante is very strong in that laning phase, but we know Robo's Jax is a bit of a different beast entirely. It's getting close to stun. Lands lovely tower shot, though, secured by ZZK. If you commit to this one to get an early kill, it's going to be close, though. Robo, leap strike into safety. Wiz is on that top side for now. We'll see if he wants to try and make a move to push that advantage in.
Oh, and here's what we wanted to see. Wiz maybe hovering around Tinones, but Talia respecting the threat and a critical dodge on the top side. I think if Robo got hit by that Intofo strike, he might have had the flash, but instead is able to get the wave where he needs it under the tower and take a base. So the top laner of Loud, always playing the edge, gets away with it this time.
Drops the TP to get right back into it. ZZK going to clean up that wave and pull the same maneuver. So a close call for that top side, but neither gets a solid advantage as we pan down to bot lane again. Root and Redbert currently in control of that wave. The MF so strong in the 2v2 in lane. Excellent base damage. Great area control using the E. And the threat of the ult coming at level 6 as well. So IU and Jojo so far not able to get a big advantage over Root and Redbert. We know they are a very, very strong duo. But some of that power is expected to come later in the game in the team fights too.
I'm expecting to see maybe a little bit of a scuffle for the Dragon in the next minute or so here, Trajan. We might get a taste of some of those team fights. You've got Croc completing his clear down towards the bottom side ahead of Wiz on the curve just for the time being, having taken the first reset to get that Kindle gem. And also bot lanes both going to be coming off reset. Loud having the first move. I expect with their river control, they should want to start this one up, but likewise, Furia would likely contest given CBLOL, we always fight for these dragons.
Well, we'll fight over whatever we damn please in this region. We don't even need an objective sometimes. We just want to fight. Jojo's done some homework, putting the saplings in, sees Loud moving towards the objective. Both mid laners with the ultimate Tuts is kind of a bad spot right now. You don't want to lose that ultimate early, but I think he's going to have to, or maybe not.
Wait,
Does
what?
pop the Spirit Rush in the end, even after not getting stunned. I think Tuts could have held it.
Yeah, Tinones, I mean, a mistake. Like, ultimately, they get what they needed, but could have had a bigger health chunk.
Yeah.
Weird play from Loud. Regardless, again, it's good. They're able to move towards mid, get control of the wave, and now here they are with their pre-established river control. Maybe looking for a bot play instead of the Drake. However, I think the defensive positioning of Furia will deny it and just be the trade of objectives.
Yep. Send Wiz up to that top side to work on the grubs. Instead, Tuts getting the push on in mid lane. And the Chemtech Drake will go down unanswered by Loud. starting strong on the bottom side, playing around the excellence of Root and Redbird, which has been there all year. Tinones with a solid start to this game. We're hoping to see more, as much as there are many people, I'm sure, who would love to see Loud dethroned to move the Brazilian region into its next era. You don't want to see them go out by just fizzling, having a terrible performance, right? We want to see our best of the best be defeated in fair competition, show us their power, but ultimately be overcome as the region moves forward.
And I really do think Furia, with their recent form, you know, I don't think they are some weak team that, you know, if Loud loses, oh, it's, you know, they're just struggling, the region faltering, anything like that. I mean, this is a team, like I said, that has really come into their own over the course of the split. We've always seen flashes of that mechanical prowess, that team play that they can bring to the table. And I really would love to see if they're able to put it on full display. But of course, they do have to get past the champs, and it's going to be much easier said than done, as Loud potentially setting something up on the top side here. Robo really trying his best to bait it. That's the W out.
Got TZK in as well. Wiz is around the corner with the ultimate. Croc going in. Holds in the Glacial Prism for now as Vi comes into vision. They commit hard onto Robo. There it is. First blood for ZZK. Now Croc trying to clean up the mess. A flash away. Will be matched by the Sejuani, and it's 1-for-1 right now. The junglers left alone, but ZZK, the benefactor of the first blood gold.
Yeah, and I mean, Robo doing a little too much baiting on the top side, forgetting that he is still against a Cassante that can turn things around. Wave state better for ZZK as well. At the very least, though, Croc is able to answer the kill. He is able to crash the wave. So the play still ultimately somewhat even, but I'm favoring the side of Furia.
Yeah, Tinones, though, wants to get something done on bot side. IU holding the flash until needed. The Ash arrow went wide as well, but Tinones getting a free summoner on the bot side. Jojo was roaming across the map. So Furia, they take back control of the gold lead. They've got the grubs as well, but Loud still trying to make plays. Croc invested a lot of time in that top lane gank. Ultimately, kept it even in the kills, but this is more what we want to see. Tinones and Croc active on the map, making sure their reliable carries are fed what they need early on.
Yeah, I think Tinone's already, honestly, having a really solid game. Other than that one weird seismic shove, Trajan, I've liked the early moves down to towards the bottom side, exercising control over the river, and I think so much of Fury's success has been getting Tuts and Wiz to link up, to help out this bottom lane, to get together with Jojo and make a lot of team-oriented plays in the early stages. We mentioned that Furia has actually been the better early game team of the two, and while they have a marginal gold advantage at this moment, they, by and large, have not really been able to find any sort of proactive looks into this game so far.
Yeah, now that we've got Wiz at that level 7, we saw that first stock come in and secure the first blood in top lane. Love that, but I want Wiz and Tuts to start doing some more together. The Vi-Ahri combination that has stuck around as the meta has fluctuated around them. Despite us moving into Tristana, Corki, Azir again, there's still room for a Vi-Ahri to complete that objective, to isolate targets and remove them before they have a chance to fight back.
Especially with Root being forced to take the cleanse, seemingly up against this Ashe Malachi, which I think is something that makes a lot of sense. You know, there is a lot of cleansable CC, but yeah, you're not going to have that barrier that we've seen on so many AD carries that makes them that much more difficult to take down. I actually think the barrier is part of the reason we've started to see a little bit less Vi over the course of this split, because the champion still so consistent in its lockdown, but you straight up, as the Vi, can't actually win the fight on your own just by pressing R on the enemy AD carry anymore.
Yeah.
You have to have the team-wide follow-up. Furia fortunately has that, and Root, of course, going to be that much more vulnerable without the extra defensive utility.
Root heading towards that first item completion before too long. No boots, really focusing on getting the AD on deck, whereas IU going towards the Berserkers into the Vamp Scepter, getting some utility there as the ult is ripped onto IU. Holds! The Summoner just goes down! IU just caught in an ER dead.
Yeah, and Redbird, I like the confidence on the flash headbutt pull. IU, no flash. I mean, excellent commitment right there from Loud, punishing the summoner spell that Tinones was able to get. And we talked about how the bottom lane was going to be so important in this game. We weren't sure how it's going to go. Well, the summoner spell advantage taken in stride by the former champions.
Fantastic punish by Loud to really open this bot lane up, the Misfortune. If it's going to be under threat, at least let's get it some gold. Let's give Root the chance to fight back Redbird this time. Not securing the combination, but to be fair, IU and Tots around the corner. Perhaps best to just walk that one away. But Root, 3 plates on bot lane now, plus opening up that lead. They have got a strong carry developing in the MF.
They're going to be able to take the second dragon as well, with Wiz committed to the top side. No contest to be had here for Furia, more than likely. Although there is a cooldown advantage on their side. Remember, the bullet time and the unbreakable will were burned. Root low on mana. Maybe Loud is going to get forced off after all.
They're thinking about it. The patience runs out and the dragon resets partially. Vi and Arya there. Wiz looking for a small flank angle. Going over the wall. Jojo as well, pushing the rest of Loud out with those arrows and the ult. The CC chain comes through. Charm doesn't land, but they'll already be able to burn through Croc. And now Furia wanting more, wanting the reset, clapping back at Loud. They get 1, 2, 3 kills in the counterplay in the river.
And you love to see it from Furia. They take the fight. They're going to get both objectives off the back end. And even though it was a nice 2v2 kill from Loud, the timer understanding was simply better from the opposition, as they knew that they had the extra wave to work with. The grubs were spawning first. Wiz was able to get here in time, and with the cooldowns burned in this play, Loud did not have enough gas left in the tank. Look, this commitment is brilliant, but Loud over-indexed their control in towards the bottom side, because look, the grubs are already on the map, and while they think their control will be enough to carry them, they think that Furia will simply just trade objectives. Furia had the time to reset the fight, to get everybody back in the game, utilize that cooldown advantage, and even though Loud has the positioning, it doesn't mean a damn thing when they can't turn the fight.
Yeah, you could see that Loud, they were thinking about leaving, right? They almost peeled off, they almost fully reset the dragon, and then they stop, they turn, they hang around, they try to finish it. Furia gets in position and eviscerates them, plus taking the dragon as well. I loved seeing that clip with the Loud fans popping off, like, do they know? I think they, someone ought to tell them what's about to happen to them in 30 seconds time.
I mean, you can see them in the background of that clip, looking a little bit less happy.
A little quieter back there, somehow. Yeah.
And I mean, that's a massive fight win for Furia, not just for the gold, of course, with a lead at 1.5 thousand, but I think the bigger thing is getting that dragon away. I mean, now they have 6 Void Grubs, going to deny so much of the side lane threat of this Jax when he doesn't have access to it. And not only that, equalizing in the dragons, allowing Furia so much flexibility to take the fights that they want as we move forward to try find those individual picks.
Root stepping up in that mid lane, gets the ults coming through as Tuts has been assigned to deal with Robo, not having a lot of fun as they'll trade ultimates. Root seems to have escaped whatever was going on in that mid lane as well. Has the Bloodthirster, heals up any trades very, very quickly and builds up that shield. Hard to attack this MF. Comfortably flanked in that middle lane. Still have the Vi ultimate on deck if they need it. But Tuts having to recall up there as well. Not having fun against the Robo Jackson as EZK being tagged back in to take over.
Yeah, and this is what Loud needs. They need Robo to start taking control, start taking over some of this game, and the top lane push is going to allow Loud to get this Rift Herald. So still map control, honestly in favor of Loud, despite some of the nice fight selection here from Furia in the mid game. And this is going to be the big question as the game progresses, is how is Furia actually able to generate meaningful advantages? Right now they are ahead, yes, but they have to be able to convert. Remember, damage concerns as we move forward in this game means that they have to be on the ball. They have to find the right picks, the right kills to be able to win this game.
Yeah, it's a small lead that they've eked out, but will it be enough to stop Loud once the items start coming through? Jojo looking to take aggressive positioning, always the first into any brush, the first leading into any play. That's just the kind of guy Jojo is. It's been such a boon to this Furia roster, I feel, being able to help IU elevate himself back to the heights that we knew he had deep inside him, and being able to lead Furia into so many good decisions, so many aggressive plays to push their advantages. Might be a little out of place right here, though, punishing in, and Kim come the TPs. Tinone's caught by the TP, not getting much damage. EZK's there, and Tuts round the corner to close the trap, as it's Croc left abandoned on the front line. Tuts picks up a charm to keep Redbird in range, and they'll find a second. Furia, aggressed on by Loud, they turn the tables.
Yeah, Robo should be able to trade it for a top tier 1. So first tower going to go the way of Loud, but they try to make a play on the opposite side. The collapse is simply better. Furia for the second time in a row, able to get more of their pieces into position. And now, Robo, you got to execute, my friend.
Yeah, a bit of a pickle here for Robo. Leaps over the wall, no mana to speak of, and the rest of Wiz ZZK will easily clean him up. So tower for a kill up there. Still, it opens up that map just a little bit more. I want to see how they're going to be utilizing Robo. Are they going to keep him to try and push for an inner? Are they going to rotate him to bot lane? There is a fresh juicy tower to be picked up from Furia as well there. But it's really just going to be so important how they utilize this Jax, as you flagged up, Hawk. They need to get the pressure. They need to make sure Robo is able to split Furia's focus to really just distract them throughout the important points of this game.
I mean, he needs to be a problem, and he's getting there, but
Yeah.
Same time, giving over another kill, giving over 2 more in the bottom side. I mean, Furia has just been so good at how they have coordinated these fights, better than Loud up to this point. It has resulted in a Tuts Ari that is quite strong. Wiz on this Vi as well. Both of these carries coming online here for Furia, and while IU maybe not as strong as they would like, also going for a bit of a different build than we've been seeing from the Ashes, the Blade of the Ruin King Rush. Furia is in a great spot. They have a lot of their
Okay,
members
Redbird,
at the place they need to be.
committed to this one. They have let him get away. It'll just be a bit of a chunk on the mid lane tower. Nothing too bad. Tuts on the flank, looking for a possible angle. All 5 members of Loud are grouped up in the river right now to try and contest this Hex Tech. Both teams would love some Hex Tech as Redbird is in. IU doesn't get caught by the seismic shove, though. At least
What?
Alistair on the front line. Tuts in with the flank, threatening onto Robo as the MFL rips through the Maokai and forces the flash away. Furia that want to keep this going. The Ashult gets a pick, but not too much of a stun. Neither team's losing a player, but both have taken some serious damage.
Furia, though, having way more HP to speak of. ZZK in particular, much tankier than anybody on Loud is at this point. It's going to net Furia, the Dragon, more than likely, unless Loud wants to contest. But this one feels risky, Trajan. No bullet time. I don't think Loud can take this fight.
Got 4 stacked up there, root over the wall, not quite with the rest of the team right now. Jojo's back on the map, coming through those Hextech portals as the Dragon's down to half. Furia, can you do it without the ults? Loud looks like they might be able to get this objective. Furia, will you let them get away with it? Croc secures it. Furia don't seem confident. They can't see the way in. Looks like Loud have just taken it.
Yeah, quite a bit of restraint there from Furia. I'm actually surprised that they didn't try to turn that one around. I guess a lot of their go buttons still not available, but they have the Vi ultimate, they have the all out, and critically, they have the stronger front line. I really feel like Furia might have just been able to rock up to the club right there, let ZZK soak up whatever damage Loud has coming towards them, and burn through this half HP Sejuani. Instead, they opt to give it away, and now they're going to try to find one on Tinones under the mid lane, rather bot lane tier 1.
No charm, but they've got plenty of dive targets to come through right here. The aggro, not quite swapped. Fizz, Furia Wiz will get away, and Tuts gets that bot lane tower. Now Robo stepping in to witness the carnage down here. Furia have to run for the hills.
The playful trickster there of Furia. Able to get away.
Oh,
Now is Loud going to be able to get anything back, though? That's the question. Uh-oh, Furia, that's some canceled bases.
they all got away except for Jojo. That's impressive, honestly, that they snuck away from that one, and even Jojo's going to live.
He's
thought
out of there.
That could have been 3 deaths for Furia plus the bot lane tower. It will be the tower regardless, but I don't think they could have stopped it.
Robo going to be everyone's least favorite top laner. Deny the wave first, just for good
Yeah.
measure. But, I mean, the pace of this game exploding. It's Furia making plays in bottom. Loud answering. Now play in mid. Here comes the Loud answer.
On to ZZK, but tanky as he is, and Redbird's already down. The Ash Arrow comes through. Tinones taking that damage. Here comes Space Gliding, Ash from IU, and 2 more kills picked up. Furia welcoming the aggression by Loud once again.
Oh, and they want to start the Baron Trajan. No teleport on Tinones. Dead for 30 seconds. Is this Talia? Full HP on everybody. And is the game just going to break open like that at 21 minutes in?
2 items for Tuts, plus the Leandries, the IO as well. The attack speed is high. They've got decent Baron damage, down to half HP. Tuts on the flank, looks for root,
on the side.
instantly stops the bullet time coming through. That's a critical flank for Tuts. They've peeled fully away. They want the kills at ZZK. The triple knockup for the Cassante. We questioned the pick, but we simply can't question the playmaking as Furia have caught Loud trying to contest them, and they will wipe every one of them off the rift.
Yeah, and the struggles for Loud still continuing. Furia outplaying in the 5v5 sequences every single time. Look at the top of the screen. 13-2 is the kill score. No matter what Loud has gone for, Furia has an answer. Let's remember, it was Loud that wanted to take the tower in the bottom side, but Furia coming off the reset first, they go into mid, and Redbird is simply not having a good game on this Alistar, not being able to find the critical engages, getting taken down first almost every time. Tinone's then paying the price for it, and Furia, a beautiful turn off this Baron as Tuts absolutely pries this fight open like a can of beans. Roots out of there. The Ahri's dashing through. They find the kills. They do not get their objective prize, but it is still a 5,000 gold lead when it's all said and done.
Plus the Baron buff to help those pushes go. Now Furia, we were calling for them to keep this pace up, guys. You need to
Baron
find
yet.
the lead soon. Oh, didn't turn. Of course they had to peel away. Didn't have the HP, so they've got to try and go for this again. You can see the gold graph. It's strong for them, and they'll have their ults back. We'll see if they might just go for the repeat play. But Furia, we needed to see them expand this gold lead if they wanted to have a chance against the possible scaling threats of Loud. They've now done that, and it's how they then push the advantage. Something they have generally been very, very good at throughout this split.
Yeah, and now Furia so far ahead. I mean, we had concerns about damage or what, but Furia's front line is stronger. They are going to live for longer. And you've got 2.5 items on both Tuts and IU. I mean, they have the damage to get through what is a Zeke's Sejuani, and that is it. I mean,
Yeah.
Croc is not thick on this Sedge at all, and Redbird, he may have the unbreakable will, but a level 9 cow cannot stand up to an extremely fed Furia. And Baron buff or not, they are going to open up the map one way or another with the top lane tier 1 dropping.
Yep, the front line a bit malnourished from Loud right now. They need some meat on the bones. They do not have the capability to stand up against Furia, which are right in the midst of a massive mid-game spike right here. Tuts as well in the Ahri, 4-0-6, has performed very, very well. Again, as we would expect from one of the most consistently high-value mid laners in the region in this split. And Wiz coming through on this Vi, not dropped a single death, found all the picks they need to. Great kill participation as Furia now looking into this bot side. We'll see what the focus is going to be. They have a Hex tech to maybe peel back for in 10 seconds if they want.
And this is another game, Trajan, where for the side of Loud, you know, Robo struggling to become the side lane threat he needs to be. He's not really winning the 1v1 as hard as we might expect, not generating the pressure that we would want. Croc struggling as the frontline facilitator. Tinones has not really gotten involved at all after what I thought was a pretty solid early game. And again, it's a situation where Root on this misfortune, he cannot carry this game alone.
Threatening Redbird, Tuts in with the flank. Root can't drop the ultimate when the Root is there. Can they get the charm? Blocked by Croc. Root survives for now. Could drop the E. Looks to try and fire back. Remember that MFL is ready to go as ZZK dropping down. Here comes the Shred. The W's enough to get him out of dodge, but Jojo, no such luck. A leap strike coming down on the head of ZZK. Surely expected. Almost dodges the stun, but not quite as Tinones follows up for the kill. Now Furia, they are the ones in disarray, pulling the retreat as this fight has gone pretty badly for them.
Yeah, and maybe Root can carry the game on his own. I mean, that was a lot of damage. Able to fire so effectively. I want to praise Croc for as much as I've said this player has struggled. Saves the play. Loud going to secure the dragon. Now the question is, what do they do about the Baron? Furia trying to force a response. And does Loud know?
Do they have the critical
Root
information?
is basing.
I feel like they might be lacking it. It's just going to be close. Croc's going to come around the corner. I think Fury just have to stick and
see it
finish
now.
it.
Can he
They
get
might
in?
just drop the flashes to get over the wall. They got the charm. It's come down to a flip. You could lose the whole game, but Jojo got it! It's a Maokai, but not a jungler, and they'll take 2 kills off the back of it.
Are you kidding me? Furia, they're able to get away with highway robbery as Loud walks in the nick of time, but in the flip, it's Furia that comes up heads. Incredible amount of poise and clutch, and maybe a little bit of luck going their way means that even though they lost the fight in mid, Furia finds the advantage nonetheless.
This may be a new exciting team in the CBLOL right now, Hawk, but this is still the CBLOL. You know how we get down here. We pull the Baron flip, almost lose the whole thing, take 2 kills somehow, and walk away with a smile on our faces. Furia right back to where they wanted to be. 5,000 in the lead, and this time they've got the buff to push with.
And so often it's Loud that is that team one step ahead. That feels like they're always able to get more than the opposite number. But in this game, it has been Furia the ones firing back. Furia the ones that seemingly always have an extra tool in their bag to pull out at any moment. Loud has been left waffling for answers. Baron push is going to be substantial. I mean, Furia, they already have a 5,500 gold lead. This is going to expand.
Furia making sure they have the Baron buff in both lanes right now, splitting the focus. It leaves them at risk if Croc, if Tinons, if they can find and engage, but no such luck thus far. It's the Baron of Pub minions, the cannon minions knocking away at this tower. Furia kind of hovering between the lanes, maybe watching for a lazy rotation from Loud. As one tower so far is all they get for the time being. They've still got a minute and change left on this buff. You can see a plus 3,000 gold movement already. But Furia, as we kept saying, you need to keep the pace high. You need to make sure you're consistently growing this lead, or Loud will always become more threatening later.
And there is a Hextech stole in 2.5 minutes, so Furia wants to have full map control. They don't want to give that one over. ZZK.
Damage. As Root cancelled his own ultimate, he tapped the button, double tapped it, doesn't have the bullet time now, and Furia are kind of free to push with a lot more abandon here. Redbird on the front line. They're not back in ZZK, though. They still found that tank line, managed to destroy it, as now Furia wanting to fire back the tower, though, still stopping them.
We're starting to see those beefcakes come online, though. Croc with the Warmogs not able to be taken down. Him and Redbird doing a good job of frontlining in tandem. Loud will still lose the tower, but with ZZK being killed, I think that's going to be the end of this Furia Baron push. A substantial advantage has been created, but the game yet to be won.
TP into the mid lane from Tuts there, just to make sure that that turret does not see any more damage coming through to it. As the Baron buff ticks away. So now no one's got a push advantage. No one's really got a huge map control advantage either. A couple of towers in the lead for Furia. But Loud still very, very threatening. They're approaching 3 items done en route with that ult's only going to keep hurting more. And he's building for the tank shred to make sure that ZZK cannot get away with getting caught on that front line.
Yeah, that Casante's been getting blown up in a couple of these recent fights. I mean, for as tanky as he was in the mid stages, he's still going to be very strong, but I mean, Robo is actually now up a level, approaching the Zhonya's Hourglass on the Jax. I do think it looks like that Furia, of course, exercising their control very well on the bottom side of the map. They should be able to deny the Hextech Soul on this spawn for Loud, meaning that while the game will continue, Furia still very much in control.
Yeah, we love the way they set up the Baron pit last time when they managed to catch Loud rotating over. They have an opportunity to do the same thing here with the current wave control, with all that vision that they have laid down on the bot side jungle. Got themselves a good opportunity to find the Vi combination, an Ash Arrow, a Maokai ult, pick someone off and stop Loud from having that advantage. As if Loud, if they can forge a path in, we know they've got the power. You can see the LDR just finished for Root. These MF ults are going to only hurt even more for Furia if they put themselves in the pit.
Yeah, Loud has hit their spike, so they're definitely jonesing for an altercation here on the bottom side, but it is very difficult to walk into this control. No matter if it's jungle, Leandry's Maokai, or support Warmogs, those saplings exerting so much control over zones. Loud, though, they're fully dropping this bot wave, so Trajan, they are sending it for this Hextech.
On his own, knocked over the wall as well, already used the stun, but there's the MF ultimate, a big damage onto Wiz, suffering on the Vi, but Robo is traded first, and Wiz slips away. Loud, they've lost control of it, they've lost control of the situation. Root's still alive though, Jojo suffering from the seismic shove, and Furia need to watch their step. They've not got the smite off, but they've got 2 critical pieces of the Loud combo.
And yet another play where Loud just seemingly misunderstanding how they need to approach it. I mean, Robo, no excuse for getting caught by 4 members walking in right there. Redbird gives his life for it, as well as IU was untouched. And as we said, the game, while not finished just yet, still Furia maintains quite a healthy and comfortable advantage.
Staves off that Hextech Soul, starts building potentially towards their own. That's something that could certainly stave off some of the scaling issues that Furia might have if they can get IU a Hextech Soul with 3 Drakes inside of it. He's, 3.5 items deep himself. The Ashe very much not behind the Misfortune. Still ahead, in fact, in terms of inventory power. It's just harder to execute, harder to get that value. You need a longer engagement to really lay the attacks down, get the Rangers' focus going. And so far, been doing a decent job at that. Furia now moving over to the Baron to set this one up, clear out the vision. They can keep that formula going. So far, they've been executing on it pretty well today.
I've been really loving their objective setups, the way they've played together. I mean, Loud, granted, not really contesting for it as well as I think they definitely could, but Furia very well understanding how to fight for zones. They're not leaving their areas of control, and just really intelligently picking fights to start off this series. With the Baron up, though, they are going to get onto it. Tuts and ZZK being bodyguards.
Jump onto Robo, as I used to working on the Dragon. Jojo on a flank. Redbert's going to sniff him out. We're watching for the ult from Root. Watching to see how Robo gets through as Tuts ults in. Using that cooldown already. Croc's not going to get a chance. They're going to finish off this Baron, but the fight is still going to go forward. Croc isolated by ZZK. Root stepping back. Hasn't been able to get the ult down just yet. They've got that first kill for Furia as Jojo is holding the line. The rest of Loud, they sense something has gone wrong. Drops the MFL to it, but they can't find the value, and Furia outmaneuver Loud once again at the objective.
Yeah, and Tuts with the triple kill off the back of it. I mean, playing out these Baron sequences so beautifully, being an incredible nuisance in the side of Loud on the flank, and now with 4 members dead for 30 seconds, Baron in hand, I think this is going to be Furia going up 1-0 in the series.
Committing to the mid lane push, and why not? 4 dead, 22 kills to 5 for Furia, and they will step over Loud to take this first win. 33 minutes in, the defending champions not opening their playoffs run as they would like, that's for sure.
19 of 23 KP for the mid laner of Furia, Tuts. An unbelievable start to the series. Everybody looking good. As damage concerns be damned, Furia much better fundamentals. They simply took better engagements. They understand how their composition was designed to function. And to be quite honest, Loud, I liked the way they played the first 10 or so minutes of that game. Yeah. But after that, they looked completely lost, unable to find any sort of winning play.
Yeah, there is a real world where that Baron flip goes to Loud, and the same thing happened, but to Furia, I feel like there's a realm where if Loud wins that play, that is incredibly tilting, I think, for Furia to have lost that fight, lose the Dragon, try to go for the smart flip, the smart steal, and lose everything, lose both flips across the map. They could have just crumbled, and the mental is gone, and you reset for the next game. But credit to them, they won that individual engagement, and they didn't really put a major foot wrong after that point. They was winning every single fight, as you flagged up, Hawk. Excellent on the objective setups. They know what their comp is good at, and they put themselves in a winning position to make that comp do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, and I do want to say, Furia, not a game without cracks, right? You mentioned the Baron flip. Also, I was having some concerns with their later game team fighting, the way that, the tankiness was starting to fall by the wayside. Loud was getting the front line coming online, right? Loud, unfortunately for them, not in good enough form, at least in the first game, to really find those punishes. But I do think there were avenues where that game was not well within their grasp. So Furia not out of reach just yet, but Loud needs to get it together on the team play because they looked disjointed, and Furia was able to beat them down for it.
100% Furia starting off right here today with a win over Loud in game number 1. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back in just a little while as this series continues. Welcome back, everybody. We're here back for game number 2 after Furia put away Loud without too much of a problem. You know, there were some spooky moments for them, but ultimately, when the chips went their way, they cashed them in and 10x their value. You know, they were investing heavily and they had big dividends here. Furia looking very, very confident, especially when they're in control. So, look, for Loud, we came into this saying we had questions. Have we received any answers yet?
Absolutely not. Maybe even more questions to be asked.
How about some more?
I mean, yeah, like, I said in the draft last game, I like this Talia B1, get Tinones back to basics. We got Croc on Sejuani. We're all comfortable. We're playing a composition of champions that we feel like we can do well on. And Loud just looked out of sorts. I mean, Robo on the Jax was not able to have any sort of impact whatsoever, despite getting a marginal advantage over ZZK in the early stages. Tinones on the Talia, I mean, just... It was bad. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was not good. Going back to it, like, I don't think this champion is good enough to be one. And so, if you're doing it to get Tinones kind of back in the game, right? Get his head back into things. I totally subscribe to that, Trajan, but I am not sold on the execution of the pick from the last game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this patch right now, a lot of the common B1s we see are like Sejuani, maybe Corki, you know, maybe some other like AP jungler. We don't really see Talia being prioritized here. And the fact that Loud have chosen to go back to blue side, taking the same mid laner that Tinones didn't look comfortable on, that didn't really have a big effect on the game, and that gives Furia the 2 counter picks, like the 2 power picks to start off their draft. They've gone back to the Maokai, which is now a known flex, as JoJo's Maokai support looked, I have no questions, no notes, it looked very, very good, but they've gone for the Zeri this time instead, which is itself a flex as well.
Yeah, it's not the Ashe, which is considered one of the strongest picks in the current meta. However, Vi was banned by Loud, and I think that is the reasoning here for Furia to pick up the hyper carry for their superstar AD carry. And I like this pick a lot, and I would really like to see Loud answer with an Ashe of their own, but instead, continuing to prioritize comfort. Get Croc onto Sejuani and get Robo onto Renekton, his signature champion alongside the Gnar and the Olaf. Funnily enough, Trajan, those are the 3 champions that Robo has seemingly looked the worst on so far this split. But again, Loud clearly just trying to go for a mental reset sort of composition.
Yeah, we've just not seen what we expect out of Robo so far. He's still, as you say, they're playing for comfort to sort this top side out with solid picks, consistent formulas that have worked for them in the past. Game 1 did not go so well for them. They're trying to write the story here again in Game 2. Now, Furia have gone back to the Ahri without the Vi. It's already banned away, but we know we're still going to have that Ahri in mid. It was a solid answer to Talia. It looked fine, and Tuts was able to be impactful in the later fights. You got ahead in gold, great KP as you'd flagged up at the end of Game 1, so I can't really fault it too much, and they still have the Zeri, right? They still now have, if anything, an even better late-game insurance policy in that AD carry value.
Oh, absolutely. They have a much better hyper carry with the Zeri coming out. The Ahri just going to serve as a bridge for it. I loved the way Tuts was playing to control the zones in the fights and would love to see it again. But the question on my mind is, what direction does Root go? Clearly, the Renekton being prioritized by Loud over any sort of AD carry, allowing the Ashe to get taken away. So, Misfortune, still available, could be a potential option, however, difficult to play against the Ahri composition that has come out. Ezreal has been a favorite of Root so far this split, as well as the traditional Kai'Sa that we have seen be one of Root's best throughout his entire career. I think that is the direction I would really like to see Root go, is towards that Kai'Sa. We'll see.
Yeah. Now, I don't love the direction we're taking for ZZK right here. The Cassante was banned. They've gone back to the Ornn. You've seen the Ornn from ZZK, and I don't love it. And look what is the response for Loud. So, I am not super confident. And once again, wary is the word I will use for ZZK in the top lane. He did have a decent game 1, but Robo's back on another comfort pick, and Loud has gone straight into the Kai'Sa. Solid in the lane, great. I think it much easier to deal with things like Ahri on the Kai'Sa, right? You've got better scaling, you can hold your own a lot better in those later fights if you're under pressure. So I don't know. I like the adaptations for Loud so far. Again, the Talia, I wish that was an adaptation. I really don't like that it was not changed. But the changes they have made, I'm okay with.
And here's what I'll say. 5 comfort picks for Loud, and Tinones did play the lane correctly against Tuts, which is very important. He kept early pressure for the team, which I would love to see again. Just shore up some of the mechanical mistakes, find presence in the later stages, and I think Tuts will, or rather Tinones will be perfectly fine. And I like it because, you know what, you got comfort across the board for Loud, and when Root is literally the only player that is seemingly on form on this team, put him on a champion that he can 1v9 the game with. Yeah, the misfortune, it was fine, it was difficult to play, but I thought Root played it perfectly fine. Still had impact. But on this Kai'Sa, this is a champion that can absolutely take over the game.
Yeah, 100%. As Wiz opts for the Nocturne again as the last pick. We did see this out of him last week, I believe. We're not seeing a lot of Nocturne these days, but it's still heavy dive with the Ahri. Not as much straight up lockdown. You need to go in, then drop the fear, then kind of wait for that to happen. So it's not quite as clean to execute there, but it's still got the same idea. And Jojo now just continuing the Maokai support train, just seems happy enough with that one. And I had no notes for him last time, so yeah, happy enough with that. So I think it feels better for Loud. It feels marginally worse for Furia. It's the same idea they have, just not quite with the same pieces in place.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid composition for both sides. I like what Furia has put together as far as a composition, just because, again, it's very fundamentally sound, right? It is something that's going to challenge Loud to just play properly, especially this Nocturne pick on 5. I feel like it's a bit of a suboptimal pick. You know, clearly Furia wanting to go for a bruiser-oriented jungle, so that way they still have a third threat in their composition. And honestly, Nocturne difficult to play into the likes of Talia and Alistar and Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa, one of the best AD carries at dealing with this champion. But when Loud was so poor at fighting for Furia's objective control, Nocturne is really great at punishing that. So, yeah, I agree with you. I feel like this composition for Furia is like not exactly a Furia sort of composition, but Loud has not shown me that they can actually just overcome what is a pretty solid stock standard 5v5.
Yeah, I think this Furia comp aims to expose some weaknesses that they found in game 1 with Loud. As you say, with the way they approach objectives, the way they play the vision game, Furia was very on point with controlling areas of the map, and now they can turn the lights off for Loud and cause extra confusion through that early part. So, love that for Furia, and I like the adaptations for Loud. Loud need to get their feet under them, I think, is the key right here, because if you just get bowled over like that in game 1, you lose that Baron flip, you go down 22 kills to 5, you could just get snowballed over in a series like this.
Yeah, and Trajan, I'm going to put the bar at the floor. Robo, Croc, and Tinones just need to have a fine game. They don't even have to pop off. They just have to not actively hurt their chances in this game. This game is on Root. The Kai'Sa needs to pop off, become the bullet angel that he was always meant to be. And as long as the rest of the team is enabling him to do that, Loud can win this game. Furia does not have the best answers for the champion. And that is, if you're a Loud fan, I think where your hopes and dreams need to lie.
Now we can quickly show what our predictions are for this second game as well. Remember, we're going over the headbutt, but doesn't have a poll to offer for it. Now, I think, yeah, everyone is now coalesced around Furia. And as you've said, Hawk, you like what Loud has done. You like the changes they've made to the comp. But Furia seems to know really exactly what they want to do. And after game 1, you know, we see no reason to believe that they can't.
And Trajan, I mean, the reason why I'm jumping ship is after watching that first game, I am legitimately concerned for the mental state of Loud. Their early game planning was fine, but all of their mid-late game decision-making was poor. Ever since that first Dragon fight where Furia started to generate their lead, the team just looked completely out of sorts, split on a call that ultimately led to their demise. And, I mean, while there's still plenty of time to right the ship, they have lost 4 games in a row here in the CBLOL. And I do think some legitimate concerns about how the team might be functioning together at this current point in time.
Yeah, for sure. Possible pressure points for Furia. I think ZZK is a possible weakness up there. If Robo gets rolling on the Renekton, starting to bully the Ornn, I think ZZK has shown that sometimes he's not the most reliable on the tank champions. And then IU onto this Zeri. We know that IU loves a bit of Zeri. I have no questions for IU's Zeri, but it's not quite as utilitous as the Ashe, and they don't have quite as good lockdown
I've seen
into
this
Root
before.
Kai'Sa. So we have it, the Renekton Sejuani classic maneuver. Let's see what you got, ZZK. How are you going to deal with this one?
It's going to be tough. We've seen this many times. Robo and Croc, back to basics.
Who's going to take the tower aggro? It's going to be Croc. Right, ZZK is going to get stunned up, diced up by the Renekton, and it's first blood, clean as a whistle for Loud to kick this game off.
Absolutely love to see it. If this entire game is about riding the ship for Loud, that is what you want. Croc and Robo linking up for the level 3 dive. This Renekton is getting going, a massive CS advantage. He's the one that picks up the first blood as well, and this is the position that Robo needs to be in. A brilliant play call as well from Loud, knowing that in the split map play, Nocturne before level 6, not the most to offer in any sort of cross map.
Yeah, so we good to see that there's still a League of Legends team in there for Loud that is able to execute on the standard playbook. You know, the Sejuani Renekton level 3 dive. If you can't do that, then you really just need to reconsider your profession at this point. So Robo off to the races on the Renekton, certainly going to be pushing ZZK around for the rest of this game, and going to be a big team fight threat as well. The Robo Renekton flanks are feared among the nation here in the CBLOL. So Furia's going to have to try and find that advantage elsewhere. If it's going to be in the mid lane, it's going to be in the bot lane. Wiz really wants to get that level 6 first, though.
And genuinely so important as well that not only does Loud get that playoff, but there is virtually no repercussions for it. Croc didn't lose any jungle camps. You know, sure, he's not farming the respawns quite as fast, but who cares? You know, Root maintains all of his summoners. He's even in farm. There was literally no cross map, no answer from Furia. And remember, in game 1, the story was so much about how Furia answered Loud's plays until Loud didn't have enough gas in the tank to fight anymore. And so getting off an uncontested play like that to just find a bona fide lead is so important for potentially how things could continue to transpire throughout this series.
Both mid laners clearing away. Tuts hitting the level 6. Just a smidge beforehand as Robo now under the tower, diving and putting pressure on. Loses a lot of HP for it, but still gets the play. Takes a tower shot as well. A little bit yikes for Robo right there. Has to slice to safety. Yep, does have the ability to get back. ZZK obviously already used it, and does have the ability to buy items in lane, so he'll be fine then to top himself up.
We've seen this from Robo before, going deep for the Demolish procs. He knows that he should be the first one to level 6, given the control that he has over the wave.
Aggression onto
You have an
IU.
all-in and bottom.
That Kai'Sa passive stacked up, not quite popped though critically. Jojo takes a chunk, but Root now slowed up by the Zeri with possible help coming around the corner. Wiz doesn't commit to it. Cleanse dropped by Root to make sure that he could escape the slow.
Should just be the neutral objective trade with the pressure and bottom Wiz onto the Drake, but Loud has the information due to the ward that Tuno's placed prior, so Croc can answer. Early dragons are good for the scaling composition of Furia, gives them flexibility as far as the fights that they can take later, but I think Loud is very happy to get Void Grubs for Robo in this Renekton versus Ornn matchup.
IU picking up some plate gold for himself right there, as the dragon should be finished off before too long for Furia. There go the grubs for Croc as well, as he's approaching level 6 too. Tuts trying to keep an eye on him. Doesn't quite spot him, I believe, but they have a good idea of what's probably going on.
I feel like Wiz probably expecting, you can see question mark pings that the Raptors are going to get started up. Both supports making their roams up to this side of the map as well. I wonder if Furia needs to cover any potential top dive. Robo right now just fishing for Demolish procs, but ZZK is low mana and alone under the tower.
Yeah, all cooldowns pop for now. Does have the ultimate, but needs to hold on to the mana for it. Checking to see what's going on there. They'll spy Croc, Tinones, and Redbird in the area too. Both the AD carries simply walking back to lane, but 8 members crowded around this top side for now. Wiz does have the level 6 to potentially pull the trigger if he wants to. They won't quite spot out Robo. He's going to get the back off. Possibly a Nocturne ult could have been dropped there, but now Robo's going to TP back in, and he's going to be hella strong.
And I do think that paranoia is what denied, or at least deterred, the proactive play from Loud, not wanting to dive for fear of the Nocturne being able to answer. So, and it ends up just being jungle control going over and not much else. All the sharks dissipating from the top side. The water's no longer chummed, if you will. And, well, as I say that, speaking of chum the waters, the fizz, as you so put it, may be under attack.
Wiz, he does not have smite. So, it's going to reset, and Croc's going to be able to take this one away pretty easily if he wants to. Tuts has cancelled the back of Tinones, but Croc is giving a fair amount of respect. Maybe he doesn't know that Wiz does not have Smite right now, or maybe is worried about the possible Arya rotation. Ends up calling it off. The red buff not taken by either side, as Wiz is now maybe looking to mid lane. Instead, Paranoia straight onto Tinones, gets the flash away, drops the spell shield. A charm lands from Tuts as well for follow-up damage, but Wiz has no mana, nothing left to offer, and Croc can look to punish Tuts. Surely not going to get to keep the ult right here, and has to Spirit Rush to safety.
Yeah, I think ultimately, though, you're going to take that one if you're Furia. You get the Summoner Spell for very minimal investment. However, Paranoia, though.
Ooh, Ayu drops
That's a big
everything to
cooldown.
get out of there. Flash ults as well. Redbird with a catch on the Alistair. Puts some pressure onto the Zeri. Now Croc has wound up to continue that threat. Ayu's getting the heck out of there.
We talked in game 1 about how JoJo and Ayu have been so dominant in the 2v2s. Excited to see how they play against Root and Redbird. And I will say, for all the criticism that I've thrown specifically Redbird's way, I do think Loud has outplayed their opposite number in the 2v2 so far.
Oh, going on to Ayu with no flash. He's barely alive, but a flash from Croc gets that kill over the line, as now the Sejuani somewhat on their own. Root coming to follow up as Tuts is on the rotation. Tinones is not moved an inch. Croc's gone down. Redbird's been caught by Tuts. Doesn't have the Spirit Rush, though. Might have to flash to secure it as Root is burning through JoJo. The flash is in for the Maokai. It's not going to keep him alive for long, and now Root has a free exit strategy.
And that's so big! Flash for flash on the back of it as Tuts wants to find him. But Root held the Summoner Spell the entire time and picked up 2 kills for their trouble. Wave denied from Ayu as Loud firmly, definitively in control of this early game. 2,000 gold lead nearly at 10 minutes. That is what you want to see if you're hoping for a competitive series. Loud looking like they can bounce back, and we said this game is on the Kaisa. He's coming online early.
Yeah, Root stepping up here in game number 2 to calm the nerves of the Loud fans in the audience and everywhere watching at home, watching their champion struggle against Furia in game number 1, but showing them that they are not done yet. They are still the champions for a reason. And now they have control. Leads in bot and top lane, decidedly so as well, with the mid lane still basically even. And Furia, without the same consistent tools like the Vi ult, they're going to have to work harder for this.
You can get another look at this play. I mean, this felt like the prison break in Andor. One way out, Trajan, and it's through Furia. I love the confidence from Loud, even though Tinones is late to the play. I mean, Redbird bought so much time. Did he escape on that Alistair? No, there's no way.
No.
He must have died. Either way, playing mid.
Having on to Kai'Sa, doesn't have the flash. Wiz doesn't get the fear, though, and now he's trapped under the tower. Instead, it's Redbird taking the brunt of it as Croc flies in to assist. JoJo not too healthy right now, and Root's going to be able to get that passive for the killing spree, but now the re-engage from Furia. They really want to kill this Kai'Sa. They've managed to get it for Tuts. Tinones, though, snaps back onto Ayu and picks up another Tuts with a Spirit Rush to safety. But Loud and Furia trading blows back and forth in that 2 for 2.
2 for 2, but it was a shutdown that went the way of Tuts. Root had the extra bounty on his head, and now the Ahri is 3-0. So right now it's a Crocodile and a Bullet Angel versus a Fox Girl in this game, as everybody else sort of behind the curve when compared to each other. All objectives staying on the map. Cooldowns, though, favoring Loud, as Redbird did not have the Unbreakable Will when that one got started. Robo, likewise, not forced to burn the Dominus.
And this is one of the most successful early games for Loud in a long while in terms of crafting plays and executing on them without too much issue. We just haven't seen this from Loud in so long, it feels like. But Furia now are going to have to be the ones coming from behind and dealing with it. Now, they've got the Ornn to give them scaling. They've got the Zeri as well. And we might have to see this go into the later stages unless Furia can turn things around in the next 5-10.
We're about 15, 20 seconds away from all those ultimates on the side of Furia, but I don't think it's going to be in time for this Drake. So that counter going to be equalized. We'll see if Loud is able to transition their pressure onto the top side of the map towards those grubs before they despawn in about a minute and a half. Currently, Loud has the ward coverage in the area. Furia walking into Jockey for control. All of those aforementioned ultimates have come back up for both sides.
Holding on to the mid lane tower right now are Furia. Loud, knowing that they are strong, stepping up confidently into that top lane river to look for a 6 grub stack in this game. As ZZK is going to have the back cancelled by Robo. Is getting diced up right now. The Renekton working away at the Ornn. Has the summoners and the ult if needed, but so far it's just going to get bullied out. The recall cancelled and more plates about to fall. Maybe even the tower. I don't know what the Demolish can achieve.
Yeah, with the 6 grubs, that's a big time stop right there from Robo. Good find. I don't think he gets the whole thing just because of the tower plating. Well, but what's it? Yeah, we'll see. Tuts, I mean, he's going to push way slower on this bottom side, though.
One plate for them right now. Jojo and Wiz in the offing. With there it goes. That didn't take long at all. Dang.
I mean, how long has it been since we've seen a Robo win a matchup like this where he's able to take first tower before plates fall? I feel like we used to see this all the time on champions like this Renekton. And sure, he got a little bit of help, but obviously utilizing it so well. He's up 40 CS, 2 kills. That's a whole Sterix gauge he just got on his base.
Jeez, 2 items deep, no boots of any kind, but pre-14 minutes.
Goodness. That's absolutely heinous. I mean, no boots Renekton is some evil stuff.
Yeah.
The movement speed, I feel like, going to be relevant for getting into these fights. And going for the Sterix, I mean, I'm not expecting any major team fights to break out where that'll really find value at the moment. Regardless, though, it does speak to, we saw the gold graph come up. This guy is just the strongest member in the game. And we also saw, not only is he the strongest, but the second strongest is the main carry en route.
Loud in a great position. Coming out of this laning phase, getting the gold exactly where they wanted it to be. And Furia are going to have to rely on Tuts getting some good catches right here. Has the Malignants and boots right there. Hit that first spike for Ahri. They've still got a long-range dive combination if they can find an isolated member of Loud. But they're doing a great job at sticking together right now. And the one isolated member is the massive Robo with 2 items completed already.
I don't think you could throw the entire kitchen sink at this Crocodile and kill him if you're Furia. I mean, you literally need the entire team. I don't think this is enough.
Gonna get the fear. Could they get the charm? Out comes the healing as well. It's good CC stacking, but it's not killed Robo just yet. They're trading this for the Herald. They have to make this work as a flash is dropped by Robo. Slices as well into the stun. Ayu's there to pack on a bit more DPS. The stun is going low. And Ayu just about gets it over the line. Herald taken by Loud on the other side, but man, that took a lot of effort. And Loud ready to pounce in the mid lane. ZZK flashes away. Jojo holding the line right now. Or ult comes through. Root gets chunked low, but will survive. They'll lose some tower HP as well, though, as Ayu cleans up bot lane. A lot going on the map right now.
Yeah, big mistake from Loud as it was Root tanking the tower, meaning that they couldn't continue to dive, but they do still trade it. So it ends up being mid lane tier 1 in trade for bottom lane tier 1 and the shutdown on Robo. Ultimately, you do take that one if you're Furia, but Croc going for a ride. Okay, so it ends up being 2 towers for Loud. I think the critical thing for me is, 1, that was an insanely close play. Robo still somehow almost turned that around in the 1v3. But Ayu is the one that got the shutdown. Once again, rushing the Blade of the Ruined King on a champion that does not frequently go for that item.
Yeah.
But I mean, that is a lot of gold onto the scaling win condition of Furia.
I think senses a Renekton in their future, perhaps, and it's going, I'm just going to make sure I can deal with Robo right now. Forget the rest of these. I'm just going to try and deal with Robo. And maybe that's not the worst idea. Now, the towers have started to fall for Furia. All 3 outers demolished by the Loud squad. And remember, they still have the grubs. They have the gold lead. They have a lot of pressure still on this map. And Furia, they're holding the line. They're not falling too far behind, but they're gradually getting squeezed out of this mid game.
Yeah, they're down, most certainly not out, and they do have massive scaling advantage due to the Ornn in the top lane. It's going to be a huge problem. Loud, for the next 10 minutes or so, I want to see them bust open the game. They should take this dragon uncontested, as I do not expect Furia to take a fight at this moment. But then it's going to be all about the Baron. Remember, last game, Furia was forcing onto 20-minute Barons, and although they didn't get it in that moment, they solidified their advantage by finding a wealth of kills. Would like to see Loud do something similar.
Loud going to be first into the area right here. Only Redbird currently on vision. Loud stacking up in the brush. They'll see them now. They'll know what's going on. Wiz with a flank position. Tinones drops a wall straight down the middle. Jojo counters with the Maokai as well. Redbird takes a charm. Probably has to drop an ultimate of their own. So Juani's in. Redbird's back in as well. Wiz turns out the lights. There's a small advantage for Furia for Vision right now, but they can't get good damage. And now as Loud comes back into daylight, they can step forward. Robo does have the boots completed right now. Sidesteps the charm beautifully. Flashes away from Furia. Both sides throwing abilities, trying to pull up that big catch, but no one's successful.
Furia, though, they want to try to get the mid tower. They desperately want to try to keep trading and answering in these plays, but Loud mounting and contest both their solo lanes as well as Redbird bearing down.
3 members for Loud, trying to sneak their way back in. Robo still very strong. Doesn't have the ult or the flash right now. Dangerous spot for him, but Tinones with a knockback. It's not enough to save the Croc, though, and Redbird now left on his own. Tinones can only watch as 2 members plus the turrets end up getting traded.
Yeah, Loud tries to have their cake and eat it too. They drop the mid wave and pay the price. They could have just been more patient towards that dragon. Instead, they end up losing out on the play as now Root's under attack.
Once more, the sidesteps, though, are clean from the Kai'Sa. Almost shreds both of them. The W sails past Ayu, gets a laser of his own out, and Root stands strong. That could have easily been the 2 for 0 there.
Oh my god, it was the bone blading that came up from Jojo that saved his life, and then Ayu barely getting missed out by the Void Seeker. Oh my word. Furia getting away with it, but Trajan, that gold lead starting to shrink. 1.2 thousand down from the nearly 3 that Loud commanded a mere few minutes ago. As we can take a look at this play one more time.
This is just
Loud went onto the dragon when this mid wave arrived. Furia went onto it with 5 members. I see no reason Loud could not have done the same. Instead, they drop the wave, they try to get the dragon immediately and defend the tower. And it ends up being a massive blunder that allows Furia to not only pick up a couple of kills, but also get the most important turret on the map.
Ooh, second play by Furia. This time they're onto the Kai'Sa. They've gotten deep on top of them. Tuts over the wall. Secures that one. And Loud are faltering once again. Furia keeping the pace high. Keeping that temperature turned right up on the game. And just like that, the gold lead has gone.
Yeah, I think Furia might be about to bring Loud to match point. I mean, the scaling team has completely equalized as Loud gets caught with a beautiful call of the Forge God Paranoia combo. Root has no way out without the flash for a few more seconds. They're going to be able to get the top lane tier 1 to finish opening up the map in their own right. That will give them the lead. And, I mean, they are completely comfortable in this game.
Love the choice by Furia to really just hammer that one home. Root only just about getting his flashback, didn't have the tools to get away, and Tuts once again in exactly the right position to secure that kill. 6-0-2 on the Ahri now. The numbers this guy's putting up in this series are kind of crazy.
Yeah, Tuts has been unbelievable on this Ahri pick. Doesn't matter how well Tinones lanes into him. If he's just able to make plays like this, it's been Tuts' best champion for a while, and you love to see him sticking to his guns. And now Loud, without an advantage. Remember, we said 5 minutes ago that they need to spend the next 10 minutes winning the game.
Oh, they're doing it again.
For all intents and purposes.
Root. He does have the flash to get the fear. Don't have as much damage to follow up right now, but Tuts on the flank again. How does he always have the perfect positioning? And Root cannot escape. Furia just turned the gas on. Suddenly, they're catching Loud over and over and over, and they can't put a foot wrong.
And not only is Loud not winning, they are actively losing at this point. The Baron going to go the way of Furia, as it was Tuts that found the beautiful flank as the reigning champions on the brink of maybe going to the lower bracket.
Oh my goodness, Hawk. Furia gonna pick up this Baron at 21.5 minutes. Now they've got the gold lead comfortably in hand, and all they need to do is mount the pushes. Look at this TP timing, it's beautiful.
And it was disguised by the paranoia. I don't think Loud knows that Tuts is here. Absolutely crushes this fight, finding Root in the back line. He has Tinones after the flash as well. So much damage coming out from this Ahri, as it was just an incredible collapse. And we said in the green room, Loud's problem is that they always take the fight the first opportunity it's available. Yeah. Whether or not it means skipping steps, whether it means taking full control. If they think they can jockey for space, they will. And Furia has so beautifully punished in this series. Think back to last game when they had the double TP flank to pick up 3 kills. Now in this game, Loud does not fully clear all the wards. They skip steps, and Furia has the confidence to take the fight to them.
And it was such a better start for Loud in this game. They did so much better in the lane. They got exactly what they needed out of top, out of bot as well. But still, once this mid stage has come around, Furia have been the one crafting the plays, and Tuts leading the charge into another collapse on bot side. Wiz is there. ZZK's TP'd in. They've got the Sterex down. Robo melting at the hands of Furia. The Fed Renekton suddenly looking very, very mortal right now. Root is still untouched for there. He could get the DPS down. Ayu has arrived over the wall as Tuts goes legendary in this game. The Baron's still live, and Furia, let's see if they want to keep this push going. There is a dragon to peel back for as well.
Oh, screw the dragon. They got the Baron and they want to get the towers.
Jojo wants to go in, drags back from the flash, and Tuts, in fact, has readied over to the mid lane to keep the double push going. Another tower secured. Ayu as well, clearing out so many minions. Tuts controlling the wave. Furia, they want to get this game done in the next couple of minutes, it seems.
Yeah, a monumental collapse this game from Loud, but you have to praise Furia for their team play and their ability to take over once given a lead. What was a 3,000 gold lead for Loud less than 10 minutes ago has fallen off a cliff into a 7,000 gold advantage for Furia. They are absolutely in a commanding position. 3 items on Tuts, 3 items on Ayu. The Magi is being bought and sold by Tuts. You can see, maybe trying to decide what too much confidence may be. But I'm going to be honest, I don't. Yeah, exactly. Not going to jinx it, but I don't even think it matters.
No.
I don't think Loud can win this game.
Yeah. Maybe just wants to buy it. He knows it's going to show up on the broadcast just to show everyone. I could buy this right now. I could literally buy Megas right now. That's how hard I am giga stomping the 4-time defending champions right now on a pick that's not even considered that good. It's not even that meta. We don't even see it that much. And the fact that Furia are doing this with ZZK on the tanks that aren't his best role, with Tuts on not the strongest mid lane, is far from it on the patch right now. Wiz on a fairly underplayed jungler. This isn't even on the hardest hitters in the meta at this point. Some of them are even being left open, and Furia is just not taking them, but they're still absolutely crushing Loud.
I mean, Tots has said, hey, Tinones, let me show you how to play a comfort pick. I mean, this Ahri has been absolutely spectacular throughout this series, and I mean, I really respect the confidence and the ability to pick this one in this position, and I'm at a loss right now.
One of these days, I'm going to have to stop hating on CBLOL Ahri, and as much as it pains me, that day is coming real close. Like, looking at the games here today, we don't see it that often, but whenever we do, it tends to be very competently operated by someone like Hao, someone like Dinkato, and now Tuts putting on back-to-back clinics on it, and the series isn't even over. I may be forced to readjust my whole worldview on this, champ.
Oh, man. I mean, ever since Malignus came out at the start of Season 14 as well, Ahri does way more damage. She's not just a charm bot that she was back in, like, the Everfrost days and Season 12, Season 13, that kind of stuff. And not only that, but, I mean, what could you not love about a mid laner that wants to fight basically at all stages of the game and has incredible amounts of individual agency in a region that thrives off of constant combat and individual agency and outplays? Like, it is like the dream CBLOL champion.
It is true. It is true. You're making good points right here, and they are chipping away at my veneer of stubborn play-by-play. I believe what I believe, and I gave up getting good at this game 5 years ago attitude.
Don't get me wrong. I totally subscribe to the, like, 2 years ago when all this champion could do was hit charms and Everfrost people. That was boring as hell. Like, I'm with you. But this version of Ahri is way cooler.
It's kind of cool. Yeah, it's kind of cool. We simply must admit it as Furia. Once again, setting up in this top side. We've had a couple of minutes of quiet right now. 2 minutes left on the Dragon, both to a piece, so no soul being threatened right there. The Baron up in 40, though, so Furia, if they can find a pick in the next few moments, they will be able to have an advantage take onto this Baron. And it seems like without it, they are struggling to really keep that pressure on to take objectives on their own.
Yeah. But, I mean, once again, Furia, so diligent in the way they take control. Multiple, waves before the spawn of the objective. They're already in. They're having Jojo and Tuts stick around. to make sure that Loud cannot retake control. And Redbird is on a secret agent mission right now alongside Tinones. I think Loud thinks that someone is going to answer this bot push, but Furia is calling their bluff. They can burn this Baron.
Yeah, they might just do it. They're just doing it, and I really don't think Loud are in position to start. Robo is recalling, Redbird's in the base, Tinones is on the other side of the universe, and there's just not a stitch of vision in there for Loud. So Furia, I guess they did all of their homework and went, oh, I guess we don't have to fight for it. We can just take this. We've actually done the hard part already, and this is the reward.
It is alarming at how much better Furia has been at just understanding how much time they have, given the position of the minions on the minimap in all 3 lanes. And this is really good to talk about. You know, we'd wonder how these teams are going to do against a Pain Gaming that has generally looked good throughout the entire split.
Yeah,
that is what you want to see from Furia if you're hoping that not only they can overcome Loud here in this series, but then potentially Pain Gaming in the next. As that Baron play, I mean, good talk, I guess. You know, is probably what Furia said, as Loud just misunderstood the situation.
Tinones picking up the inner and bot side, finally pulling the recall, but the inhib mid already down, and top lane under threat with the Baron wave. Still 2 minutes of Baron minions to go. Dragon now spawning, depending on a Furia. Want to take a look at it later, but for now, they're using every second of that purple buff. IU has the Ornn buffed Infinity Edge in inventory as well. We are starting to hit endgame Zeri, as IU has put on another quietly very strong game. Outside of the lane, he has been, pretty much no notes for me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, it's really easy when your team is winning, but IU has played well. He's not made any critical mistakes in the team fights. I definitely agree with you there. And even though the 2v2 has been in favor of Root and Redbird, I don't think it overwhelmingly has been.
Right onto Jojo. Or not used as well. They could try and clap back onto Croc here. They don't get the knockup, but they've got the Maokai Root, and a flash away from Croc. Will it save him? Just about. And now Redbird takes over frontlining duties. It's a thankless job as Tuts goes legendary. Dives in again for the charm. Wiz drops the paranoia. The threat onto Loud sends him scurrying back to the base. In he comes Wiz! Robo as well. Flashes out as well. Look, they're just getting corralled back in. Furia don't even need to kill the Loud members. They just need to spook them beyond belief, as Croc will finally fall. Root D into the backline, finds IU, gets one carried out. Tuts as well.
Oh, wait a minute.
Furia has evaporated. The shutdowns flying as they finally step too far.
Oh no, Furia! They screwed around a little too much in the base. They were stat padding. Croc stole Root's Penta, as Loud will hold on to the game. I'm going to be honest, Trajan, I don't think it's going to mean too much in the grand scheme of things, but let's see how much Loud can get. Objective bounty on the Dragon Infernal Soul point is something if they can maybe stall out for another 5 minutes. Unfortunately, the Baron will spawn before that, though, and they have no base turrets. I mean, this is an unbelievable uphill battle for Loud if they want to win.
Yeah. Devastating, the loss of Tuts' perfect KDA in this game, this series, I think. I don't know if he even died last game. I believe
series, yeah.
So sadly, first death of the day for Tuts' Ari. 10 kills on the board still, and Root got the Quadra, so all of the gold went into the one guy who seems mentally equipped to potentially bring this game back.
Hey, remember what I said, Trajan? This game's on Root.
Yep. He's got the zombies.
Everybody else just needs to not grief him.
Yeah, he's got the static to do his own wave clear. He's got the Zonyas to do his own peel. And he's got Nash's Gwynsies to do his own damage. This has to be a 1v9 of Loud tier proportions, and let's see if Root can do it. The gold lead isn't actually that big, but the map is still in tatters for the defending champs.
If Loud wins this game, build a statue of Root in the compound. Like, it doesn't matter. What, Loud HQ, I need to see one hit him in bronze. It would be an unbelievable feat if they somehow clutch this out.
Yeah, it looks like Furia are willing to just keep the push going in their already super minion lanes. They're not going for the bot lane right now. It's pushing in slowly. They might rotate over there in a bit if they can't make things stick here, but there's no Nexus turrets. If they get one small advantage, if they just drag Loud out into the wrong position, they could go for the end as the Ornn getting shredded on the front line. Has to flash away. Maokai ult puts paid to that one. Tuts gets a charm on the side. Robo dropping low. ZZK already though. And
it's getting goofy!
The backline with the Sterex, traded back by IU. They're at the critical kill. Jojo next to fall. 3 plays 4 right now in the Loud base.
But Loud got 2 more kills as Root is outputting a tremendous amount of DPS.
Wiz knocked back still. Root, that gets them the ticket into the backside, and Ayu now abandoned at the front line. Root with the Zhonyas.
No
there it is.
way.
Coming up huge.
Okay, Nexus getting attacked by the super minions. It's not going to be able to kill it. Tuts, he has the teleport. I don't think he goes for it. Loud coming back to defend as for the second time this game, Loud has staved off Furia in their base. By the way, that 7,000 gold lead that we talked about for Furia is now down to 2 as ZZK gets interrupted during the searing charge by that shove. First good one of the game maybe for Tinones as he just gets taken so low. You can see the DPS that Root does, and even though Robo looks like he goes too deep, at the very least they find the combo onto JoJo to trade it back. And Tinones starting to come alive. He finds the Weaver's Wall. He keeps things going. Good catch on the spell shield to make sure that another shove lands onto Wiz. And you talked about Root. He can do it all. He can engage with the killer instinct. He's got his own peel with the Zhonyas. Able to stay alive after cleaning up another kill.
Yeah, I'm thinking we maybe should have pushed that bot wave in hindsight. And now with the Baron live, it's not really that simple. Furia, they have to play with the vision down. The scuttle picked up by Loud, so there is no way for Furia to fully clean out all of the information there in that Baron River. And Loud, they've got time to get their feet under them. As we said, the gold lead now utterly negligible this deep into the game. They've got gold on their carries. Tinones is about to hit a Rabidus to keep him scaling up. And Furia are just starting up this Baron, trying to stop Loud from getting time to coalesce and get a plan together. And they will find the objective. Croc's caught in the front line. Watch out for Root, though. The critical Kai'Sa carry. But the front line is already falling. And there's no route in for the Loud carry. Furia might not have to answer that question. They've already got 2 down. 3 plays to 5 right now. Root gets 1. Robo buying time on the front. No knockup secured by ZZK. JoJo's kind of low. Ayu's not looking too good, but Tino's caught up by the Zeri. Root has to do it all. Gets 1
He's
more.
live.
And it's 2 versus 2. And no one has any HP.
Oh my word, Root finds 3 more kills, and I think it is going to save it. Furia immediately puts Loud in a position where Loud has to play any sort of Summoner's Rift gameplay and wins the play because Loud just has not understood how to attack Furia when they're set up on objectives this entire game. Yet, Furia then overchases, maybe a little overconfidently, and then gives over 3. They still have the Baron on Ayu and JoJo, but there's a Soul Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Root is full build. The carries on Furia are full build. Actually, Tuts has not gotten there. Tinones, he's got 2 sticks in inventory. Does he get to the Rabadons before this fight? You got teleports. I mean, all bets are off. No cleanse for Root is critical, but he does still have the flash. And the Zhonyas.
It would have been nice if they just taken that front line and gone for the Baron push instead, but they overstep and now they've kept the buffs.
And they have no side lane threat.
They don't have any, any pressure on those lanes. And Ayu's just starting up this dragon. This could go down to a flip, and if you give Infernal Soul over as well, the momentum is completely gone.
It's gone.
They will find it. Both of them going to the 3 dragon stack, but now Furia, do you want to overchase? You saw what happened last time when you reached too far. They're on to Root, who's kind of isolated, gets the fear, but no one can follow it up. Instead, they'll just take Robo.
Respect Robo for absolutely throwing his life away for his AD carry right there. Completely unnecessary. But respect nonetheless. 4v5. This should be what Furia needs.
Okay. Now, they get into the base. They've still got the Baron wave pushing in. 50 seconds left on it. Tinones with a wall out. Doesn't get too much, and Croc doesn't find the Glacial Prison that he needs. ZZK able to absorb the seismic shove. Root dipping in, diving out. In goes JoJo, trying to force the issue. Croc flashes away. Wiz on the side, but Root pumping out that damage to get the first kill for Loud. Now it's 4-4. Tuts is in deep.
He's alive!
Almost falls. Another critical Zhonyas by Root. Will he get the DPS?
They got him!
Says no, and Furia even shakier than last time. Man, they made us believe that Loud could pull the comeback, but still, it is Furia. They go to match point after just 2 games against the champions.
Somebody check on Root! Somebody check on him! The Furia fans going absolutely crazy as right now they have taken the reigning back-to-back champions to match point. But Root did everything he could to try to carry that game. And yet
really did.
failed.
You really,
Loud.
really did.
The team fundamentals are just not there. Furia playing better as 5. League of Legends is a team game, and they were able to take down the raid boss in the end.
We've gotten to the stage where you can't just click the be better button. You can't just say, actually, I'll just win, because Furia have done the homework. They've done the hard bit. They've set their objectives up. They've sorted the vision. They've managed to target select. They've done all of the things that just eliminate Loud's ability to outskill in the moment, and they still almost do it. Root is very, very good. He still almost brings this game back after 2 massively clutch team fights. But still, they were too far behind. And this is a game that Loud was leading out the early game, that Furia had to take back, and then Loud were reclaiming from the depths of defeat. The series is heating up, that's for sure, but Furia are the ones who they just look like the better League of Legends team on the day right now. They're playing better, they're playing smarter.
And let's talk a little bit about some of the stakes of this series. Match against Pain on the line.
Yeah.
Loud potentially getting sent to the lower bracket in the very first round. They would have to run the entire gauntlet just to get to the grand finals and win their 5th straight championship. Speaking of 5 straight, Loud has lost 5 games in a row. And correct me if I'm wrong, Furia is on the verge of being the only team not named Pain Gaming to defeat Loud in a best of 5 during their dynasty. I mean, that alone, I believe, is cause to hang the banner.
Quite possibly, actually. I think I'm trying
For as much as we roast Pain, I think they're the only team that has actually beaten Loud.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if old Kaboom beat them in round 1 winners in like 2021 with Wiz, mind you. That would be nice if that's actually the case. It might
2021 was
Pain.
before the dynasty.
It might just be Pain. Yeah, Pain beat them before the dynasty there in 2021. 2022 is when they started. And Loud didn't make it. They beat Red. I think you might be right. I think it might just be Pain. That's it. My word.
Furia
They're
on the
just
verge
too
of
good.
history.
I know. They really, really are. Unbelievable performance there from Furia to turn this one around, showing fortitude again to even coming out of a bad early game. They identify their strengths, and once they got that, they found like 3 more in the space of 5 minutes. They were like, now we know what can work. We know who's not got summoners. We've got the vision already prepared, and we'll just keep hammering you with this combination. They got the priority things denied. They didn't have the Vi this time, didn't have the Cassante this time, but they still executed on this really precise pick style to eliminate those key targets, and it did enough work for them. It got them that win once again.
Yeah, champions like Ari and Maokai seeming like a bit of a thorn in the side of Loud, a team that seems to just not be able to get all their ducks in a row.
Yeah.
Trajan, how about we take a quick break, and when we come back, we will see if Furia can complete the sweep.
And we are back here at the CBLOL English. Game 3 is coming up thick and fast. Furia sitting 2-0 ahead of Loud. Now, I don't know what anyone expected to happen here today. I don't know how many 3-0 predictions we would have had, I'll be honest.
Especially not 3-0 predictions going this direction. I mean, all expectations are that Loud is going to turn on the afterburners in the playoffs. But Trajan, if anything, it has been the exact opposite for Loud, where they have completely fallen apart, looking like a team that does not know how they want to play League of Legends together. The late game Loud, no longer. Simply a lost Loud. Furia on the verge of beating them in a best of 5 for the first time that any team will have done so other than Pain Gaming in the last 2.5 years. A monumental task. And I've got to say, we're getting to the point in the series where Furia's up 2-0. Loud back against the wall like a caged animal. Might go wild. We've seen crazy voodoo magic from this team, but Trajan, I think we've done a pretty good job of dispelling it so far this series. We've not overhyped Furia too much. I even predicted Loud to make sure we didn't, give all false hope to favoring one team.
Exactly.
Surely they don't have what it takes to bounce back.
Yeah, if we all stay calm, surely the justice will be served, potentially, in this series. Or maybe, as you said, Caged Animal, in front of their own Nexus in Game 2, they went a bit wild. Root decided to put the whole game on his back for a good couple of fights and almost scrapped his way out of being dumped in it again by a struggling top side. So, I don't know, dude. This could go anywhere for sure. And before we get into the draft, we do, I believe, have some content that Rose would like to present to the class. So, producer, if you'd like to show us this from Lunar Day, our well-known compatriot from the chat. Anyone ever notice when Rose produces, the best of 5s are always 3 games? True. No one can dispel this. I dare you to prove it wrong.
I don't believe I can. We have a lot of 3-0s in the CBLOL, I feel like. Except for when we get into the lower bracket and it gets crazy.
Yeah, we got some good 5-game just carnivals down there in the first couple of rounds of losers bracket normally.
Carnival's a great down.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to the losers bracket. I always look forward to the losers bracket since we added it here in the CBLOL. Great change, no notes. But yeah, the first few rounds normally do separate quite decisively, and now especially that we have Pain and BKS 1 round ahead, waiting to see the victors of these first 2 rounds of plays, those absolute top teams will face a slightly kind of strength tested opponent as well, so we might get a bit of a closer run thing up in that winners bracket later on.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely expecting some excitement in the winners bracket. Like, I'm interested to see as well, to kind of talk about the bracket as a whole while we have the time, if Pain and Cade are going to continue to be that cut above everybody else, because they were pretty definitively the 2 best teams throughout the entire regular season. But we've seen flashes of brilliance from other teams here and there, particularly Redkin is on their 8-game win streak. And so I wonder if it's going to be a formality that Pain and Cade Stars meet each other in the upper bracket final, or whether or not someone will be able to contend.
Yeah, it could go so many different ways, and we know that we need to not get settled into a track with the CBLOL. We have seen reverse sweeps, we've seen massive comebacks. Last split was rife with them down in that playoff section. So, and even looking from game 1 to game 2, the way that Furia had to win was with so much more effort. They were down in the early game as being ahead in the first game. They had to pull the comeback, and then they were the ones overstretching, which is normally what we'd seen Loud do before, overreaching for plays and Furia punishing. Then Furia started to get a bit comfortable, get a little bit sloppy, and that is the enemy of success here in the CBLOL against Loud. Specifically, the biggest enemy against Loud is getting too comfortable against them.
And you definitely can't, because again, Furia's game has not been without cracks. It has been far from a flawless series. It's been I would say, by and large, fundamentally sound series. They have not made too many critical errors. Like I said, I really think the reason why that last game went an extra 10 minutes is because Furia just screwed around and played for KDA in front of the Nexus instead of just hitting it. It happens. Yeah. That game was won, and they still did win it. But their early games have not been flawless. Loud has drawn first blood both times thus far. In general, early proactivity has generally been stifled by Loud. Fury has not been able to find the dominance that they would like to get big advantages. And in the team fights, even though they control the zone super well, Loud has not been without finding some of their individual outplay moments here and there to at least make things spicy.
Yeah, 100%. Now, looking forward to the pick and ban, which will be coming up shortly, we have seen Loud go blue side twice in a row. First pick, Tinone's Talia twice in a row, and then go Sejuani jungle and Robo Classic in top side. Do you think it's time to change this formula, and what do you think we maybe should see instead for Loud? First, do you think we should see them onto the red side, and then what would you like to see them prioritize in the draft if the Talia just is not doing it?
I definitely don't think you go red side. You have to stay on blue side, because the reason being is I don't think there's any, like, Tinone's is just not a counter pick guy, right? He's going to play a mage, and he's going to be useful, probably, on a mage.
One would assume.
And Robo has had better matchups, the split pusher into the tank, both games, and not converted. I mean, last game was massive on the Renekton. Started the game 2-0, 2 items, 13.5 minutes. Oh my god, he's out of control. I'm pretty sure he ended that game with 2 kills, Trajan. So, interestingly, Loud has opted for the red side. What I was going to say is that the better adaptation is get rid of either the Maokai or the Ahri. These champions in conjunction with each other have been a huge problem. Loud has simply not been able to deal with the amount of zone control and just all-around pressure that they provide. So, I think this is the better adaptation for Loud. However, at least so far, the draft seemingly going to remain similar as far as the picks are concerned.
Yeah, belt and braces, they banned both of them away, along with the Nidalee sticking around. The Robo Jax removed by Furia, Corki as well being banned continually all series. The Azir now left up, and the Rumble Permit as well. They've gone into the first pick. Ashe, as we've said, very, very strong for IU, very, very strong in general. And Loud have kept the same draft so far, just on that red side, saving an ultimate counter pick if they need it. Furia, though, with this change in dynamic, has left the Vi open again. They've gone straight back to it. And Jojo onto the Rel quite early here. We haven't seen any Jojo Leona so far in this season, in this game. And like I say, the Maokai coming up twice now banned away. So I'm interested the Rel comes first, especially given that Redbird has been playing a lot of Alistar in this series, which I think normally people opt into as an answer to this Rel.
Yeah, which I'm expecting to be the response, but instead we're going to get another favorite of Roots, which is the Xayah. Remember, it was like Xayah and Kai'Sa and Aphelios that Root really made his name on with Loud last year in 2023. Even when they weren't the most meta, those were the champions that Root was playing to massive success and back-to-back titles that year. And so, seeing that one come out again, it's fantastic into the Xayah and the Rel. Remember, in game 1, it was the misfortune that we saw against the Ashe. But with the dive composition that Furia locked in, Root forced to go another direction. And something that we were discussing a little bit is that we've seen not a ton of massive proactivity from Furia, instead preferring to have Loud fight into them a little bit more in a lot of these situations. I think, you know, proactivity to put themselves in situations where Loud has to fight into them. But now maybe the dynamic could potentially flip with the Xayah pick.
Loud focusing on thinning out that Tuts pool with the Azir and the LeBlanc. Furia focusing on that bot side, taking away the Rakan for the optimal duo down there. We'll see what else they want to focus on. Maybe denying a Robo staple, or maybe the Renekton, maybe something else to try and free up that matchup with ZZK. Now that we have this different dynamic, I'm wondering if this is going to open up ZZK to give him a chance to play something a little more bruisery rather than the tanks, and they've removed the Robo. Poppy as a great answer that he will pull out into the bruises, so I think we might see something a little bit more carry-oriented for Furia up here. But what would you like to see Tuts take with the Vi now that the Ahri's been removed and the LeBlanc? You know, a lot of these premium picks for him are gone.
I mean, surely it has to be Hui, right? There's not really anything else in his pool, unless we want to go down the tier list to, like, Orianna, but that's not exactly the best matchup into the Talia either, so I don't think there's anything else you can go. Lucian would be my pick of choice if they hadn't already gone for the Vi on 2, but I don't expect that. Honestly, I see no reason to change it up. Go Hui right here for Tuts, and also top lane, I think it's still a tank. They've been picking tanks into bad matchups for ZZK so far this series. Why not blind one more? I see no reason to flip the script. Just play for the 5v5 because Loud has shown they're incapable of breaking through what Furia has offered so far.
Yep. Just be back to the Cassandra, the Ornn. Could be a Kennen maybe, but they've already got AP on deck now, so they don't necessarily need to fill out that pipe.
Kennen is not good here.
Really, just going into the blank, into that team. Oh,
It's
maybe.
really difficult to play Kennen against Xayah, Talia, and then like double frontline. There's just backline access doesn't mean as much.
Yeah, so they've gone for the Renekton instead. So ZZK, a very strong Renekton player in their own right, a good, solid lane bully on picks like this. And now Loud does have the counter, though, with some of their classic answers removed. So let's see what the final piece is going to be.
Well, back against the wall, it's going to be Robo Olaf. What else could it be? He's only got one game of it so far this split, and it was an absolute stinker of a game. But this is still a pick that is so globally renowned that it is banned away from him even at Worlds, regardless of whether or not the pick is meta. We know what Robo can do, and generally he has had ZZK's number whenever these two have played against each other. In a little bit more of a carry-oriented matchup, Loud needs Robo to step up on his signature pick because this game, this composition, the Xayah cannot 1v9.
Yeah, it's just not doable right here. Loud are going to have to pull their socks up and finally get something going. They had a good early game in the last, in game number 2. Let's see if they can continue that. But Furia now with a totally different dynamic here. Games 1, game 2, similar ideas, similar win conditions. Now we need to see them shift into something different. Tuts sitting on the backline still has excellent damage to pump out, but a lot more vulnerable. And now ZZK, a little bit more pressure to get a bit more of a lead in that laning phase. You don't want to just fall behind and be a weak Renekton going into Talia Xayah diving into fights you've got no chance of walking out of.
And I will say, I do think that ZZK really just has to not lose the game on the top side. He just has to be a useful Renekton. Doesn't have to be a strong one, just useful. Stun somebody and not instantly die in the team fights, because Furia should have the winning bottom side 2v2. Nautilus and Arel, a little bit of a self-counter pick coming out from Redbird. You've also got the Ashe, sustain DPS, and poke that she can output into the Xayah. And not only that, better mid-jungle. Once again, the Vi Hui has the option to attack this Talia, and the Vi has the favorable matchup against Croc Sejuani. So I still think Furia has a lot of tools. They should be in a position to not fall as far behind as they did last game. The early game dominance from Loud not here as much, and I do think that the lane that we're looking at right now, this top lane in game number 3, is going to be where everything is decided. If Playoffs Robo is going to make an appearance in this series, it has to be now.
Time is running out for you, Loud. You don't want your legacy to end like this. Furia, the upstarts coming up here, putting this roster together, reviving some of their most promising talents, and returning some old names that we know and love from the past have put together such an effective formula. They look better by the day, stronger by the game, and they're on the cusp of blowing out our 4-time champions, knocking them into the losers bracket from day 1.
And blowing out is a great way to describe this series. I mean, Loud has had a rude awakening to these playoffs that, you know, maybe they can't just limit test, quote unquote, the entire season and figure it out. There are some good teams here in the CBLOL that are always chomping at the bit to press them, to overtake them, to be the ones to lift the first trophy since... Who even won in 2022 Split 1? I don't even remember.
Red, I think. I think Red.
Red, yeah, I think it was Red.
Yep. And they defeated Pain, I think, Lamau.
Think about it this way. The last time a team not named Loud won a CBLOL trophy, I was not a caster for this league.
Woof. That is... Yeah, I think that might have been my first split in CBLOL English. Might have been that one. Or maybe 2021 Split 2. It was a long-ass time ago. That's for sure. It's been all Loud all year for a long, long time. And now Furia, see if they can knock that down and start breaking that narrative here in round 1 of the playoffs as the 2v2 aggressively coming through for Furia again. This is what we would expect right now. Ayu and Jojo starting to press forward already.
Not even needing the level 2. They've got the push on the wave minion advantage, and they take it to Loud, who... Xayah suffers from poke because even though her range is decent, she really wants to be fighting champions that have to walk into her, and the Ashe does not suffer from that drawback. Able to harass from a very long way away, and not only that, minimize the kiting power that the Xayah has with the slows.
Croc with a little nifty steal on this top side. I think Wiz isn't going to be able to stop this one as Robo is looking for that push. I don't think they're going to be in a position
This is tough.
dive. He's trying to hold the wave, trying to not put it into that bad spot. Wiz is going to be on the top side to assist. They're going to crash into each other, Croc and Wiz in that jungle, but Croc has the double buffs. Vi, though, strong in that 1v1 and can hold Croc out of pulling the dive just now. Furia, this time being able to answer.
Yeah, Croc able to win in that initial trade. Sejuani having a little bit more upfront burst than the Vi, who obviously wants to take the extended fights with the denting blows. Actually, a decent trade does dissuade any sort of play on the top side. So the blue buff steal doubling actually as a cover here for Robo, who had the wave in a dangerous spot.
Furia Jojo getting in aggressive into Redbird here. Could be looking to burst the summoner. Cleanse out of IU, and that's going to be first blood, surely, but the Ash is so low. Flashing into the alcove route. Can't get past the minions. Jojo putting up the arms, saying absolutely not. Do not attack my carry, and gets the flash out of route in just the last possible moment. But IU and Jojo stand tall.
And that's the 2v2 we've been wanting to see out of IU and JoJo all series, making it happen on the bottom side. Tinone's even shadowing down, but not able to find it, as IU riding the limits beautifully with the survival.
EZK in the 1v2 has to flash away, followed by Croc. Sejuani. Jojo clips him with the undertow as well. He's going to get the heal off. It's not enough to keep him alive. The last tower shots do not defeat the Loud top side. And now 1-1 across the map.
And the critical matchup does start to swing the way of Loud. So that's a critical pickup from them to get the kill. And not only that, but it goes to Robo, who needs to convert on his lead better than he did last game. Of course, the bottom side going the way of Loud, of Furia, is still an extremely relevant advantage. You mentioned it last game. I feel like IU, no notes so far this series. Sure, the 2v2s have not exactly gone their way up to this point, but by and large, have not made any sort of critical mistakes. I think JoJo in particular has been fantastic with how he's played in the mid to late stages.
Yeah, for sure. Always happy with JoJo as like an on-rift general for his team, calling the shots, making the plays. He's done so with so many different organizations, with so many different teams, with different carries. He's just been one of our most long-standing, consistent support threats for so much time now, and provides a great deal of leadership, I imagine, for this Furia roster, helping them grow into this massive threat that they have become.
Maybe a bit of a scuffle brewing on the bottom side yet again. Is lurking in the area. Loud, they have the wave pushing away from them, but Croc is leaving. However, respect being paid at least for the time being.
Tuts has the level 6. Tinner without much mana to speak of. Got him pretty low. Vi, though, only level 4, so they can't play any crazy dives just yet, but Tuts must be thinking, hang on, one more isolated lightning bolt. That could be the kill. Might bait him into a bad spot. Croc is working on the camp right now, but Tuts is pretty far forward.
Yeah, I mean, Tuts can just jail him right here. Like, Tinone's has to base. It's going to be a whole wave denied. We talked about Tinone's playing well in the laning phase so far this series, but, I mean, with the switch up and picks, Hui having the advantageous matchup, and Tuts is really dominating.
And Croc thought about it, but didn't end up sticking around here. Tuts still stepping forward again. Doesn't have any vision on that top side. Wiz now is going to perform the cover. Going to find Sejuani working on this grub camp, and ZZK's got control of that mid lane. Tinone's has to back, as you've said. Doesn't really have any resources. Croc pretty low right now. Possibly going to walk slap bang into the Hui, who's not committed to the full rotation just yet. Furia given over the grub camp, as JoJo has already rotated over here. So no blood spill around this play, but Furia able to muscle Loud out.
Yeah, it was an ambitious start of the objective there from Croc. Not really much push to speak of in top lane. Mid getting absolutely blasted. Maybe the assumption was that the Vi was on the bottom side. Perhaps a read off of Wiz's clear. But either way, Wiz has done a really great job of directly attacking the neutral objectives instead of just handshaking every play in the series. I think has, in general, had a pretty solid showing up against Loud so far. Definitely has had Croc's number and not giving over anything for free.
Yeah, when they're both on the same style of junglers, you know, there's such a wide range of playable jungle styles, everything from Brand to Nidalee, Lee Sin to Sejuani Maokai. Sometimes you can just kind of operate the jungle matchup based on who has a different style of play, and it's not easy to necessarily match up and judge different jungle performances when they have such different goals. But Vi and Sejuani and Maokai, like, I kind of feel like these guys are kind of doing pretty similar jobs, and I feel like Wiz has been just doing a better job at that so far today.
And Trajan, I know the camera's not been down there in a while, but unless something happens in top lane right now, I know I said this 2v2 would be in favor of Furia, but Root is getting blasted.
Wiz has the catch onto Robo there. It's Olaf, though, is dropping pretty low. They need to get the kill over the line. There it is.
Ooh.
ZZK just stopped auto-attacking for a second there. That gave me the sweats, but Wiz manages to get the kill. It's another very tight run thing, but Furia comes out on top of it.
Not even close, baby. And now they're able to shut down that Olaf Furia. Again, ZZK just has to not lose the game because IU and JoJo are damn well winning it up 20 CS as well as the kill in the 2v2. This is an unprecedented level of shellacking in the bottom side. And I kind of want to see that top play again because I'm not sure if Robo canceled an auto, Trajan, but I think he might have. I think he missed that kill.
Yeah, I think ZZK try to walk away and get out of range to stop him healing, I guess, is the call from there, right? Evidently won't have the Q for healing, and it's very easy against Olaf to be like, if I auto-attack him one more time, I'll totally kill him, but he heals up the same amount as Tino and's getting chunked out by that Spiraling Despair from Tuts in the mid lane, who has a summoner, has Wiz in the back pocket too to threaten. Croc doesn't quite get clipped by the Vault Breaker. Furious mid-jungle will maintain control, but not be able to find a kill opportunity there. But yeah, this top lane, I probably would have tried to auto-attack Robo and then died and given over the first blood. So, you know, I don't want to question necessarily the choice in there for ZZK. And yes, possible that Robo actually missed an auto or two that might have swung it.
I think ZZK definitely made the right call. I mean, it doesn't matter if the Renekton gets the kill. You're just hoping to shut down the Olaf. And he doesn't have teleport to come back, remember? So, you know, missing out on some creeps. Things
useful Renekton.
Still pretty
That's
even.
all we need, right? Useful Renekton.
Yeah, non-game losing Renekton, especially, like, again, mid and bottom are absolutely blasting right now for Furia. Like Loud will just lose this game if they're not able to disrupt the status quo, because this is a pretty overwhelming advantage that Furia has built off of purely laning. 1.6 thousand at 10 minutes.
Such a strong start for Furia. Not the same state from game number 2. And if Furia has shown us anything so far in this series, is that when you give them a lead, it takes a lot for them to throw it. It takes, you know, a Nexus dive gone wrong for them to actually start misplaying with an advantage. Tinones, looking up to top side, does have the Weaver's Wall. We have not seen really hide nor hair of the Talia so far in this game. It's just being shoved around by Tuts' way, and that's been the story all series. The Talia just hasn't really been hitting yet, and we're running out of time for it to start hitting.
Yeah, I think Tinones has done a really great job of, you know, exerting control in the series on the Talia, but I agree, it has been a very unimpressive series from Tinones, and definitely not in a great way.
Lovely buffered crash down from JoJo, escapes the Glacial Prison right there as IU is continuing to just push down and press en route under the tower. It's not fun in the 1v1 for the Xayah right now.
20 CS lead growing to 30. I mean, this is a brutality in the bottom lane right now. As, like, IU is CSing well, but Root it has missed so many creeps. I don't know if, it's getting forced off. Obviously, the kill and the flash force probably had something to do with it, but I don't know.
Now, Loud do have a position to contest this one. IU's coming up the river and has the ult to contest it. Drops it, in fact. It's going to land on Tinones. One grub done, but they're going to get this Talia down. There's the Vi ultimate to secure it. Flash away. Tinones is alive. Severing Bolt does the deed, and it's traded for the jungles. 2 for 1 for Furia right now as IU is here. It's a little messy, but Furia, they walk away with the advantage, and looks like it could be another 6 grub game for him.
I mean, Furia, they're getting ready to hang the banners, Trajan. No, not a championship, but the We Beat Loud, because 2,000 gold now in the lead, a 1 fight around the grub. Sure, they don't get the objective, but they're still finding the advantages nonetheless. JoJo able to cover up the play on top lane, deny Croc the move, as it was IU with a beautiful arrow on the Tinones. That set up the alley-oop.
I like that. Croc and JoJo both waiting to see if ZZK was going to join that play and coming out of the woodwork. They'll both
Croc
peel
is
back.
Fiending for these grubs.
He really wants them, loves a bit of grubbies, and he's trapped in the pit with no flash. Gets one of them at least. It's not going to be a 6 grub stack, but probably has to seed the last one, and they already get the extra spawns from this, so I don't know, man. He doesn't lose anything for it, I suppose.
Yeah, like, you get one. It's fine, I guess. It just kind of takes time, but we can take another look at the fight as IU A beautiful Ash Arrow to set this one up. And look at the positioning. Wiz able to come over the wall to combo on it. Him and JoJo finding Tinones. And even though the front line does a good job of consolidating here for Loud, Tuts is way too accurate. Redbird's not tanky enough on this Nautilus. He's no longer got that unbreakable will. And it ends up being a 2-for-1.
So Furia continuing to grow that lead steadily. 2,500 right now at the 13-minute mark. Loud does have the first dragon to their name, but Furia with the 5 grubs, if they get onto those turrets, they're going to start shredding them. And we know already the bot lane is comfortably in hand for IU. Root just doesn't have a champion that can contest the Ashe right now, as Furia instead looking for a second dragon push with the mountain up in 5 seconds.
And, I mean, Loud does not have item spikes to speak of. We saw that gold graph come up. Root is just absolutely out of the game. He's barely ahead of the enemy support at this moment. I don't know, like, Sundered Sky is actually the only completed item that Furia has, so Loud in terms of combat power right now, seemingly not that far behind, but the Archangel Staff not converted into a Seraph's is not exactly an item spike for Tinones to play around.
No, not a big spike, really, for anybody. Again, that first one completed. They've got the Zeke stun for Sejuani again for Croc, I suppose, but then this is a supportive influence. They don't have their key carries scaled up and ahead like they did coming out of the lane in game number 2. And this is resulting in them leaving the Dragon open wide and uncontested. So Furia going to balance the scales there, avoid any threat of a possible soul fight quickly down the line. And we see them playing with a lot of consideration, a fair amount of caution here, not feeling like they need to over push and over chase. We spoke before about how they were playing very reactively before, trying to punish mistakes from Loud. Right now, it seems like kind of a mix of both. They have been trying to collapse on Croc when he's too far forward, but they do have the Ash Hour on the Vial as well to get aggressive if they want.
It feels like very intentional proactivity, you know, so it looks reactive, but Furia knows that they want to play for these fights. They're just playing off the second turn, if that makes sense. I feel like that's the best way I can describe what they've been doing in the series, as now they want to play the second turn on this Rift Herald, trying to walk in, take some river control. Something that we've not really talked about this game, Trajan, is scaling. I think scaling on paper pretty even across both teams, you know.
Yeah.
Team fighting mages, 80 carries, and top laners that fall off but like playing in the 5v5, right?
Yeah.
I do think, though, Furia's composition is much easier to play in the 5v5. And ease of execution has been something that has burdened Loud so far.
Yeah.
Which definitely makes me favor Furia in the late game.
Missing the Nautilus ult for JoJo. We'll get the flash off the board for the Furia support. Wiz keeping an eye on Robe on the rotation. His tower's not that great, but Renekton's already moved away. ZZK instead, maybe trying to contest Loud on these bushes. Throws the Sejuani ultimate, doesn't connect with the Vi, who's going to simply queue to safety. Dominus out for ZZK, and they'll get the blue buff, instead committing back onto Croc. The rest of Loud watching from the sidelines. Furia trying to get away in Ash Arrow onto Nautilus, but the lovely buffered hook gets him away. Both teams effectively managing the threat right there. No one finds a good opening.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates committed on both sides. 2-4-2 is the trade, but Furia, they are able to force Loud out of the river, which gives them first access onto this Herald. We'll see if Loud plays for a retake. Robo has a threatening flank position. It's up to ZZK to try to mark him out.
Rock, they're going deep onto Croc. It's a little split for
Furia
this is
too
right
deep
now. This is a bit deep for Wiz. They maybe need to try and peel back. Vi is not getting out of there, and they just don't have the damage yet on the way to take out Redbird in trade. Furia now with one of their first direct active missteps in the series.
Yeah, and Tuts loses the flash on the back end, tries to dodge away from the Robo Axe, so they're actually going to attack him immediately.
He's going to get out of there. Slips away, does Tuts.
Yeah, but as you say, it's Furia. It's their first big mistake. Just going too deep, that's still a Sejuani. I understand that you want to take that fight and you want to deny the enemy jungler access to the pit, but you cannot commit beyond the choke to the land with which your team cannot follow, Trajan.
No, it's just not doable. So Furia, with a small stumble, holding on to over a 2,000 gold lead, and now Croc has finally found some time to take an aggressive stance on this top lane and is not getting pressured by Furia for the trouble. So they're going to have the Herald. They could look to crack that first tower. Neither team has got that first tower. I think ZZK might be about to secure it on bot side. JoJo escapes the pressure as well. Of course, Furia has another target they can look at in top side for Loud's red side tower there. They've actually avoided almost any turret damage so far in this game for Furia, such as the control they have had over that laning phase.
Yeah, it's exactly it. They dominated so hard that none of the characters on Loud have been able to really hit towers, even crash waves into towers to get a little bit of chunk damage. I mean, that is a tough scene. And despite the misstep from Wiz going to the big police station in the sky, they're still able to get the first tower. They still have a 3,500 gold lead. And they're still in a very commanding position in this game, in this series, with Pain Gaming awaiting them next weekend.
Now, Tuts is going to be the one assigned to pick up that gold in the top lane. ZZK keeping an eye on Robo on the other side of the map, and the rest of them hanging around the mid lane. So Furia, again, just starting to accrue more gold across the map, open it up a little bit for themselves, put Loud on the back foot, and get themselves to those first spikes a little sooner. Now we finally do have those first items kind of all across the board, and it's another Blade of the Ruined King gang for IU. Seems happy enough with this build path. Again, has to deal with a Sejuani and a potential scary Robo coming at him in the fights.
Yeah, does IU know something I don't about this item? I'm actually very curious. Like,
just loves it.
He's built Blade of the Ruined King. Blade of the Ruined King Zeri was crazy. Like, at least Blade of the Ruined King Ashe is a build that, like, we have seen over the years, even if it's not the most meta right now, with most players going, like, Kraken Trinity Force. But, like, Blade Zeri is wild.
Yeah, it is certainly an interesting choice. You know, no Shiv, no wave clear against the Kai'Sa doing the same thing, but it like, works out at that point, I suppose. But you know, it was a worse lane.
I've looked up the stats.
Yeah.
Ashe's most bought items, there's like 9 of them here.
Yeah.
And none of them are Blade of the Ruined King.
What?
Things like control wards are bought more than Blade of the Ruined King on Ashe,
I know
which
for
I
a
find
fact
quite
AD
funny.
carries don't buy control wards, so that's saying something. As
They're so selfish.
I know. It has to flash over the wall to get away from Tinones, rocketing in on the stone wall as Robo holding some position. Another great Ashe hour, but they don't have the chance to fold up. Jojo's trying to get in there, but IU doesn't really feel safe. It's watching for Robo coming in. Tuts has already gone down. This ain't looking good for Furia right now. They managed to find Robo. IU and ZZK could look to maybe turn this one around again. The Dominus is still very threatening as Jojo slipped away on 1 HP in the back there. 2 for 2 right now. Oh, the hook steps back into it. Will serve himself up, but Root's there to capitalize. The Xayah finally getting a chance to play the game in this fight.
Yeah, Root starting to come online. 2 kills, needed kills after how far behind he fell. Still 30 CS down onto IU. But it was the flash forced off of Tuts at the end of the Herald play that ends up coming back to bite Furia as Loud found him. And you can see on the damage charts that no matter the game state, Loud will not go quietly into the good night of this series. You can see critical flash force at the start of the play from Tinones, but that's not what wins them the fight. Arrow finds him, but it's the Sejuani ultimate, curving it, bending it like Beckham around Jojo's Rel. And Robo does such a brilliant job of holding the attention of multiple members of Furia. ZZK, he wants to be in onto Loud's backline, but IU would die without the help of the Renekton. So Robo bought enough time. Loud able to burn down the front line, and they win the fight. Now they're onto the dragon, and they are still alive.
Furia managed to squeak away with an even kill count at the end of the fight there as ZZK peppered by Tinones. Loud with all the control to get that Cloud Drake. Furia threatened to contest them again. Remember last time when the fights were close, that didn't stop them going back in for them, but Redbird wants the hook and ult onto IU, and in comes Robo from the flank with no flash on that Ashe. They've got the damage from Tuts. It's going to be traded back once again. 2 for 1 as Tinones slides in. ZZK pulling up the rear, but this time Loud get the honest to God's win.
And it's another double kill for Root. He finds both, and the individual gold gap that was once nearly 2,000 between him and IU has shrunk to merely 500, as we're seeing a little bit of the mistakes that plagued Loud. Dividing and conquering are the team that is down 2-0, as it was Furia that split up and allowed themselves to be picked off.
Now, they did have the Vi ult there, but Root critically has everything, and I love that you pointed out that he has gotten such a big gold injection as of the last couple of fights. The Xayah was really struggling in the early game versus IU, mostly just left in the 1v1, wasn't enjoying it, but is now going to be accelerated into that second item and can start to punish people like Wiz, people like ZZK, who want to dive in, try and isolate someone, but you can't do it if the Xayah's got ult, and she's got so much damage to throw back in your face.
Yeah, and the Herald getting summoned up. I think it was timing out here for Loud. Maybe they can try to use this to convert some sort of play on the top side of the map due to someone from Furia being needed to answer this. Loud, they're not fully back in, but they are definitely still kicking. The gold lead has stagnated at the 3,000 that we highlighted a little bit ago. The problems for Loud are that Furia's carries are still very strong. 2 items on everybody, and Tinones is quite far behind, yet to hit his second item in this game. So still a lot of responsibility on a Root to be the big damage carry. And we talked about the scaling. Furia, it does get easier to play for them in the later stages as long as Loud is not too out of control.
Yeah, we can see that every Furia member is still ahead of their counterpart in gold, but the only real significant lead is in mid lane. Tuts is the one with the 1.3k gold lead as ZZK again finds himself on the wrong end of a Talia with all the slows in the world, but maybe steps too far forward, pops a Dominus, gets a stun though on the minefield, and a seismic shove to safety. ZZK flashes in for the kill, and Tinones steps too far forward. ZZK punishing the Loud mid laner again. It's just not Tinones' day today.
Yeah, that's a 2-item Renekton for you, as Tinones, just, as you say, not his day, gets punished. The big thing, they do get the flash, you know. Arguably, you're fine to take that death so that Renekton has no flash to the next dragon.
Yeah, there is certainly a big tool taken off the deck for ZZK. They're not going to get a tower push of it. They'll crash a wave or two, but ultimately, it's just slows down Loud a little bit and avoids, to be honest, just avoids ZZK dying, because that's what I thought was going to happen, to be honest, while that play was continuing. But he's going to get a little bit of gold, moving towards that third item for himself. So ZZK still alive and kicking on this Renekton, absolutely. As Furia continue to push onto this mid lane tower. They don't have a Baron or anything like this, but they've got more than enough control, and they've locked up Croc being a bit sleepy on the front line.
What is Croc doing? Yeah, that was questionable stuff. Furia does have 5 members alive with the Baron. They're trying to play the vision game.
Ooh, they're looking for more as well. Obviously, the Robo has the ultimate. They'd love to force it, and there it is. Tinones over the wall. Drop a Weaver's wall to block them off if needed, but he's on vision. Furia knows everything right now.
And they can just take a reset and look to control the dragon area. They've already got a few wards in the bottom side, taking away the crab before Wiz goes back to base. It's going to be another situation where Loud has to try to jostle control of the river from Furia. The place where Loud has been beaten pretty much this entire series. Only thing going in their favor is that cooldown advantage. The flash off of ZZK in the solo kill down bottom is the one difference between these two teams besides the items.
Furia now again, and testing this mid wave as they have been before. Tuts though, away up in that top side, waiting for the TP to come back this way, scaling up towards a third item, going for the pen. The Crypt Bloom likely to come forward as we've seen in so many games before as well. And Tuts, someone who had such blinder performances in game 1 and 2 on the Ahri. Still fed, still doing a decent job, still way up in the CS, but much more vulnerable, not had as big of an impact in this game. It's been more about Ashe, more about the Renekton, making sure that Furia stay on top of these fights. Now, TPing in. Remember, the one thing that I remember Hawkeye always picking up about Tuts is he's way too slow to rotate to the dragon. Not so today, he's TPing in well in time.
Yeah, Furia learned from that one play where I got really tilted at like the 5 seconds late teleport. And they were like, guys, we're going to be on every objective a minute and a half before it spawns. We're going to have full vision control. We're going to contest for mid-wave as a team. And I like it. I like it, Trajan. I like it a lot.
The learning still on display. The growth game by game from Furia as they've got great vision control, full control of the Dragon River, and Loud has the task of forging a path.
Look at
into
Tuts. He can frontline with the team.
Dragon down below, half Croc on the flank, threatening potentially onto this way. Does have the flash. Now Jojo wants to call the fight after the objective. They've gotten him behind that front line. Tinones and Tuts trading swords to the back. In goes Wiz. He's very low though, as Croc now still holding it down. Ayu not able to get the DPS off. This one's pretty close. Furia trying to get some damage through. Roots use the summoners. Lovely kick back from Tinones. Finally, the Talia starts to hit.
Furia, they pull the trigger on the fight, but Loud stands tall in the choke, and now 4 kills. That's going to be a Baron going their way, as Loud is looking to extend the series.
3k only the lead. This is about to get chopped in half. Only ZZK alive. And Furia, they really wanted to keep forcing that one. But again, it seems like this game, it's so hard for IU to actually just get a safe place to stand and deal damage. You can see in that fight, it's actually the top laners doing most of the work there.
Yeah, I mean, ZZK really got in the mix, tried to shuffle things up, but Loud did a brilliant job of splitting Furia apart. Furia, they may have the ease of execution, but I think this is an over-ambitious engage. Sure, you find a few members, but really good time buying. IU gets CC'd up. Tuts is not really able to hit, and although ZZK does a good job of zoning away the Loud backline, none of the damage is actually able to get in. Then the seismic shove from Tinones is really what seals it. Up to that point, you were saying the fight was close, but once IU is removed, there's no way for Furia to continue the play.
So it's not going to be a blowout once again. Loud asking a little bit more of Furia as they did in game number 2. Still, the blue team holds the lead, but the items are basically even right now. Root is firing on all cylinders on the Xayah. Tinone's finally starting to show us a bit of impact on that Taliyah. And the draft adjustments being forced out of Furia here do seem to have notably taken just some of the power that they have, made it harder for them to execute.
And, I mean, how amazing is it when Loud just doesn't run to their deaths before the team fight starts? But they're actually all there, all full HP to soak up the Furia engage. And look at Root, 5-0-3. 3 items on the Xayah. He's ahead of IU. Maybe losing the 2v2 is just the secret sauce in the series.
Yep.
As the carry of Loud, just, I mean, completely undeterred in his quest to win this game.
Crashing into the bot where goes ZZK, caught up by the seismic shove, has to dice out of there. But the bot inner falls. Loud not having to lose a man, and now they've actually taken the gold lead back just off pushing in these waves safely. This is not what we've seen out of Loud much so far. Ash Arrow onto Redbird. It's just going to be a little bit of damage, followed up for by Tuts. Jojo thinking about it, and maybe looks for a little bit more. Tinones is on the bot side. Furia need to be careful here.
And they wisely back away. I like the idea. Look for a pick. Throw out the cooldowns, but if it's not there, it's not there. Desperately trying to hold their mid lane tier 1. Again, this is the most important turret on the map. Plus 3.5k is a good Baron power play, but Loud wants more.
Loud, again, beautifully covering this mid lane. Tinone's dropping the Weaver's Wall, using the Baron to its advantage. No notes on Loud so far. By the book pushes with that Baron buff, and they will leave it with the game in an even state. And that wasn't even what they needed to get those fights in hand before Lime. So now for Furia, it's really the pressure is on them. They need to find better targets, call better fights, or Loud are going to keep the momentum building.
And you talk about pressure. I mean, not only the pressure to win this game, but there's a whole series still to be played. Loud needs to win 3 games in a row, including this one, to stay alive. But you do wonder how that sort of pressure would mount against Furia, especially if they're not able to convert this game. If we do go to a game 4, does Furia stalter falter? Do doubts start to crop up in their minds? You know, we were talking about the mental for Loud in those first couple of games looking shaken before the series even started. Yeah. Maybe this is the confidence boost that they need.
Just need something to show them that they can still do it, that this Furia roster isn't just going to run them over. They're not perfect players. There's always a way back in, especially if you're Loud. And now they confidently forge forward into that bot side jungle. Tinones keep an eye on Wiz. Root as well has everything he needs. Got the summoners, got the ultimate. Very hard to actually threaten this Xayah in the fight. And Furia are going to have to pick their targets very, very carefully as Loud bears down on them in mid.
Robo maybe getting caught up, forced to Ragnarok.
Ults traded, Ash Arrow used, not long cooldowns to be sure, but a little bit of threat onto him and Furia. Now using that. Step in and take control.
Trajan, it's going to be another dragon fight. It's CBLOL time. We are going to have a straight up Knuckles Bloody 5v5. All cooldowns, all random, all mid. 3 items on everybody that it matters, except for Tinones. No Rabadons. That could be huge as this Furia first onto the Drake.
I think Tinones
no flanks to be spoken of, and okay, Loud's going to give it. They don't have the item spike.
Yep, Tinon's going to go and pick up that wave in topside instead, trying to really push for that Rabadance to make sure that he can contest in these fights. When he hits those seismic shoves, he's had big impact on them. He's got the damage to back it up. That could be a massive thorn in Furia's side as the fights continue on. But now Furia sits at the soul point. The Cloud Drake coming on here gives Jojo a bit more maneuverability. ZZK makes him even more terrifying in the fights. If he dives in towards Tinone, it's hard to get away from a Croc with that extra boost.
And interestingly, looking at the items of both these teams, Tuts going... Ooh, Robo.
Robo's been caught. We've seen this before, though. They have to manage this one correctly. Wiz steps away, doesn't want to offer it. Holds the ultimate. Very well played by Furia. And that's just a free kill in bot.
Yeah, it's going to be a free kill, and this is going to give Furia a setup over the Baron. That's Robo down for 50 seconds. Baron spawning 15 beforehand. Already, Jojo and company laying down the wards, clearing out the vision. They at least have the power to bait this, because remember, Robo will have no teleport either. So Furia taking resets, going to try to get onto it. And ZZK has a potential flank position. Obviously, no ultimates on top jungle does make it difficult to force.
Oh no, Tinone drops the ward. Does get stunned up though. The seismic shove keeps him alive. Ash Arrow will connect. ZZK maybe has a chance, but instead backsteps, and Croc doesn't find him. Roots drops an early ultimate. If they can pincer this side, there could be an angle. But massive damage thrown back onto Furia's front line. And they've taken some important buttons, but they won't get another kill just yet. They'll move on to the turret instead.
Yeah, Furia, knowing they can't chase into the choke point, that's where the Xayah thrives, is in those thin jungle corridors where she's able to kite back and throw in the feathers. Instead, Furia going to make Loud walk into them. It's a bush bait.
They're going on to Croc right now. This is the front line. Can they burn through it in time? Remember, Root doesn't have the ult. If he gets caught, it's curtains as Croc is dropping ever lower. Whiz back over the wall. The Xayah left on the front line. Huge damage traded back. Takes both carries with him. And Root will not be silenced. The rest of Loud see that Furia have no damage and charge forward for more. Wiz sidesteps the seismic shove. Gets into the jungle. Speeds away under the protection of the Cloud Rift. And again, man, they really focused on Root, but he will not go down easy.
And now Loud, they're going to be the ones onto the Baron. They don't have Root, though. Gave up 1,000 gold and his life with the heroism to take out Ayu and Tuts. Tuts has the teleport when he's up in 25 seconds, and this Baron is going down slowly, Trajan, as the cavalry is arriving for Furia.
Robo is there. Robo can try and keep them away if needed. Wiz
no
has
dominance.
The position. We're going to be flipping it, boys. We're going to go for it. Let's see which jungle's got the source. It's Talia. It's neither of them. And Wiz will not escape for that trespass. Jojo will escape as well. ZZK running. Gets the mid-wave under control. But again, Loud walks away with the buff.
And no matter what his current form may be, the most clutch player in CBLOL history shows up yet again, securing the Baron, as it's Furia that went for the play. And this looks like an incredible position for them. They've completely split the fight. Root is alone, but the flash in to find both of the Furia carries salvages the play.
And this chase down from Loud is so good. They know that they have to make it work. They've got the damage onto Tinotes now, and Robo is raring to get back in there, and they keep this game just, so close between Furia and Loud. 5th seed versus 3rd seed, and it's so tight in game number 3. Loud playing to keep their series alive, to keep their winners bracket lives still going as Tinotes is caught over the wall.
Found him.
He's not gone down just yet. The spiraling despair is there. The shield is big. Flashes away. So Talia just about survives, but Ayu's got Redbird. Robo looking to fight, flashes over deep into the backline, haring down onto those carries, gets one, gets the flash out of the other one. A massive fire back from Loud as Tinones TP's back into the action on full.
It's a better play for Loud, though. They got the flash off of Tuts as well as the kill on the more important member with the Baron. They want to keep pushing. They have a dragon to fall back to as well. It would send us to a 7th. But Loud, not interested at the moment. Ayu's down for 30 seconds.
They're going to take this inhibitor. Nothing Furia can do about that. Again, they just don't have the carry damage in place. Tuts now off the fountain. Still working on that 4th item. Really just isn't able to offer the same amount of impact on this way as he was on the Aria. Now Loud, they've got that mid inhib cracked. They've still got the dragon coming up in 30 and a minute left of the Baron to play with.
Yeah, I mean, Tuts just looking notably less comfortable on this champion. The damage that the Waken output can sometimes fall off. You know, much more of a utility-oriented champion with a lot of his kit. And specifically in the extremely fast fights, if the Hui is not able to play at range, it can be a problem. IU still no summoners for the foreseeable future. Similarly, Root has the same, but of course the Featherstorm, fantastic defensive utility.
Hook onto the front line, Loud aggressively moving on to ZZK. The Sterics keep him alive for now, but Robo again. Deep
Look
into
at
the back line, and
Robo!
Tots has no summoners. No one can stop this man. IU still alive, but 2 members of Furia have already fallen. They don't have control over this fight. They need to back away. They're getting good damage out of IU, but he needs to get these kills
IU?
over the line. Croc just about lives the sliver of HP. Again, the difference between a 1 fight and a lost one, and Furia hooked up again by Redbird as Robo keeps chunking him down with the overtoes. Wiz coming off the fountain will have full HP, but Loud, I think they want to win this one right here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a game 4, Trajan. 3 members down for 30 seconds. Loud, they're not done just yet.
Wiz has been interrupted, didn't get the Vault Breaker off. Root still stepping back, still safe as houses. No one can threaten him. ZZK scrambling into the backline, but just can't get in range. And Loud will not be toppled. They will not fall 3-0. They keep this series very much kicking.
As once again, Root, even after getting blasted in the early game by IU and JoJo, is still somehow the carry that Loud needs. No matter what the game state may be, some deserved pats on the back right there from Croc as he stands tall. He delivers Loud a win in this series, and it doesn't matter if you go down 0-2, if you can just win the next 3 in a row.
Root is just a man too angry to lose here today, putting the whole dang team on his back game after game, fight after fight, and Loud managed to hold fast. Furia finally starting to struggle, finally starting to miss position in fights, not being able to handle Loud in this clutch moment with their backs against the wall. They were forced into something different this game, and it really felt like they were not the same team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They were not able to get Tots involved the way that they wanted to. ZZK got big on the Renekton, but ZZK is not the carry of this team. He has not been the carry of this team. And IU was not able to do it alone. Maybe walking a bit of a mile in Root's shoes.
Yeah, unfortunate to be the AD carry down there. Not able to swing the tides in a game like that one. But for now, let's go to another break. We'll be back. Furia need to take a breath. It's not going to be that easy here today. Loud with momentum is a very scary thing. And heck knows they've got it now. So we'll see you back here in a few minutes for game number 4. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 4. Loud kept the series alive. They did not let Furia walk away unscathed here today as Root continues to refuse to lose and is finally able to actually get that win over the line critically as the rest of Loud have started to wake up as well.
Yeah, the rest of Loud doing what I said the formula was in game 1, right? Guys, just don't lose the game. Let Root almost lose the game in the early game, but then get him 4 kills and he comes back and becomes a monster because the man is just possessed and desperately does not want to lose. I mean, you know what? At this point, it doesn't even matter what the form is. It's just huge that Loud was able to get a confidence win back. Trajan, we talked a lot about sort of the mental aspects of this series. Furia, all of a sudden, they have faltered after generating a lead in game 3, and Loud has broken their 5-game losing streak against... Well, they've broken a 5-game losing streak, and they've broken what is probably like a 12-game losing streak against playoff teams.
Yeah, and even the other players in this region who are all watching very closely cannot deny the value and the impact that Root is bringing in this series. They've taken to social media just to let everyone know how they feel, which I respect. And it's absolutely right. You know, Root is someone who hasn't been in the CBLOL for too long, but has made such a massive impact since joining here. And coming into now with Loud's legacy hanging in the balance right now. They could end this era of CBLOL as the definitive best team of that time, of that region, of that era. But they need to try and keep it together, and they need to try and grasp all the positive momentum they have and walk it through to keep themselves in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and I think it's important to put into perspective, like, Loud always will be remembered, at least for a very, very, very long time, the greatest team to ever play at CBLOL, especially this era of CBLOL, you know, pre-merger, right? Like, they still have won 4 titles back-to-back. They were the first team to reach 3. They have accomplished things that no team will ever accomplish. But, you know, much like Rome, you don't want your empire to end. You don't want your line to fall and Constantinople to replace you, right? This is Loud's chance to continue to build their Roman Empire. And, I mean, Emperor Root is currently building it. He is fighting the war himself, no matter how much his hoplites, Croc, and Robo want to throw themselves at the masses.
Yep, they are really doing a lot of work right here. If we think about the biggest change here from game 2 to game 3 is we did have to see a different solution out of Furia. They had to shift the balance of their team, and we saw notably Tuts be under a lot more fire. Once again, solid lane, good numbers coming out of that, both on the KD and the farm. Once the fights came around, they couldn't keep himself safe. They were not able to do so. Furia is now once again back on the blue side, even though they lost that game, and they have gone a different way. They've gone for the Ezreal first pick right here, with the Maokai Ahri still banned away.
And I like it. Going back to the Talia as well, I'm really interested in this Ezreal first pick, wanting to move away from the Ashe. I think a big part of the problem that Furia had last game was they just couldn't keep IU alive. That Olaf ran the Ashe down in every single fight. In general, the Olaf champion having a lot of value against the perma-slows that Ashe provides, alongside the immobile nature. So maybe just wanting to put IU onto something safer, a little bit more self-sufficient, and, you know, Tuts has still been playing really well this series. Get Tuts onto something that he can still just fire in a lot of damage for, and you'll still have a good, solid 2-carry core.
So far, it has been identical to game number 2, or game number 3, I should say, besides the Ezreal pick, which we are assuming IU will be taking down there. So still with the Rel, still gives Jojo plenty of room to roam away, and I imagine we'll just be seeing a lot of 1v1ing between both the AD carries and 4v4ing everywhere else. So Loud will see if they want to opt for a priority Robo pick, if they want to leave the Olaf for him again, or maybe if they want to pull out the MF, which we saw from Root in game number 1, and I think you, Hawk, were decently happy with the pick, despite the fact that the game didn't go their way.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more surprised to see it picked in to Rel and Vi with them both showing. Like, it was one thing when it was Maokai showing. I'm not exactly sold on this. I would have rather Root had gone back to the Kaisa into the Ezreal. I think it's a great matchup. Sure, you have to deal with Vi, and Vi is really freaking annoying. I get it. But I think it's really good into the Rel Ezreal. I'm not loving this pick for Root. However, it does at the very least have the potential to really get things back in the 2v2. back under Root and Redbird's control. Speaking of that 2v2, one pick that I am very surprised that it's been completely absent from the draft so far is the Leona.
Yeah.
I think this is the strongest support on the patch. Instead, we've seen priority on the Rel, Alistar, and even Nautilus last game from Redbird. We'll see if he goes back to it here on 4.
As we have the Olaf banned away by Furia, they have capitulated to Robo in this moment, and I think it's probably the right call. They dealt with the Renekton very well. Didn't feel like they struggled against it at all, and they might still be able to pick that away for ZZK, which then forces Robo onto something else. And we'll have to see what that choice was. Last time it was the Poppy, now they've actually taken the carry threat away, as again, Nautilus is the choice. So we're continuing to ignore the Leona. We've even abandoned the Alistar now for Redbird, and I dare say his Nautilus looked pretty dang good last game. Managed to get a lot of good hooks, a lot of good ults. And now for Furia, let's see what you're going to do. Lock in your top and mid. Let's see how you round this comp out.
Let's see. I mean, last time around, it was the Renekton blind. I expect to see that again from ZZK as it gets locked in. And the Hui into the Talia, which was incredibly effective early on, but struggled a lot as the game progressed. But similar to last game, I don't know what else you play here if you're Tuts.
What?
It's going to be the new champ!
Is that allowed?
Enabled?
Is that allowed? What?
Yeah, I had the same thought.
They enabled a new champ. I guess it's the start of playoffs. I guess it's not midway.
I guess it is the start of playoffs. Trajan, I don't know what she does. I haven't prepared for it yet.
Does anyone know what Aurora does? Okay.
What?
So
I am live on cast going to look up Aurora's kit. I played against it and got blasted.
In the lane, she's very simple. It's not that dissimilar to Hui. You're just going to be running around, throwing fairly long skill shots, trying to trade with a Talia. Now, it's not nearly as long range as Hui. It's much more risky if you're trying to trade actively, but once she gets some levels and a couple of starter items, her damage is very, very strong. I believe she has a very good win rate in mid and top in solo queue right now, and that brings a massive curveball into every team fight later on in this game.
Yeah. So what I understand about Aurora is, like you said, a lot of damage, specifically later on in the game. One of those champions, like honestly kind of like a Gwen almost, that can just absolutely disrupt and crush open team fights with her slipperiness and the damage that she can provide in an AoE. Now, the champion does struggle a little bit in lane. It's a little bit lower range, a little bit more of a battle mage coming out from Aurora, so I do expect Tinones to more than likely be able to get some of the push, get control over that one. It's going to be a lot more about the later stages, but it's a playmaker for Tuts. It's something like the Ahri that he can really have impact on. This is an incredibly exciting pick. I mean, immediately, mid lane just became the most interesting matchup. I didn't even know this champion was enabled, so I didn't prepare it for today. I am fascinated to learn what she does.
Yeah, so really, this does add another level of threat if Tuts is able to use the ultimate to its fullest extent to properly reposition in fights. Can become a backline threat for Root, just not in the way that most people expect, and can very easily avoid a big combo engage like a Nautilus, you know, Gnar ult, Sejuani ult, MF ult over the top kind of scenario. Very hard to pin Aurora down in that way. She's got invisibility. She's got plenty of slippery tools. So much more like the Ahri in that way. But as you said, in the lane, I do expect Tinones to have much more of the run of things here. Unless he just gets blown out by lack of matchup knowledge, which, you know, we've all been there when a new champion comes out.
I mean, Talia, I feel like is one of those sort of matchup immune champions where she's gonna get pushed, she's gonna try to control River. You know what I mean? Like, I would think Tinones will be fine, but Tuts pulling out the tech here in game 4. Furia wants to put Loud in the bin, wants to put Loud into the lower bracket. Big responsibility on the young mid laner to get it done.
Yeah. It is worth noting as well that kind of in all that kerfuffle, Robo did lock in Gnar to rax one out, so it's another classic Robo champ. It's something that if he is playing hot, if he's playing good, he can kind of outplay more or less anybody with this pick. He really can be a massive influence. I remember the Robo games from Grand Finals that are just game-changing affairs when he's looking good. But that said, if he miscalculates, if he misspaces, ZZK can dash onto him and eat him up with no problem. So that top lane could be pretty volatile, I think, depending on who gets the better of those early trades, and if anyone decides to dedicate a lot of gank time up to that lane too.
Most certainly. But, you know, we've talked about some of the main characters in the top side of the map. Worth noting, for Loud, still so much responsibility on Root. Like you said, some of the players in the CBLOL having some opinions about how Root has been playing out this series with his heroics throughout. I believe Vivo K-Star Smiley had a little something to say about how Root has been playing this series, and maybe how Loud should thank him.
Yeah, perhaps Smiley stepping out to make sure AD carries get the rewards they deserve, which I respect.
Absolutely.
As AD carry himself.
Hey, he's
really
a homie. He's looking out for his boys,
Standing up for his people, as EZK trading aggressively onto Robo, and it's getting pretty low up there, but we'll see who takes control of it as we pan back to this mid lane. So we've got the runes that we can see here. Fleet footwork for Tuts, so more about sustain in the lane, but plenty of movement speed there as well. You can see the ultimate hunter as well to give them just a little bit more of that massive spell coming forward. So it's not like a big ult that deals a ton of damage. There is a little bit of a damage element to it, and it's mostly about creating that zone where you really just can't pin the Aurora down.
Exactly, and that's the thing. The Aurora, like I said earlier, a bit on the shorter range side, and her damage is all very, well, not all, but it's quite backloaded. None of Aurora's individual spells are necessarily massive nukes, but she has damage all throughout her kit that can come from a lot of places. Her passive, the Q stacks, the Q procs, as well as just, the repeated damage coming out from every which way. Literally when she's dashing around in the ultimate. So it's a lot more about being tricky, creating space, being annoying more than anything, as opposed to, a lot of the mid lane mages that we see that are about upfront burst, blowing people up, something like the Taliyah.
Yeah, you could see a little bit of the demonstration of how the ult works in the picture-in-picture there. As bot lane, getting aggressive, Redbird finds the hook, and Jojo having to cede backspace, the MF perfectly comfortable. It's that matchup as Robo. Here comes the dive. They've got the start. They've got that dash coming through. They have enough damage. First blood picked up by Wiz. Furia this time the one's executing. And Tinone's actually got pulled up to top lane with a TP.
Really nicely done there from Furia. You talked about Trajan, the gank pressure that can come down on top to try to swing this matchup. Wiz picking up a first blood. He's been so brilliant in this series with the way he's been able to spread advantages to the team, making it happen and getting away with it. As you mentioned, Tinones, he tried to cover and it didn't work out.
Yep, just a little behind the curve right there. Gives Tuts the free back and TP into the lane. Now, I'm wondering what the build path is going to be for Tuts here, as maybe Croc's actually caught out here, recalling in the enemy's jungle. Not necessary, my friend, and loses the flash for it. But as I was saying, for Tuts, it looks like we might be going for a Rod of Ages first, going into a Catalyst potentially from here. There's attack speed builds you can do. There's straight bursts going into Luden's Companion that you can do. There's a lot of ways to actually build this champion early on.
Yeah, so according to U.GG, in the mid lane, a lot of people are going Electrocute Malignance. So, but Tuts going for a bit more of the top lane build. That's where you see the fleet footwork with the Rod of Ages into the Leandries. Again, much more sustained damage, just trying to be a general nuisance as opposed to some massive burst damage carry threat. Of course, Aurora can just put out a lot of damage later on no matter what build you're going. But interesting to see Tuts, as we often see in competitive, it's a lot more about the survivability and the maneuverability and the flexibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them going into just resource-based items early on. Imagine a continuance of the wave clear style in this mid lane will go forward as the top lane trades are going to be heavy. And bot lane too, another hook onto Jojo, IU. And Jojo really starting to suffer a little bit more. Root's already been back, got the cull, and is still way up in CS.
Yeah, the Misfortune, a very good pick into the Ezreal. It's just really difficult to fight for push, because the Ezreal doesn't like when minions are in his way, and Misfortune very much does. You can see why that's a difficult combination to overcome early on, especially with the spectacular range and single target damage that she can output. Now, the big thing is going to be whether or not Redbird and Root can actually pin down IU to try to create, 2v2 kill situations. You'd have the point and clicks that can follow the Arcane Shift, and the bullet time is longer range than the distance the Ezreal can oftentimes create.
Yeah.
However, if IU's playing respectfully, he should be pretty safe.
Yeah, Wiz looking onto this top side right now, as Croc, I believe, is working on that dragon with the help of Root. So Robo not really an easy dive range, and he's building up that Mega Gnar. Wiz, I think, sees the writing on the wall here, will not commit to it. Redbird, in fact, making his way over it just in case, but they'll just do the delayed top for bot objective trade on Vision for Loud as well, so they know 100% what's going on right here. Settling back, Furia with that small lead from that first kill to get the grubs as well, traded for the dragon. So overall, no real advantage opened up just yet. And once we have the ults again, that's when we'd expect things to start breaking open. Wiz can start pushing for it. Tuts has the level 6. I mean, I will see what happens with that, because I really don't know what the optimal way to use Aurora ult is early stage in the game.
And neither do I, to be honest.
You just force lane trades, I guess? Like, you just get a good trade and force them into a bad fight and push them out, or just wait for a team fight? I don't know.
I mean, you do have a tremendous amount of gap close in the Aurora kit. That's one of the things that makes this champion extremely difficult to deal with, is she's deceptively long range in the sense that if she's able to safely get close, she can, right? The problem is, of course, safely getting close, but her effective ability, or threat range, I should say, is still quite long. So I think between that and the Vi, maybe there's just a lot of pick potential to try to attack Tinones himself, as I say that.
Speaking of, Tinones early flash away, not greedy with that summoner. Love to see it, as Wiz has already achieved the job right there. Croc, though, on the bot side, contesting Jojo in the brush. Already the Rel suffering a little bit. It's a 4v4 that looks like Furia really want, so they've already got Loud and they've lost their support. Tinones dropping lower. Wiz firing away. Tuts has to flash away to safety, though. And Redbird still alive. Ayu working away with the air shield. Tuts trying to get more. Ease forward goes Ayu, and now Root's the one running to safety. That fight looked a little hairy, but it goes 2 for 2 in the end.
Yeah, and I think you take that 2v2. Honestly, if you're either team, 1 kill onto each of the AD carries, 1 kill onto each of the junglers. Summoner spell positive, though, for, well, neither team. It was honestly a really even fight. We can get a first look at the CBLOL Aurora, though, as she goes between worlds to try to take down Tinones. But that ultimate not actually lasting that long, and a great shove from the grave right there, zoning away the Aurora. But, of course, IU being relatively untouched, the sustained DPS from the Ezreal does mean that the fight ultimately gets equalized.
Tuts meeting Tinones around the corner, gets a decent trade off as well. Hasn't gone to back since that fight as well, so might have some money to get through. There is Redbird there over the wall. Lovely buffer from IU. That was close, as Root's got the ults, got the summoners too. Furia need to be very respectful of that misfortune. Remember what happened in game 1.
The bullet time can output so much damage, and a big question for Furia to answer is going to be, how do they answer this? And I think that's another thing I love about the Aurora pick. You can just ult in, get next to that misfortune, and make it so difficult to be able to actually lay down a bullet time safely. And, you know, it's not the easiest champion to be a massive hyper carry on. One of the big things about Misfortune right now is that she just outputs so much damage so quickly, right? Regardless of getting a full channel of the bullet time, but still, you want to have as much uptime as possible.
ZZK and Robo going at it up here. ZZK's got that rage put up, gets the stun though from the Mega Gnar.
ZZK's in danger.
Renekton's getting kind of diced up here, struggling to play at range. Just remember what we said, but pops the Dominus, doesn't get the stun as Robo hops away. And they'll both walk away, losing the ultimates. For this top lane, man, it has been on a knife's edge pretty much all series when it comes to the 1v1s.
You can see, though, that Robo knows this matchup so well, playing on the edge, not giving ZZK a single window. A fantastic trade taken by the Loud top laner. Was really respecting, I think, the threat of Wiz being on the top side, channeling the recall and not continuing to chase in that top side play. Croc was not on his side. They did not have information as to the whereabouts of the Vi.
You're going to complete this push right here. Robo TPing in to make sure it doesn't lose out too much there. And everything remains pretty much at parity across the rift. 10 minutes in. Gold still very slightly in Furia's favor, just from that extra kill that they got. But Loud with plenty of power to play through. They've got the root scaling up on the Misfortune ready to go. Robo's holding his own well up in top side, and we really just don't know what kind of influence the Aurora is going to have over these skirmishy fights. Has the Rod of Ages done at least, so a bit of tankiness, bit of resource. Ayu again buffering, but this could be a bullet time. He knows it. He has to flash.
Yep, that full channel would have killed him. IU respecting the threat. It's traded for the Void Grubs up in the top side. So ultimately, again, another fairly even play, but IU is starting to fall quite far behind. This is the second game in a row where we're seeing quite a substantial 2v2 advantage getting opened up here.
Yep, they're going to get the plates for root as well. We saw Tinones tending to bot side, and Ayo, I think, knew about that one. Backed away nice and early as Jojo returns. Find bot lane in a bit of a struggle, as Furia will at least pick up those objectives on that top side. The Dragon live as well. A Hextech picked up by Loud. There's not going to be a move to counter it, I think, from
or is
Furia
there?
At this point. There could be. They're coming back up to it. Maybe just taking a quick look. Don't quite have the timing right, I suppose, but maybe they're waiting to see if there's a greedy rotation into the jungle afterwards. Someone being a bit sloppy on the recalls. Furia looking for some freebies, but will not find an opportunity for them.
All right, it's not game one, Trajan. Loud
Yeah.
has the timing that little bit better. The extra couple seconds allowing them to take away the dragon faster. Has some more scrapping up here in top lane.
Oh, Dominus comes out from ZZK. There was no Mega Gnar used, and Robo doesn't have the bar anymore, but in the mini form, he can sidestep and keep ZZK at arm's length. Again, so close, and now he's held the ultimate, so potentially Robo might have an angle to play for a kill if he can get on top of ZZK in maybe 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, that's still a full Fury Renekton, though, which definitely does at least command some respect. Junglers and even supports getting called up to this side of the map. Blood being smelled by the Sharks.
Slight gold lead continuing to grow for Furia, but the objectives... Some bots like
they've got him.
Robo, corner zone. Now they can commit to a TP as well. They're really dropping everything. And Tuts picks up the credit right here. He's going to lose plates in mid lane for this. Not quite necessary, I think, but maybe just getting some gold into that Aurora's pocket is what they want right now.
Yeah, absolutely not a necessary TP, but Aurora got a kill, and that's what we want to see here in the CBLOL, because we're here for the Aurora gameplay. He's able to pick up most of the wave. He dropped 2 melees. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, Merc Treads as well, already done for Aurora, so giving a little bit more defensibility in those fights. The damage isn't going to be sensational, but can be long in those extended fights. The DPS can start to rack up, and Jojo caught both of them, gets both of those catches, and Tinones will be eliminated. Tuts manages to pick it up, doesn't get through the wall on the other side, so can't teleport back into Croc's face. I don't know if it's actually that short at rank 1 maybe, or if there's like a way to cancel it or something, but that does not seem to last long at all.
It definitely does not. I mean, it's a pretty strong ultimate, so maybe it's good that it doesn't. Let me see. Rift duration, 2.25 seconds at rank 1, according to
Does
League
it
of
go
Legends
up further
fandom.
or did I make that up?
It goes up to 275 and 325, so it goes
so
up
a
by
little
half a
bit.
second. Yeah. Still pretty short, though.
Yeah.
Tuts definitely did not mean to walk through his ultimate right there, by the way. Like, he was on top of Croc, and then all of a sudden was a mile away from him.
Yeah, I guess, like, given that it traps enemies inside it, it would be a bit horrendous for it to be longer than, like, 3 and a bit seconds. I don't know how long Camille's is, for example, but there's also a lot more going on with the Aurora Ultimate, so maybe it's fair.
Yeah, in my experience, Aurora ult is pretty strong. I played against it a couple of games.
Yeah.
And it was not pleasant.
I've played against it once, and I didn't have a huge amount of fun. Did win that game, though, so poggers. Built different, but yeah, it's definitely pretty good, as Root actually has just kind of been left alone with his bot lane tower, and will pick it up without a contest, unless Jojo and Wiz have something to say about it. Lovely hook from Redbird, though, interrupts the Vi. They turn their attention to the Nautilus instead. The ults are dropped, the flashes have come out. Do they have enough damage for this?
They're
They've
very
really
deep.
overstayed their welcome, as Wiz is going to go down, and Jojo completely on the wrong side of town.
Yeah, Wiz has started to fall asleep at the wheel a little bit this series. We saw a couple of questionable vials last game, and this time around again, like, getting the flash off of Redbird is good. I get it. You already had channeled the cease and desist before the flash.
Yeah.
But just leave. I really have to question, like, Tinones had started walking back towards mid because he's like, Redbird, he's got a flash, he's fine. But then came over because Furia overchased.
Ooh, Mega Gnar over the wall, and Redbird as well to hook down Robo. Not tanking the tower just yet, ZZK, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get away. Root is waiting as a backstop as the Dominus comes out, already pre-destroying the Blast Cone. And Renekton will not escape this one with his life, overstaying the mark. ZZK as if Furia just getting a little sloppy around the edges now.
Yeah, I mean, Furia is just... You know, the first couple of games, they were playing so well around neutral objectives. Now they're playing much more for side lanes, and they have faltered a lot. Loud is a team that would love to play side lanes. That's what they do. That's what Robo in particular has made a name on in CBLOL, and ZZK is getting outplayed on it. Tuts and Croc in a bit of a scrap.
Ooh, the Aurora Ultimate comes through and does save Jojo's life. He's going to be able to skate away right here. A close one. And they got some damage on mid lane turret as well. Furia still ahead, but they'd started to grow a gold lead, have summarily lost it now. And Root coming out of that lane with the Bloodthirst, heading towards the Infinity Edge as well. Nicely ahead of this game. You can see the gold. They'd started to put it together, and just as quickly, it fell right back to where they were.
And I'm definitely having visions of the previous game where, again, it was about a 3,000 gold lead. Very comfortable position for Furia in the mid stages. They had it a bit longer than this, but they just started faltering with kills, namely going over to Root. And it's quite a similar position. This Misfortune is 1.5 thousand in the lead. It's very difficult to stay alive, of course, against this Furia composition, but he has the barrier, which we talked in game 1 about the value of the barrier against the Vi. Could definitely be impactful, as Loud is going to be on soul point.
Yeah. Furia seem entirely uninterested in contesting dragons this game. It's another Cloud Soul, so not the end of the universe, but Cloud Soul does historically have a very high statistical win rate, the highest of all Dragon Souls generally year on year.
Very underrated soul.
Whatever reason, as now they're committing onto this dive right. The TPs are in. The bullet time, though, is pretty dang good. And Furia really did not enjoy this one. Looks like they might just about get the tower, but they're losing multiple members for it. Shaky play, not respecting the misfortune at all.
Yeah, I think Furia just thought that Loud had base later, or maybe, like, Root never went to the Drake, so maybe that's the read, is that, oh, Tut's under threat.
Gets over the other side of the wall right there, and goes through, actually contesting Tinones, pops that Seraph shield can, could be a little tricky with the movement, flashes into the Cloud Drake zone, Root coming around the corner, I don't know, does he have the speed to get through there? Croc does with the Glacial Prison, and Aurora will not make it out. Loud now, picking up another kill, keeping the control of the map.
Yeah, a lot of mobility between the ultimate, the E, the W, all kinds of dashes, movement speed buffs from the little minion guys that she gets, but it's not enough. And yeah, surely the read is that Loud is currently on reset, not off reset already. So they dive Tinones and realize, oh shoot, there's a misfortune. Good interrupt from JoJo, at least gets ZZK out, but he ends up just trading for it anyways. And 2 more kills given over for the tier 1. Not worth it whatsoever. At the very least, Furia, they have the Herald still in hand. They're going to get their 3rd outer tower. They have a lot of map control, but it's
so
concerning
close.
The way they've struggled to snowball.
It's really, really very, very close, and it does seem like Loud are just playing a little better in the individual moments. Furia are able to, again, move around the map pretty well. They're getting these turrets done quickly. They're ahead in objectives, but when it comes to the critical moments, the team fights that ultimately in this region, you need to win at least one to win a game. We are not the LCK, and we're not, I guess the LCK from about 5-10 years ago. And it's just, you've got to be able to stand up in the 5v5. Game 1 and 2, they were able to do so. Games 3 and 4, we're just not looking like we quite have the sauce right now.
I will say, though, 19 minutes in, Tuts hopefully has the sauce on this Aurora. He's been, like, a nice, like, ketchup so far. I wouldn't call it sauce, but it's a condiment of sorts that goes on top of food.
It's mayo.
Right. We're starting to get saucy.
Yeah,
you know, it's emulsifying, if you will, here.
It's better for having it, but like it's not really impactful necessarily, but like you're happy that it's there. You know,
and like it could graduate, like you could make the mayo into a nice like spicy chipotle aioli. Like that's a bona fide sauce right there.
Yeah, you can go places with mayo. We're just not there yet for Tuts at this point, so we'll see.
But he's getting there. He's got the Roa stacks. He just hit 10 stacks a few seconds ago. And the Leandries. Him and Root are the only 2 people on Summoner's Rift with 2 completed items. Baron on the map. I mean, this is the time to put on an absolute show for Aurora. I'm sure Riot would love if Tuts could sell them skins right here, right now.
Yeah, bring it out. Day 1 of the playoffs, when it's possible to play, show everyone what you can do with it, and potentially knock Loud into the losers bracket with it. That's a heck of an endorsement for this champion.
How many years do we think we're up to of collective game design experience? Like the Aphelios thing was a few years ago now. Like, are we up to like 300 years of collective game design experience?
There's a lot of designers, we could be there.
Let's see what that looks like.
It's against the middle. They've caught onto Root, so they have to damage to finish it up right now. It's close, but they're not quite there. Root's still alive, and Furia oversteps again. It's 1-form right now. ZZK is very low on the bot side. The Gnar still a threat, but Croc goes down for the double, and Tuts is full HP. Will they sniff out the Mega Gnar? Robo's going to get the stun. I don't know if he has the damage. Tuts actually kind of tanky right now with all that HP on board.
Yeah, but Tutsi was skipping into the rain and jumps into the fight. He got a double kill. I have no idea what he did, but it was a lot of AoE damage, and Loud couldn't really get away as JoJo finds the mega flank. But the damage follow-up is pretty good. The problem is that ZZK can never really get into the fight, and Wiz not tanky enough to survive in his own right. Ultimately ends up being a 2-for-1, and I think more importantly, Flash burned off of Root as well as the barrier. Minimal summoner spell investment from the side of Furia.
Tuts runs into Robert, doesn't get over the wall. Bit sketchy there from the Aurora, doesn't have a flash, needs to get out of there. The Gnar, we're just with the Triforce as well. He doesn't have a second item completed, but very scary in the side push 1v1.
So one of the maybe only things that's balanced about Aurora is that her dashes are all very short range. She has a lot of dashes. She's got like 3 of them. But her slipperiness comes from the movement speed steroids coupled with these little small micro dashes, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, trying to get over the wall is actually a little bit difficult on this champion. So Tuts does need to respect that.
Furia taking up position on this dragon. They didn't really get anything off the Herald play, but Loud are the ones on the outside looking in as they're holding the line in front of the objective. Robo rotating over. Hasn't had time to stack any Mega though, so they kind of would love to wait for a minion wave or 2 to come past this Mega Gnar to have maximum threat, as Furia don't seem to be interested in peeling back. It seems like they're the ones actually pushing forward, looking for an objective to go in for, as they bait out the Glacial Prison and the hook. Excellent from ZZK to get that button off the board for Loud without losing anything himself.
Yeah, very well done. Good reaction time. Passes the skill check, but they're still onto him.
ZK going back in. Jojo hooked on the front line. Not
Good
looking great.
position.
Big Ezreal and Tuts is in deep. They're on to Root. They found the backline, but there's the kill for Wiz. Tuts now still dipping and diving. ZZK full HP. Robo trying to run interference, but he's completely zoned out. Goes Mega and survives the dot damage. But Furia, they got 1 kill in that fight, but it was the 1 kill they needed.
But that's the Aurora gaming that I'm talking about. Tuts, he really is starting to turn into that nice Chipotle aioli as he finds the angle into the fight. The threat range on this Aurora is so big despite her short spells. She can get on top of a flashless Misfortune and make him pay. They deny the soul, they win the fight, and they maintain a 2,000 gold lead.
Lovely shutdown picked up on Root as well. Goes over to Wiz. We'd love to see it on Tuts right there, and they use 2 flashes to get that done. But it, as you say, denies the soul, stalls out Loud for a little bit, and does put the fear, I think, into Root. Shows what can happen if he's separated from the rest of the team. And Furia, generally across the rest of that fight, managed the front line super well. They were baiting out skill shots, not overstepping, not really giving Loud an in, but keeping them on the hook, trying to look for those plays while they set up the attack on the backline.
I think similarly, Loud really needs to adjust. They have to have someone responsible for marking this Aurora. You cannot just let her dance her way into the fight and take over. That's exactly the angle that Tuts is going to want in. And I'm so interested to see if this Aurora is enough to carry the game, because, I mean, right now, I really think so much of this is on Tuts. Furia has a very all-in style of composition. Really, Ezreal is the only pokey range to speak of. Other than that, it's Vi, it's Renekton, it's the Rel, and of course the Aurora getting down and dirty and into the mix.
Aurora keeping an eye on the Baron pit right now, with a couple of Loud members in that top side. Redbird pulling the recall, in fact. And Furia simply crashing a wave, going back to clearing the vision, not overstepping, not trying to throw this one away. They're on the cusp of taking real control of this game. If they get one more big, decent fight win, a couple of kills, Root being one of them, that can open up the Baron, that can open up the game. They know that they're good at closing the game with the lead. They just need to actually get full control of this game first.
And I honestly wonder if we're going to see the game slow down for the next 3 minutes before the Dragon. I don't think either of these teams really wants to force Baron unless they're given an obvious window to do so.
Yeah.
Instead, it's just, looking to play on side lanes.
Yeah, looking to see if we can find a Robo pick. Works for a lot of teams, a lot of times, but it will not be the case today. He's going to keep himself safe. And Loud coalescing around this mid lane. Of course, they've got fast rotations, double TP, plus the Weaver's Wall. But Furia just catching the waves and, handshaking them back towards Loud right now. Scaling up, potentially looking for a Zhonya's for Tuts. To complete that 3rd item for Ezreal. MF as well is very close to completing a Lord Dominic's regard. Would really make that bullet time shred through the front line that Furia has. No real true tanks on their team.
I definitely agree. The key is going to be getting the full channel, but yeah, I mean, he'll do a lot of damage.
Robo
Robo's going very
forward.
deep right now. Jojo's behind.
Tinnon's gonna have to rotate over right now. Wiz is gonna come over the walls. ZZK trying to get out of there. Jojo holding them in place. Wiz, in fact, goes onto the Talia, and Loud are scrambling through the jungle to help. Oh, there comes the bullet time. ZZK just about slips away, but Robo keeps the chase going. Ayu is onto the backline. Tuts soaking up experience and attention, but surely won't be able to get away from this one. Robo's gonna get caught out. Jojo just about lives. Tuts traded on the other side of the fight. Furia with two very distinct missions in that play.
Yeah, that fight was really nice, though, as Redbird had the depth charge ready for the Tuts flank. You could see the amount of damage that the Aurora does to that entire backline. Almost all of those low HP bars came from Tuts alone. And at the very least, it did buy enough time for Furia to separate out Robo and find the kill. Again, Trajan, it's a small engagement, but look at the summoner spells. Tinones, Lost Flash, Root, Lost
both.
Flash, and Barrier before the Drake.
Yeah, Wiz is about to get flashback. Tut's about to get flashback. Ayu's good to go. That is dangerous. That is very, very dangerous. See a replay here, and you see, like, they have a split mission on the bot side as well. Wiz going for one, ZZK for the other, but try and keep an eye on Tuts in your top left and see what he does.
Yeah, so Loud, first of all, plays this very well. Robo just knows he has to buy time for the team, and Loud is able to get 5 members in position first. However, things get really spicy when Tuts appears on the backline with Ayu. All of a sudden, everyone on Loud is under threat. But like I said before, the depth charge onto the Aurora means that he cannot dance back out into the fight. And let's not forget that he traps himself in with his own ultimate as well.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Robo was separated too far. I think that's been the one thing that's kind of gotten Loud, is sometimes their front line has gotten a little too far from their back line. If they had been able to consolidate as 5, they probably don't have to lose anybody there. But I mean, there is an incredible amount of danger that Tinones and Root are constantly in with this Aurora on Summoner's Rift.
Tuts completing the Zonyas on that back. Gonna rush back to this mid lane as the Dragon coming up in 5 seconds. Robo checking the brushes. Doesn't get... Well, he does actually get the Q, so he gets the information there. But again, Furia with that deep vision. It's been a hallmark of them all the way through this series. They're so good at getting the early deep vision
they
down
found it.
to keep an idea of where Loud is coming from. They know what's up right here. But I think we're in for another 5v5. And look for Root. Watch the fact that those summoners are gone.
I really think Loud should give this. I don't think this Cloud Soul is worth flipping the game over 23 minutes in. I mean, they have 3 items on Root, but same with Ayu, and Tuts is way ahead of Tinones. I think this is a bad play.
From Redbird, Tinone's wall comes out. Furia back away. Wiz separated by Robo, chasing out the jungle, who blast cones away to safety. Now Loud are the ones under a bit of fire on the front line. Furia, they managed to avoid that. The Edgelord comes out, only touches Redbird, just about chunks out the shield. And Loud return to the waves. Furia now, are we confident enough? They'll start up the Dragon, and Loud, they wanted to see if there was an angle, but once it didn't go quite right, they're backed away.
And Loud, I mean, at the very least, played it well enough they didn't lose anyone. I think fighting without summoners on Root is a completely doomed prospect, unless you're forced to, which Loud is absolutely not forced to fight for these Dragons. Ends up just going over, and no cooldowns of consequence burned. We're just going to have the Baron dance continue, or maybe another slow 5 minutes until the next Drake.
Yeah, and it's just time for more items to start coming through. We're hitting the 2 to 3 item mark across the board right now. Root working on the 4th. Ayu done with 3 complete. Tuts with 3 as well. ZK 3 core done up there. Overall, Furia are still in a very strong point inventory wise, and I think for Tinones, we want to see another item or 2 come through before the Talia is really going to start hitting. And that might just be a little bit of a difference maker if Aurora is able to do just a smidge more as Robo. Still very, very scary in these side lanes. No one from Furia really wants that 1v1.
I really think these fights are just going to come down to, can Loud lock down and blow up Tuts before he gets all of his damage off and crushes the fight open for Furia? I think that's really it, because the Ezreal and the Renekton definitely can't carry on their own, but they can clean up the low HP bars.
Robo in the side lane. Here's the 1v2. We've seen this story before. Will he get a chance to mega? He's been stunned. He's been locked up. He does get the HP and will try to flee to safety as the rest of Loud are there to cover. Jojo doesn't have a way in. They get the flash, and Jojo, and Robo, I should say, just about scrapes away. Very tight things there. Ooh, Tuts. Not having a good
Taking a little bit
time.
of damage. I don't think there's much threat right here as Loud. They want to force the issue, though. ZZK TP behind.
Jojo gets the ult right through, but Shirley's going to go down. The bullet time is there, but lovely Zhonya's from Tuts avoids all the damage and flashes to safety. The first to go down is Croc. Another hook onto Tuts right, though. This Aurora is pretty darn low. The carries from Furia are pretty low, but they've already got the kills they need.
The Aurora may have gotten low, but he's too slippery as Tuts was able to dance out of the fight. And now it's going to be a teleport back in towards the Baron. 2 kills and no jungler. Loud in the 3v5 with Robo's Mega expiring. I think this one's going to go the way of Furia.
And no bullet time for MF either. No smite on deck. It would have to be a crazy 3v5 to win this one for Loud. They're thinking about it. They feel the series slipping away with this Baron falling, but they just can't reasonably contest. And Furia will pick up the buff. Loud trying to trade it for mid lane at least, but have they walked themselves into the wrong side of the map, Hawk? Was this worth it? Tinones is never going to escape. Root might be able to strut away, but Wiz is taking a wide angle to try and catch him. ZZK, he might
find him
now. Is he going to check the right brush? He's going to see it. There's a lot of damage from Root right there. Pops the Dominus. Timely use of the cooldown, and Tuts round the corner to secure it. Furia is getting so much of this last minute of play.
Yo, they absolutely are. Robo's at the fall as well, as the Gnar is going to catch nothing but air. Tuts even with a little BM. He knows he's popping off. 7, 2, and 5. Nearly 100% kill participation on this Aurora, as IU can just work on mid with reckless abandon. Only tanks to contend with, as this is the biggest lead that Furia has had since game 2. 7.5 thousand gold at already plus 3.5 on the Baron power play.
I love the way they ended up staggering those deaths as well. It gives Loud it's harder for them to get back on the map and clear the waves up. It gives Furia with the Baron buff all the time they need to set up their push. They don't have the TPs on their splitters right now, so if Tuts is up there, he's up there on his own. Furia need to be aware of that. They don't want to throw this buff away.
They most certainly don't. Right now, the play is just to work on that last bot lane outer, get the gold, continue to open things up. Furia would love to open up the base, however, their siege is not the best. Remember, a very all-in style of composition with only IU being the main range and poke to speak of. I think Loud should be able to hold on to everything out here, but I mean, honestly, Trajan, I would dare say the damage already having been done. Look at how massive this Baron power play is.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that they don't walk into an errant hook from Redbird, a catch from Robo, a flash Gnarl, a glacial prism from Croc on this push, because if anyone gets caught up and locked down, the bullet time will decapitate them, and it will not take long. Furia, they start to get a little messier. Tuts,
there you go,
against that tower wreckage, but gets the ult off, still goes invisible, and Tino's trying to get the damage down. Zhonya's comes out, but I don't know if Tuts has the wherewithal to get out of here. The bullet time is there as Robo's traded back, but that's all Loud needed. They've got the position they want. They're going to shred through Furia.
And IU was nowhere to be found in that fight. And Trajan, this is going to be a Cloud Soul going the way of Loud. They found 3 members dead for 40 seconds as the dragon spawns. It's the exact scenario that you just highlighted as Robo comes up with a pick onto the Aurora. And although she's got all the time buying in the world, it is not enough when IU is not here to fire in the damage. And I'm going to be honest, I think this is a complete misplay from Furia. At this point, this fight is completely salvaged. If Ezreal's here, they had all the time to consolidate for the 5v5, but instead, he's in Narnia, and so Loud can run forward absolutely for free.
Yeah, it's just that, Tuts not respecting that turret wreckage as terrain, not realizing that Robo has the range to get in there, and the critical Aurora throwing her life away, opening the door up again for Loud. This means they hold on to their base turrets. They've got the soul now, so Furia doesn't have the risk of getting it, and the Elder now becomes a factor in 5 minutes as well. Another completely game-changing influence that both teams might need to rely on if this gets even hairier.
And, I mean, closing that gold gap by so much. It is still Furia heavily in control. I'm getting more echoes of game 1, where Loud was fighting back a little in the team fights, but the game was too far gone to actually bring it back. But I've been wrong before, and the extra movement speed really can be impactful. Robo, though, is going to lose Mega. It's Loud trying to set up a pick, but I don't think they have the means.
Yeah, the window closing there. Tuts finishing off the push on bot side. Gonna go and get that Rabadon's, I think, locked in. Another big damage spike completed for the Aurora. He just has to stay alive, has to keep that positioning going. It's as you say, Hawk, if they manage to catch Tuts and blow him up and stop him getting all of that damage down, that is how Loud can win these fights.
It definitely is. I mean, we mentioned earlier, it's all on whether or not they can take down the Aurora. Remember, everyone else on Furia is not really that strong. Like, ZZK and Wiz both have 4 items, but that's where the rest of the gold gap is. And Renekton and Vi, we said it earlier, they can't carry on their own. IU is behind on this Ezreal and is going to struggle to punch through the Nautilus, Gnar, Sejuani frontline all on his lonesome.
Yeah, and Root has the GA completed as well, so you can't just catch him once. You've got to catch him twice, or at least make space to go for the repeat kill. Sejuani ultimate goes through the uprights in mid lane. Tino's threatening onto Wiz with a little bit of a flick back. No one wants to follow up right there. It's Furia pushing back in aggressively around this mid lane, contesting over the vision. But so far, they've held on to this lead. They've held on to general map control, and 30 seconds now on the Baron. Furia has a chance to play the game that they've been playing so well all through today. Go to the objective first, set up your deep vision, and bait the enemy team into a bad situation.
You know, everyone thinks the eternal question is like to be or not to be or something. No, the eternal question is, can Loud successfully face check Furia?
Yeah.
I think.
I think that's really what was implied by Shakespeare in that moment. You know, that was the.
You're right.
That was the subtext of of to be or not to be. As in comes the Baron. Loud taking control of that mid wave, but Furia wasting no time in getting into the pit. Oh, we're just doing it,
They
huh?
are straight onto it. This is going down very quickly. Loud forced to respond, but they have information as to where 4 of the 5 members of Furia are. Where could the Rel be lurking?
Rock, here
There he
comes
is!
Jojo trying to lock down Croc, and they peeled away from the Baron. They're not going for it. The bullet time is pretty good. Wiz is going to get shredded by it, and ZZK goes into the resurrection. Tuts has been caught and sectioned away on the other side. Croc's still alive. Loud haven't lost a member, and they found 2 of Furia as Tuts now gets away from the hook. Redbird flashes in, but the hook lands onto a minion. Tino's flying in with the Weaver's Wall, is going to be able to lock them down, surely, with the help of this Nautilus, and Loud walk away with the 3 kills for 0.
Oh, and Trajan, if I'm a Furia fan, I'm starting to not feel so good as Loud wins another fight. IU, now he's under threat. Here comes Jojo.
Jojo with a lovely stopper up in that mid lane. You cannot force that dive at this stage. So Loud, they're not opting for the Baron, notably, though the death timers are still long. Furia will have the TPs once they're alive, but Loud, they just want to go for objectives, it seems.
I mean, they're at the very least going to get an inhibitor. I wonder if the read for Loud is ending the game. Tuts is still gone for 30 seconds. Teleported to the base from Robo as Loud wants to continue running forward to force a game 5.
Wiz is coming off the base, has the ultimate, but they've got 8 seconds left on ZZK. They're under the towers right now. Jojo's going to get melted under the force of Loud.
They've got
they're
it!
trying to push us to game number 5. Ayu's caught. Ayu's been stunned up. He's not dead just yet. ZZK off the fountain, instantly hooked and shredded. And just like that, Loud slammed the door in Furia's face once again. And we've gone all the way to game 5 here in game 1 of the playoffs.
The Aurora may have been flashy in the mid game, but Loud in the end have the shutdown on deck. It was Redbird in the final fight that zoned him away. It was Root that was untouched, and it was Loud that it wins the game. And I do not believe that we have a game 5 on our hands. Look, Furia, they may have just dropped the last couple of games, Trajan, but all of the fans in CBLOL Arena rejoicing for the spectacle that we are prepared to witness.
It seems so close every step of the way for Furia Hawk, but something has changed. Something has changed in the air in that arena, and just they can't get it done this time. Games 1 and game 2, they were able to find the wins. It seems so simple. It seems so easy for them. And now, yes, they're still finding advantages. They're still winning fights. But when it comes down to that critical moment, Loud have just got that little bit of a step up, that little bit of a squaring in their shoulders, and Furia cannot get it over the line anymore.
Loud has shown us that when they are playing together as a team, when they understand how they want to take a fight, when members aren't randomly getting picked off and losing the fight before it begins, they are better than Furia. Pound for pound, mano y mano. Loud has outgunned them in the critical moments. when they don't blunder it before it all begins. And that is an incredible story to watch unfold, is whether or not Loud can string it together for one more game, or if Furia can pry them open and shut down this comeback once and for all.
This story has one more chapter yet to be written, folks. We're going to a break for now before we are back with the last game of this best of 5. Loud and Furia delivering on all levels. You do not want to miss the exciting conclusion. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the last game of the day. After game 1, I didn't think we'd be here. After game 2, I really didn't think we'd be here. But here we are. 5 games deep. Loud showed up in game 3 and game 4. And as every minute goes by, they seem more and more certain to complete that reverse sweep. There is just something about the playoffs format, the best of 5s, when the pressure is on, where nobody can contest this team.
I mean, this series so far has been a tale of 2 completely different stories. It was a Loud that looked headless, disjointed, completely out of sorts for so much of those first 2 games. And even though they had flashes, it felt like Furia was just going to roll over this series. A Furia that looked calm, consistent, collected, and fundamentally sound. But then we've gotten into these next 2 games, these most recent 2 games, where Loud has just dialed it in a little bit and remembered that they are better players. And that if they just play the situations 5v5, don't make any massive mistakes, they'll probably win, because they just are the ones that have won 4 straight championships. They are the ones that are supposed to be here. And I genuinely, I worry, Trajan, for Furia, because we talked about the mental aspects the last couple of games, what losing now being in this position against Loud can mean to you, from being so close
Yeah.
to now only 1 game standing between you from completely even footing. And I also wonder if we're going to look back on this moment a month from now at how Loud lost 5 games in a row and almost 0-2'd down to the lower bracket when we see them in the grand finals.
Yeah, how quickly it could have come to an end, how that momentum could have been shattered, how they could have been not allowed to get their feet under them and get their heads in the game in time to withstand a very strong playoffs contingent here. But the fact of the matter is they have. They've managed to get it together. They've stuck to their guns on the Talia Sejuani, on the Robo Classic champion pool. They went back to the MF after game 1. They were not intimidated. They did not panic. They did not throw up their hands and throw out the playbook. They got back to work. They managed to sort it out. And now they are winning, doing the exact same thing. And it's Furia with the formula that was doing so well in game 1 and 2 that suddenly it just doesn't seem to pan out anymore. Suddenly they're not able to stop Loud from making pathways into objectives, even if Furia sets them up beforehand.
Yeah, and before I feel like we go into this game 5 setting expectations for that, let's remember what's at stake here, right? So 1 game now standing between these 2 teams, and Pain Gaming in the upper bracket. Winner of that match then goes on to the winners finals. Loser goes down to the lower bracket, where they will face the loser of Red Canids and Fluke Su, having to run the entire length of the gauntlet to see a shot at Worlds and the grand finals. Remember, this is the last World slot available before the merger into the Americas region. Of course, South Conference still going to maintain its World spot, but Loud and every other team in this tournament, Loud wants to defend their spot. Everybody else wants to claim it.
100%. And Loud, they've definitely been shown to have those weaknesses. We know that they're still there. We know that they've still suffered in multiple early games. But no one has been able to crack that formula just yet in the best of 5. And Furia still has 1 chance to do so. They've still been able to get advantages consistently at several different points of the game. And there's still room, I think, to pull out some sort of return to what has been working, especially in the mid lane, because Tinones is just picking Talia every single game, and Tuts has tried several things, but there's plenty left. The Corki's still permaban, the Ari's still permaban, but we know that Tuts still has a deep pool, and I want to see if he's going to continue moving into something new again, or maybe try and step back onto the Hui or the Aurora to see if it was just an execution error that led it to not working.
So, want to note, 100% red side win rate so far in the series. Furia reclaiming that side of Summoner's Rift after the loss. The Talia immediately getting snapped up. Aurora being hovered. It was the exciting pick that we saw from Tuts. It worked until it didn't. Redbert started pressing R on him, and all of a sudden the magic sort of dissipated out of his champion, and it didn't really look as impressive from that point. I wonder, Trajan, if we see a complete switch up here from Furia. We've seen a lot of the facilitators from Wiz. You know, the Vi has been picked by him 3 times, for example, this series, matched with the Mage. Do we go towards an AP jungler with something like the Lucian or the Jace or their Tristana here for Tuts as an answer to the Taliyah instead.
Yeah, we've seen them completely untouched so far in this series. They've returned to the Ezreal, they've returned to the Rel again for Jojo, so still putting very high priority on this pick for Furia for reasons that I assume that they have, you know, and they're continuing to ban the Rumble away as well. That's been permanent throughout the entire series. And Loud, happy to go back. They're just that whenever anything wins, and even when it doesn't, they've identified the things that they think are strong, and they are going to prioritize them. The Tino's Taliyah, 5 games in a row. First pick for Loud, Tino's Taliyah.
Yeah, and now it does put Furia in a bit of a catch-22 because they are incentivized to pick dive. Obviously, the Vi not available, but junglers that can get that backline access, something like the Aurora that can harass, going towards Lucian and an AP jungler, for example, is a lot harder. So yeah, they go Aurora because they need to be able to threaten Root, who, regardless of win or loss, according to Smiley, is deserving of ambiguous rewards. Yeah. So, I mean, he has been a monster throughout this series, and Furia clearly understands they need to answer him, but it is definitely putting a bit of a strain on the pick ban.
Yeah, 100%. So the first 3 picks on both sides, the mid and bot, identical to last game, and it's going to be now, how is Furia going to approach the jungle? Croc has been approaching the jungle by picking Sejuani every game, and now they have gone 2-2. Wiz has shown us a little bit of a flex back and forth. We've seen the Vi, we've seen the Nocturne. Both are now banned, and it needs to be something else. Now, I don't know if this is actually the best way for Loud to deal with this. I don't know if it's the picks that are really working, that are really hampering Wiz in these games. I think it's really just, as you say, the decision-making got a little sloppier, it got a little messier, and the Vi ended up kind of coming back to bite him in some of those early plays as the Jarvan removed as well. Wiz, to be honest, has had a lot of normal non-AP junglers removed, and it's maybe... what's even left? I mean, Xin Zhao? I don't know.
There's a lot. There's Xin, Lee Sin, Viego, the Nidalee. Ooh, I don't know how I feel about Nidalee Aurora.
Well, what I do know about Nidalee is that Wiz's Nidalee is cracked as all hell.
It's good.
It is not an ideal 2v2, that's for sure.
Nidalee Aurora.
But the Wiz Nidalee, I think they're just banking on Wiz going absolutely crazy this game. And to be honest, what better thing to bank on in this game? Loud's potentially feeling pressure to pick that Renekton, as the Nidalee Renekton is a classic nightmare duo to up against in top side, so they're going to slap the Croc up early, and Wiz is going to have a counter pick now in this game. Is it going to be the tank? Is it going to be a Bruiser? Is it going to be the Jax, the Ornn, the Cassante? What does Wiz have for us, or does ZZK have for us in this final game?
We saw the Ornn last time around in this matchup from ZZK, and it was absolutely terrible until it wasn't. As is most Ornn picks, the champion with the incredibly bonkers scaling. I'm wondering if you go the direction of Cassante, yeah, is a possibility. Honestly, that's what I'm expecting. Okay, it gets locked in. It's a tank. It's some sort of setup. It's something that can threaten this misfortune. I'm going to be honest though, Trajan, I think Loud has the better composition. It just feels like exactly what they wanted. It's comfort across the board. It's very easy to execute on. Furia, with this Nidalee, it's a different look that we've seen so far this series, and I just worry that Nidalee Aurora, that combination, is not going to work as well together as Furia needs.
Yeah, I think it's just going to have to not be about the mid-jungle for Furia in this game. They have to just find some other way to get the advantage right there. It's not going to be in bot lane, because it's Ezreal into MF again.
What does Aurora
MF,
do if she falls behind?
That's, I don't know, to be honest. And top lane, like, Cassante doesn't
Get Nautilus ulted?
Yeah, to be honest. Yeah, Cassante doesn't beat Renekton in the 1v1 straight up, you know? This is not... I don't really know where we're winning across the map for Furia now, and this is maybe the biggest difference to me to Furia's normal MO, which is to dominate all 3 lanes simultaneously and turn that into a simple by-the-book victory. This does not seem like a plan that is possible in this game just by the draft, so there's even more pressure on Wiz to change that narrative and sway the direction of this game on the Nidalee.
Yeah, remember, Tinones was completely fine in the Taliyah versus Aurora matchup just last game, and IU and JoJo got blasted by the misfortune. It was pretty one-sided. The biggest advantage we've seen Root and Redbird get in their 2v2 so far this game, or rather this series. So, I agree. 3 losing lanes is Nidalee, or at least 2 losing lanes, and a nothing burger is a little bit difficult. especially when Croc, even on the Sejuani, has shown that he's willing to play for enemy jungle camps throughout the series. We've seen creative blue buff invades. I don't know, Trajan. I think Furia's in a lot of trouble. I already think they're in trouble given the fact that they've now lost 2 straight to the reigning champs. I think they've just run out of gas in this series. We'll see, though, if they can clutch up and show us some magic as we get into Game 5.
Okay, Game 5, everybody. Loud, 4-time champions on the back foot at the start, reclaiming control of this series on the cusp of the reverse sweep over a Furia roster, qualifying in 5th. Showing us so much potential, so much growth throughout this split, and getting maybe the hardest challenge of all lined up in the first round. They've been so close to taking it so many times. They have one more chance to end this one right. People will forget how badly it went. If you at least lock up the win at the end, they'll say it's fine, it was a loud playoff series, we know they're good at that stage in the game. No one's going to care if it's 3-0 or 3-2. Furia, you've just got to play for the win.
Exactly, and it's the same thing for Furia. Honestly, maybe even more important for Furia. It doesn't matter how you beat Loud. If you beat Loud, they'd be the first team that's not Pain Gaming to do it in a best of 5, and they do it earlier than has ever been done, sending the reigning champs to the lower bracket.
Tuts getting scrappy with Tinones earlier on. A bold prospect against Taliyah with the spammable threaded volley, but a fairly even trade nonetheless. Wiz starting on the bot side. We'll see if they want to rotate up to top lane to possibly try and counter a potential Sejuani Renekton dive onto ZZK. We would expect Robo to have general control of that lane. Or maybe if Wiz wants to go for something a little trickier, as they do have vision on that bot side already. So if they see that Sejuani's not there, maybe they just go for an invade and get that gold lead started through camp steals.
I don't think you're going to be able to do that, though, with on the bottom side, Root and Redbird already having a good bit of push. Yeah. I don't think Wiz should go for the bottom side invade. He just wants to clear up towards this Cassante. I think the plan is to cover any sort of dive that would come out from Croc, which, of course, we know is not coming. And Tino's doing a really good job. The level 1 of the Aurora is quite strong because you can stack the passive with autos for some reason. So you can proc your passive as much as you want early on as Tuts. But you mentioned the spammable threaded volleys. If Tinones is able to land those, he's able to trade back.
Absolutely. They'll get the information for Croc heading onto that bot side. Wiz, I think onto top as well. There is a loud ward on the top side, Krugs as well. So information to be traded across both sides. As the lanes continue to be stable just for the time being. Robo taking control of top side. Root and Redbird on the other side of the map take control of their lane. Only Tuts right now has priority to speak of, which is more or less what we would have expected coming into this game. We knew the Renekton and the MF were going to take control.
And I'm really curious to see where the first play actually does go here for Wiz and what the game plan is. Because we have seen these junglers by and large handshake early neutral objectives, and then Wiz really tries to contest pretty hard when we get towards the mid game, around 10 minutes. And in general, Trajan, we have not seen much early proactivity from Wiz whatsoever. Not really any early invades. Early ganks have been largely absent, mostly choosing to answer Croc. So, but on this Nidalee, you can't afford to do that. So I think a huge question for me is, how does Wiz actually get involved and get going?
Didn't manage to get that scuttle either. Croc was waiting in the river and won that smite fight. So literally not opening up any sort of lead right now, but potentially pushing Tinones out of mid lane. That's the Taliyah. There is a red buff here that's going to slow this Taliyah down. Wiz, no, doesn't have to worry about Sejuani. Big damage flashes past, and Wiz actually going for the kill onto Tinones, and is just going to pick it up with one last auto behind the tower. There it is, and first blood for the Nidalee. It took a whole lot of scrambling and scraping to get there, but Wiz finally gets his man.
That was very nicely played from Wiz, in an incredible amount of disrespect from Tinones, who needed to flash that spear. Once it lands, Wiz, understanding he's got the damage in the long chase with the red buff slow, and does indeed find it. Well, I asked how the Nidalee's going to get involved. That is certainly one way to do it.
ZK now trying to crash this wave, but spots that Croc is in the area. Wiz coming around to check as well. Make sure there's nothing too crazy going on here.
Nidalee is not based.
No, doesn't have any extra items to speak of. Doesn't land a spear. Croc with a red buff of his own. ZK posturing fairly aggressively. Doesn't get knocked up. Gets the double slow. Wiz working on that ward in the brush. And ZZK getting torn up by the loud top jungle. It's pretty close now. If Wiz can get a spear, get the burst, they might be able to turn this one around. Goes in for the swipe, looks for that first kill, but they can't find it. And Wiz doesn't have the flash anymore. Robo picks up the kill, has the Fury building up, and is going to get the heal before he goes down. And Furia, the 2v2 top lane, not panning out this time.
Yeah, that's a huge blunder. Wiz, he didn't base after the solo kill. You can't go for that fight, because I can also tell you, if Croc didn't have the Kindle Gem, he would have died. So the first reset from the Loud jungler ends up coming huge, and it means that Robo secures the kill. He's up a lot of CS, and now this Crocodile can really start to take over on the top side.
Not what you want to see as Furia there. The Nidalee snowballing stymied. Robo with an extra gold lead in his pocket after coming out of last game. And now with the CS on top of it, as EZK is going to have to sit back and accept defeat, at least for the next little while. As the rest of the map, still comfortable for Loud. Hook onto Jojo, has to crash down over the wall. Not too much damage dealt. But still Loud running the map at this point.
Full control of the river, something we've been seeing frequently from Loud in the early games of this series. Wiz is going to continue to try to attack mid. Tinones is face checking, no flash.
Oh, they missed the spear. Tuts gets the ultimate down still and traps Tinones in the zone, but without the spear, they don't have the burst. Wiz caught up by the seismic shove, and here's Robo again to ruin his day.
I mean, that was really well played by Tinones, but also an overforce from Furia. You could see the disconnect. Wiz misses the spear, starts walking away. Tuts continues to go, calls his jungler. But Tinones, very clean. I mean, I think the only damage he took was from that ultimate from the Aurora, and still no flash on the Nidalee. What was a fancy solo kill ends up being a massive disadvantage for Furia in the end.
It's just going from bad to worse right now. Furia, they're starting to even look shaky in the laning phase. Historically, one of their strongest, most consistently well-executed parts of their game, but they're just starting to slip up. They gambled on the Wiz Nidalee, and he's not able to find the value for it so far. Yeah. There's still time to right this ship, but it's really running out.
Not only are they giving over kills, right, Trajan, they didn't get the grubs. Loud just took Dragon, and no contest because Wiz was dead. He needed to catch back up in camps after the fact as well. So no trade. Loud is going to be extremely happy to not give over any Void Grubs and any sort of cross-map threat to this Furia composition.
Root and Redbird still happily maintaining an aggressive position in this bot lane. IU having to give them the space. As Root again going into that full damage MF build. BF sword off rip, making that bullet time really hurt if he manages to land it. Making sure...
Yeah, BF sword, rather, the Bloodthirster gives 80 AD again. it's a lot of base AD. You can see why the Misfortune likes it.
Yeah, 100%. Big stacking up numbers, and you get that extra survivability. If you lose a trade, it doesn't matter. Heal up off the wave. Such a useful first item to lock in. So we have not seen much out of Wiz's Nidalee since that botched mid lane play. The Grubs, as you said, still alive. Not contested by either side so far. But right now, we have Tuts laying down some vision in that top side. Furia with a bit more information about the river. And we'll see if that wants to spur them into action to take that objective. Looks like Wiz kicking them off.
This is ambitious, though. Croc is up a level, and you are fighting into a Renekton Talia.
Waltz onto IU, manages to just about slip away, but loses over half the HP despite not even taking the full channel.
And Wiz got at least one of the Void Grubs, but Croc rightfully going to deny the others. The EXP has at least been equalized between these junglers, and Furia understanding exactly as I say. Taking a skirmish against Sejuani, Renekton Talia is an ill-advised prospect. Redbird, though, he went for a base route up the creek right now with Tuts on the way.
Ooh, Flash is traded. There's a barrier there, but locked into the zone. Sidesteps the Ezreal. More damage out of the Aurora. Has to stand and fight. The barrier coming out. Almost gets onto IU. Dodging the Mystic shot.
Oh, no!
And Root outplays in the 1v3.
Are you kidding me? I mean, if what you call an outplay is standing still and auto-attacking IU, that's the way to do it. Barrier bait gets it done. As IU really wanted that kill, he got it, but at what cost? Resources committed by Furia to get no gain.
It should have been the easy cleanup to get Furia's bot lane out of the danger zone they've been in, but it's just going to be lost plates in mid lane, a crashed wave in bot, and that is it. Furia really starting to lag behind now. Pre-10 minutes, over 1,000 gold behind. Down the dragon, down the grubs. There is no effective trading going on the map right now. It's just downside for the red team.
Now, if we want to cope a little bit, Trajan, we have seen a lot of mid-game advantages in this series.
Yeah,
We've also
true.
seen a lot of thrown mid-game advantages in this series. So maybe the tech is to lose early to mid and then just do stupid stuff later that gets you back into the game.
True, actually. Yeah. Okay, Loud with a 3v1 dive of their own. This time on the top side. Good start from Robo. Flash away from ZZK. Gets tagged by the ult and the seismic shove, and the burst is there, but the W just about holds on. Tinones will flash in to do the deed, as now Furia threatening on the bot side, but this is a full HP Loud bot lane who will just clean out that wave with the bullet time.
Yeah, Misfortune, so hard to dive if she is able to get that channel off. A beautiful wave clear and a beautiful execution from Loud. They're even going to be able to cancel the base because JoJo is for some reason basing in that position. I don't know, Trajan. I said it in the draft. I'm going to say it again. I feel like this team is completely out of gas in this series. It took everything they had to win those first 2 games. They faltered in game 3 and then game 4. It felt like the last dance. That was it.
Yeah, and they had the chances to win it, right? They had the advantages, they had leads, they had winning positions, but they couldn't convert them at that point. Just wasn't the same as game 1 and 2, and now they are decidedly in a losing position right now. They just don't have the tools on deck to make an effective comeback without Loud maybe starting to slip up. Furia are going to have to find some crazy windows for picks, but the fights are already going to be tough for them. Loud's comp is so happy walking into a 5v5.
And a reminder as well for everybody that the loser of this series plays the loser of that matchup you see at the bottom of your screen, Red versus Fluxu. You do not want to be in that lower bracket as JoJo forced out of the river by a cheeky little depth charge. Maybe Redbird just trying to make sure Furia can't walk into this river.
Loud still fully patrolling that middle line of the map right now. Furia stepping in, trying to see what they can grasp. But
No
so
bullet
far,
time.
it does not feel that impactful. We do have Wiz with the Leandries done already, which is going to start helping in these fights. Some extra item power to lend to it. Tuts rotating over, maybe looking for Croc, who steps up into this brush without too much control of the area, but it's just a little bit of a trade. Tino's happily will push him back.
Wow, and Robo walking down Loud really wants to start stacking these dragons, even committing their top laner towards it. He's got the TP to answer ZZK in the long run once Loud dominates the area, and in fact, he should be able to get back up towards that wave. So yeah, they ended up giving over, a few minions and a tower plate for the Drake. Obviously, I think Furia is going to be fine to take that trade, but it does continue to progress things in Loud's favor.
Mountain Soul in game 5 of this first playoff series. Potential for a whole lot more survivability. Going into these later plays, Tuts knocked back by the seismic shove. Tinones is just getting a better handle on this mid lane matchup as the games go on. Still a little bit down. The Aurora still very strong, able to contend in the 1v1, but we know now that Tinones, it does not matter if he falls down early, he is still going to be useful. He's hitting the skill shots, he's hitting the rotations, he's doing everything that Loud have needed Tinones to do for the last few years.
And it is crazy how, the first 2 games, Tinones making rare mechanical mistakes, getting flustered at times and caught out, has completely gotten rid of those yips or whatever it may have been in these last couple. He has been so good on the Talia, as you say. It's allowing Loud, with that nice trade that he took in mid, to take away the Void Grub, so they're going to have 5 to their name, or maybe only 4, it looks like. Feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Some items being completed across the deck. The Rod of Ages, again, for Tuts, starting to stack up. As the Merc treads as well. We saw how effective that Aurora could be, even just with the Leandries Rod of Ages combo. Surprisingly tanky, hard to actually catch in the fights until the game gets to that later stage. But those lack of resists really start to come back and bite them, and Root especially as well, happily ahead in this game. He's going to be able to contest. It's going to be up to Furia to pick off the important targets before the fights can just pan out in their usual front-to-back way, because Loud have shown that they are more than ready to take a game like that at this point.
Maybe a play in mid looming. Redbird's going to find JoJo, and they're onto him.
It's the hook, crash on away from the Rel. Rock rotating over to see if he's needed, but not quite. As the 4v4 continues, Furia, with only really a Rel engaged as an effective tool. They don't have the Vi, they don't have A Maokai ultimate to throw down and force a long-range engagement. Rock now looking for the dive onto ZZK. Only 2v1 this time.
They just want the tower.
Known sticky customer, and they will get that first turret. Furia on the rotation over, but not quite got the positioning. They know that Loud's ready to rotate.
Yeah, really nicely done from Loud. Croc, all he needs to do is cover Robo, give him the ability to walk up to that Cassante and say, hey, if you fight me, I got my guy behind me, and he punches really hard. Croc, he's that guy. Really nicely done. Now Jojo forced to flash. You can see Loud. They have an itchy trigger finger. Furia is struggling to find a way into the game, though, in their own right.
Root lays down the bullet time, gets a big chunk onto Tuts, but nothing too serious. As Furia will happily step away, having burned those buttons without losing anything themselves. They'll keep soaking up the farm, heading towards the mid-game spikes of their own. As Loud holds fast with this 2,000 gold lead that they've had built up for most of this early game. So Furia has effectively slowed the pace down. They've avoided putting any more major feet wrong, and they've managed to keep the gold deficit fairly even. But ultimately, Loud, I think, are just as happy with this state of affairs.
And Trajan, this Cassante has Rush of Thornmail for the healing reduction against the Renekton. I don't think I like this very much.
I mean, against MF as well, I guess? Kind of?
Yeah, I just, like, are there not better armor items that you could rush?
Yeah, he went for Iceborne Golem before, and that seemed to be good. That seemed to work.
Yeah, that seems so much better. Like, I don't feel like you need to cut the Renekton healing or the Misfortune Bloodthirster lifesteal that badly. I don't know. Very interesting itemization choices. The Blade of the Ruin Kings in the first few games from IU. At least he's not going Bork Ezreal. That hasn't been good in like 5 seasons.
That would be a bit too much. Happily enough to lock in the Triforce there on Airshot. Really pushing the boat out. As we continue to see these waves crashing up. Loud generally with the push in topside once again. Robo and ZZK still matching up nice and closely. As the Dragon up in 50. This has become a very consistent flashpoint in this series, as well as it often does. Loud with a chance to move on to a 17-18 minute soul point if they get this fight locked up, and they're still going to go into it with a noticeable gold lead.
And I'm not really sure how Furia is going to fight back. Tuts right now is still working on completed the Roa. Remember, last game he was quite strong. This game, I mean, he's not weak. He's just an average amount of strong, and it was still a struggle even when ahead to actually, fight, especially in those later game fights. Not on the item spike is definitely going to make things difficult. Loud opening up the mid tower, having control of the mid wave is going to make things difficult. IU yet to hit his 2-item spike is going to make things difficult. Loud definitely has better itemization at this point.
Rock dropping the Deep Herald, gets that first turret done, and they back away. No need to overstay their welcome here. And Fury, you can see they don't really have a way to make anything different happen right now. Even when Wiz is landing the spears, it's not safe to go in when Loud are all there ready and daring him to try and commit to something.
Wiz most certainly cannot be the one to lead the charge. Like, this is the problem, is Jojo has to be the one to go in first, but the Rel at level 8 is not exactly the tankiest customer. They do at least force out the depth charge, though. Maybe that'll be the signal to go.
Yeah, they know there's not a great fire back as Tinnons gets the Weaver's Wall. ZZK locked up on the front line there, absolutely shredded by the Loud team as Tuts drops the ultimate. It's decent AoE damage, but no one is under threat of dying. Furia just don't have the answer.
Well done right there from Loud. Good find from Tinos, and now Robo's in.
Oh, use the E has to cleanse flash away. Robo, though, taking a lot of damage on the front line and burns down to Jojo. Finally Loud to put a foot wrong in this game, and Furia managed to pick one up. They won't get to find much more, but this could be the Dragon for them.
Yeah, they're going to deny this whole point. That's a huge win from Furia. It looked like a good fight for Loud, but a brilliant consolidation of Furia's defenses means that the Crocodile is not able to make the play. Ends up losing his life for it, as well as the objective that Loud worked so hard to claim.
Jojo making sure Croc has no way to look for the steal. That would be another big hit of mental damage if we lose the objective after finally getting something to go right. They'll stop the Dragon stacking. Slow down Loud's advance just a tad. Get a little bit of gold, sadly, going over to Jojo. But again, it was very tight margins, very close. A lot of Furia members also almost getting caught in the bullet time, almost going down. But a win's a win, and they'll take it.
Loud, though, back out on the map first. They want to continue to open things up. They want to keep the control that they have over this game. They marginal, but not unsubstantial 2,500 gold lead. ZZK, though, taking enough to at least defend for the time being.
Tuts holding on to that top wave of the TP if needed, but the Loud's just going to pick up that tower without any real contest. They'll keep that push going. ZZK going to soak it up. Robo hovering around mid and top, just seeing where is best used, clearing out some jungle camps, in fact, trying to deny and sap away even more of the gold that Furia are trying so desperately to collect to get themselves some power in the inventory to try and contest better in these fights.
And Trajan, it's been a slow game. 20 minutes in, 5-3. Both these teams, you know, I feel like Loud has really been looking for the plays, and Furia has been not. they have been, in fact, really trying to not have anything happen whatsoever. It's meant that Loud is winning slowly. However, I do understand in the game 5, you know, Furia being hesitant to make the play that potentially it loses them the series.
Yeah, and when they don't have the natural lane dominance that so often follows this team, it's hard for Jojo to take an aggressive brush position and look to try and force plays himself on the engaged support when he knows that they just don't have the damage to contest it. The E comes out for Root, watching for a possible bullet time. Croc is in with the Glacial Prison, and Wiz goes golden, but just to delay the inevitable. And another aggressive move by Loud. They've got inside track on the tower. They're working away at it. In comes Tinones. Tuts now TPing in, but it's far away behind the scrimmage of the fight. And Furia are getting picked apart. They get hounded down one by one. Loud are unstoppable right now in Game 5.
Yeah, Furia solo lanes, they're not enough to turn it around. After so many shots on goal, eventually the goalkeeper is bound to miss as Loud finds their mark. They're in onto the Baron. Now, everyone on Furia is respawning in the next few seconds. ZZK has the teleport to get back out here. Health bar's low. I think this is a risky prospect for Loud to try to complete this Baron, and wisely they decide to peel away.
They'll lose both the TPs without getting a real shot at the objective. A small boon for Furia to have those summoners not on the table. But still, just the fight in itself balloons that gold lead. 4,500 now. 5,500, I should say. We'll see a replay of it. And Wiz, I think, just really needs to get that flash burnt, my guy.
I mean, Root just comes in, able to, with the movement speed, with the damage, with the slows. It's too much. And I think the bigger problem here is really that Furia tries to salvage this play. It's not the end of the world if Wiz dies and the tier 2 goes over. But it's when things really start breaking down here. Jojo is on the flank looking for an engage. For what, right? There's no follow-up there anyway. Tuts is nowhere to be found, and then they're able to get on top of IU. They take him down, and Bad really just ends up going for worse. Sort of the example of sometimes it's not the first mistake that gets you Trajan, but the second, third, fourth.
Yep, 100%. And Furia, again, it's just a mark of the cracks that have been forming in their performance ever since that Game 3 shutdown. Furia have just started to lose control. And you can see the mental toll that this series is taking on them, whereas Loud are just immune to this after so many years of baiting everyone into thinking that they might lose a series. They've never done it since that pain match back in 2022. And they are unflappable, ultimately. So even if they look like they're coming in, not playing at their best, it's not the mental breakdown. It's not them losing control of their belief and their ability to win. And they're showing that so powerfully right here today.
And not even having the Baron. I mean, this is a Baron-esque push here from Loud, simply playing on 2 lanes, completely sacking top and forcing Furia to respond to the 4 grubs.
So that's aggressed on by Croc. 2 items deep on the Sejuani, maybe the most dominant or the most confident Sejuani game we've seen out of Croc this whole series. He's generally still been struggling a fair bit in the jungle role, but not in this final game. Matching Wiz very, very well, using the Sejuani to its fullest extent. And keeping that pressure high, stepping up aggressively onto the towers, shredding more objectives away from Furia, grabbing more bonus gold for Loud before these major objectives become the target. The Mountain Drake coming up just now, and the Baron's already live.
And Trajan, I have a question for you, and we might not like the answer to it. Have we seen Jojo use the crashdown forward once this game?
Maybe in lane, like at level 1.
There was that one gank where Root traded out, I guess. Jojo got the flash with the crashdown, but
yeah.
Ever since then, ever since the mid-game has started, Jojo has been completely boxed out, not had the confidence to go forward. Whether or not he wants to or the team, you know, they've just not found a single way in. I really think that's part of the problem with this Nidalee pick is it's just a champion that doesn't really want to full send it into a 5v5.
No, yeah, it's so heavily on Jojo's shoulders to be the engage, and if he can't find it, then there's no one left. There's no one to back him up, and they really wanted this rel, and if you, I don't know, if you had something like a Leona, you could throw the ult out in a more non-committal way, and you can test for engages, you can do long-range setups for a spear to follow up. I really just don't know why the rel has become the be-all, end-all of this Furia kind of comp foundation.
It is bizarre. You know, they had the Maokai the first 2 games, and it's been rel ever since then. They also abandoned the Ashe pick as well that IU was going for, maybe citing mobility concerns, survivability concerns, but Ezreal is not exactly been the DPS carry that I think they were hoping he would be.
No, Roots had the answer in the Misfortune, been very comfortable managing that matchup as Croc over the wall. There's a crash down aggressively, but it gets interrupted, so I guess it doesn't matter. Tultuk comes through, Tino's over the wall, bullet time going down. And there is ZZK doing what he can to waste some time, but ultimately still goes down. Robo dashing forward in with the Dominus. Jojo on the flank. Could maybe set up for a counter kill right here. Gets the Magnet Storm, drags some frontliners away. But now they've caught Tuts. Now they've caught Jojo, and Loud just cannot be questioned. Even if the fight starts slowly, they're just too strong.
I mean, it was just so nicely done. You think Croc might be caught for a second, but that's Sejuani way too tanky at this point in the game, and the turn is better from Loud. ZZK gets melted. Robo into the back line. That is the playoffs. Robo starting to show up, slicing and dicing into the 1v4, and now with the Baron in hand, I don't think there's anything that stands between Loud and their reverse sweep.
Here comes the replay of this fight, and again, it seems like they're stepping up with such abandon, and the Furia are like, surely they can't be allowed to do this, but they just are, man. They just are.
In fact, are. And I want to give Tinones a lot of credit. The Weaver's Wall in this fight and so many others has been beautiful with how it's sectioned off Furia. ZZK left with no answer to get back to the team, and I mean, look at how Robo parts the Red Seas right there as all of the health bars scattering to the winds at the threat of the Renekton.
Furia now with their map lying in tatters in front of them. Only the base stands
down
behind or in front of them, waiting at the cusp of this reverse sweep as Loud extend their gold lead even further. 6 turrets to 0. Furia has got no handhold on this map. They need to hope and pray for a Loud misstep, for someone to step too far forward, for them to get an item spike right now that gives them the tools they need to actually kill somebody.
I mean, it would take a monumental Loud throw. I don't think Furia even has the scaling to hope this goes later.
They're going for the dive, the bullet time. IU ease into it, takes a fair amount of damage, and Tuts flashing away over the wall, still burning down, and Croc will finish them off. ZZK managed to survive, and Robo pushed into the resurrection on the wrong side of the wall, flashes away himself. But still, 1 kill picked up by Loud. None of theirs go down, and they still got Baron minions knocking on the base.
It was almost a monumental mistake from Loud, but when they're that far ahead, it just doesn't matter. IU getting Dredge lined up. I don't think Loud can end the game due to the health bars of Furia, but they crack open the inhibitor. The base has been broken. The defenses are breached, and the King is running out of room to retreat to.
Inhib goes down in the mid lane. The supers will start to pile up. Dragon in 50 seconds. Loud can opt to go for it. They've still got a minute on that Baron to set up the waves as they please. And they are now stretching that objective lead as well. The inventory really just overwhelming for them as the minutes go by. And we dare to question Loud year on year, and they come back every time and show us that, yes, we were playing so bad last week, maybe even 5 minutes ago. We just looked like we had no idea what was going on, but as soon as it becomes important, as soon as there's real stakes, as soon as we could actually lose, never forget who we are.
And I said, you know, I predicted Loud so that we couldn't jinx Furia. I didn't want to talk him up too much. I didn't want to jinx Furia. But somehow it feels like Loud always has their magic. And I guess now I can look like I'm right. But, I mean, I really thought Furia would be the stronger team coming into today. It is incredible how Loud has turned things around. And now another beautiful Weaver's Wall.
Weaver's Wall into the Robo flank. Furia sent scattering for the hills. Tuts trying to fire back on the Aurora, but can't really get much of a foothold as ZZK is sectioned off A seismic shove catches on the Aurora. The bullet time completely decimating Furia as 4 go down. You can see in the cam for IU stunned at how this series panned out. But Loud, they are inevitable. They are unstoppable. And they will complete the reverse sweep and move on for their date with Pain Gaming.
And you can see in the player cams the relief is the word I would describe the emotions that Loud is feeling right now. You know, they're congratulating each other for the win, but not feeling too happy about that. They know they got away with one. It was long and arduous, but the fans can celebrate, and Furia absolutely gutted for them. The train, unfortunately, ran out of fuel, and Loud, the result is the same. It's what we all expected. They move on to face Pain Gaming, a match made in destiny. Oh my word.
And the Loud fans rewarded for their faith there, staying in the arena, always being ready to shout and scream and support their team. Furia as well, even when the series turned against them, the CBLOL fans remain unbeaten. And the Loud ones were rewarded here today. Furia, they're not out. They're into the losers bracket. They still got a match against Fluxu or Red to look forward to. But we just need to go away and think, what went wrong? Was it the draft? Was it the picks? Did we get in our own heads? Something just snapped between games 2 and 3. And you just can't give Loud an inch. That's the long and the short of it. You cannot give them any room to breathe, or they will just throttle you.
And I hope for Furia's sake, they're able to remember some of what they did in those first 2 games to take Loud to the ropes when they go into their losers bracket matchup, because, you know, they looked like a team that really could beat Loud. Loud did not look like themselves. It is unbelievable to me how they turned around this series. And I mean, Furia, a spectacular collapse, unfortunately, at the end. You can go ahead and pull up their bracket to see one more time. Loud moving on to face Pain Gaming in a matchup you are most certainly not going to want to miss. And then Furia, they tumble down to the lower. Loser of Red Canids versus Fluxu going to be their opponent.
There is the gauntlet stretching out in front of Furia, but man, I am never disappointed by Loud Pain outside of grand finals, that's for sure. It's normally a much more interesting affair. Pain are going to come in clean and untainted into this playoffs run, knowing that they outperformed Loud in the regular season again, and witnessing Loud drop 2 early games, 2 very shaky games to Furia. And they had to pull out the magic, they had to pull out all the stops to make it back to that reverse sweep. Reminder that so many times in games 3 and 4, Furia looked like they could have the win, but ultimately Loud was just standing too strong. They were too resilient to go down. And now their reward is going up against a Pain Gaming roster that looks even scarier.
And that is, I mean, it's going to be a matchup because it feels like no matter what form these 2 teams are in, they are going to throw haymakers at each other, and it is going to be a contest for the ages. I believe next Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, is that matchup.
Friday or Saturday. There's at least one triple weekend, I think.
I'm not sure. Wait, let's look at the schedule.
Yeah.
Round 2. Yeah, so Pain Gaming against Loud going to be on Saturday, August 10th. That is going to be an incredible match between 2 incredible teams. I believe Furia versus Fluxu taking place on Friday, 6 days from now.
Assuming that Fluxu loses to Red.
Oh, okay. True. You're right.
I also
my mistake. I shouldn't assume.
But it's not happened. So let's give Fluxu a chance against an 8-game win streak Red that looks better than anyone else, to be honest, somehow. It's playoffs, baby. Who knows?
Surely they can win.
Who knows?
Surely they can win. It would be really hype if they did.
That would be
like if Fluxu won, it'd be awesome.
Dude, if Furia didn't end up getting the win over Loud, but Fluxu gets the win over Red, I will be just bamboozled by the CBLOL in a way I've rarely been bamboozled.
But like it would be so CBLOL though.
Yeah, just
how funny would it be if Red went 8-0 to end the regular season and then just bombed out of playoffs?
Yeah, dude, that would be. It'd be very Fluxu of them, honestly. Back from the Howls Brunsey era of Fluxu. So, We shall see. We shall see tomorrow, in fact, who is going down to the lower bracket to meet Furia, because it is Red versus Fluxu tomorrow, starting at 5 o'clock standard time on this same channel, and I hope to see you all there, because this series went the full distance, gave us all the highs and lows of a CBLOL season in one massive best of 5. That was just the first round, so imagine what's coming on in the next rounds. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Hawk, for sticking with me here in these 5 games. Go and have that nap you were fantasizing about after game 2.
It's gonna be short now and glorious.
Yeah, as the work continues, you know, no rest for the wicked. And we will hopefully, as I say, see you all back here tomorrow. Thank you, Rose, on production, as always. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Good night.